powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
everyone. We are back again, Charlie, and it's good to be here. It's good to be live. It's good to be here. Oh, so excited. Welcome to my live stream. Welcome to my live stream. It's been a long time. Let's see. Let's see if I'm live. To confirm if I'm live. So yeah, and share the live stream too with my friends. Let's see. Hello everyone, you're welcome. Hello, this is Africa. I like Chiozi. Let me know if my sound and my camera quality is perfect. Let me know. You're all welcome to my live stream. I would also be grateful if you can tell me where you are watching this live stream from. Hello, Tiozi. Hello, this is Africa. It's good to have you here. Oh, thank you. So my sound and my camera is good. So guys, I miss you all. I miss coming live on YouTube. I miss coming live on, oh my goodness, I miss you all. And it's been an amazing journey so far. Guys, 20,000 of you, over 20,000 of you find my content amazing, which means a lot. Okay, Lee, thank you so much. So yeah, so let me know which country you are watching my live stream from. I am currently in Ghana, and oh, okay, welcome. If you are now joining the live stream, kindly give this video a thumbs up. It really means a lot. And Craving Poetry, hi Stella, watching from Zimbabwe. It's good to know that a lot of people from different countries are watching me here. It feels good. It feels Zimbabwe. I'll add Zimbabwe to my 2021 list. So yeah, hi Richard, hi Kwame, Valentine, hi Katrine, watching me from the UK. Whoa. Good evening. From wherever you are. Oh, I can see some Kenyan fans here. Oh, I'm sure you all are from Dimongo. It's good to have you all here. Watching me from China. Wow. You're welcome to my live stream. Watching me from Dallas. Skate in focus. Yay. Thank you. So let me know where you're watching me from. It's good to have you all here. It's been a long time I came on here to, have a chit chat, and it's 20,000 subscribers. So we are celebrating. I wish they had that. You see this sound I have, the hooray. We are celebrating, and you guys are just amazing. So this video is just going to be a chit chat, a catch up, and I know I have new followers here, and most of them don't really know me because it's all about travel. So if there's anything you also like to address or you want us to talk about, you can just comment. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. Yeah, hey, watching me from Jordan. Hello MK, hello Dennis. Oh, thank you so much for the fans. This is Africa. Watching me from Zimbabwe. Yay! I have oh no, not Zimbabwe, Zambia. I have some Zambia fans. It's good. Yeah, we are going to Zimbabwe. I like it. Yes, we definitely have to go to Zimbabwe. One of the things I really want to do in Zimbabwe is to see the, what's this called again? The Devil's Pool, where people are in at the tip of the what's this called? The waterfall, and overlooking this amazing landscape with the water flowing down. It's on my list. My Zimbabwean friend told me the best time to go is in September. How true is that? Let me know how true that is. Hello, Alphabet. Thank you so much. You made it happen. You all made it happen. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up while here. Hello, Richard from Jamaica. Thank you so much, Grace Vlogs. Hello, Epic. We are here too. Yay! Thanks for joining the live stream. Yeah. Yes, that's the Victoria Falls. I can't wait. I'm sure if you all know, I am very adventurous and I like adventure. And so countries that usually have this beautiful adventures they don't experience other, I mean, in your home country, it's actually like nice that when you visit, you try to um I mean, experience it. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. Yeah. T from London. Oh, T from London. Oh, I know this guy. London. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you are joining the live stream, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. And so, yeah, guys, what do you think we talk about? I mean, it's been an amazing 2 years, 5 months being on YouTube. And guys, I must say the journey has been amazing. You guys, it's been full of ups and downs, and it's almost summer. And so, I mean, as always, there's going to be more amazing content coming up. I am hoping to visit some few East African countries soon, and then spread my wings across the globe, try other countries that I have planned. You all know that if you don't know or you know, Jamaica is one of my dream destinations. I've always been saying it in my videos, and so I can't wait to see Jamaica, but looks like Jamaica is not going to be on the list this year. Hopefully next year, 2022. Yeah, hopefully. Thank you so much, Craven. He says, come to Zimbabwe. Like, oh, definitely. Like, it's been on my list. Like, I see a lot of videos on Instagram. And guys, if you haven't followed me on Instagram, please do so. It's Stella Chanelli on YouTube. And if you want to know what I do on the daily basis, I post often on Instagram than on YouTube often. So I mean, you know, YouTube is all about travel and lifestyle, people, culture, but Instagram is more of the lifestyle. That's where I deep down I share everything. And so if you want to follow me on Instagram, the name is the same name, Stella Chanelli on Instagram. And so don't forget to just Instagram. Yeah. So follow me. Let's so follow me on Instagram with the name below, Sonastanemi on Instagram. Okay, Epic says you're watching me from your phone. Okay, which country are you watching me from? Let me know. And okay, Chantel says, come, let's do a trip together. Definitely. I am coming to Jamaica. Hello, Nappy. It's good to have you here. NAPPIE. Guys, if you also don't know, Nappy has a YouTube channel. Can you subscribe to his YouTube channel? Also, Alaji Chio's YouTube channel, Tea with London too on YouTube. Follow them all, and they're also doing amazing. Yeah, I mean, everyone is doing well and everything. So, guys, let me know what you've been up to. How is the Sunday going? Yeah. So, did I miss anything? Yeah. So, guys, you guys are not saying anything to me, apart from the fact you guys should subscribe to his channel too. It's Nappy. And so let's talk about my first YouTube video. My first YouTube video, I remember posting my YouTube video. It was more of like fun until it all started. I mean, bringing something good. And since then, it's been amazing. I remember my first YouTube video was in a place called Apikiko Beach Resort. Apikiko Resort, actually. It's actually at Akosombo. And we had a nice time with my friends, and it was good. Guys, if you are joining the live stream, kindly give this video a thumbs up. And if you have any questions for me, kindly drop the questions in the comments. Let me also, okay, Epic It Was also has a YouTube channel. Kindly subscribe to his YouTube channel. So yeah, joining me, and please give this video a thumbs up and share with your friends. So yeah, oh, that was that. Then what happened? Then I mean, people started asking me questions. Oh, Stella, where is this place? Where is that place? And I'm like, okay, why not start a YouTube channel to post everything online? And that is how it started, and that is how it has been. And so I'm sure a lot of you know me just for the travel bit, but you don't really know me personally like that. So this is a good opportunity. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Drop if you have anything you want for us to talk about. Yeah, yeah. MIK Jordan. Yes, I've already started sharing my experience. Hi, Rosemont. She also has a YouTube channel. Kindly subscribe to her YouTube channel. She does tips on how to maintain your hair, your face. And she's a mom, so she gives you mommy tips and lady tips. So you should also subscribe to her channel. Thank you so much, Rosemont. I'm super grateful. Yeah. So I suggest you do a high school tour in Ghana, school images. Skate in focus. That I doubt I will be able to do that because I'm not too much concentrated on high school on my YouTube. I do more of just a travel lifestyle. And I'll try just for you. Just for you, I will. So Rosemont says, I fell in love with your personality from the beginning. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is me. If you meet me in town, this is me. This has always been me. There's nothing to fake about. And so, thank you. I'm so grateful. If you're joining the live stream, give this video a thumbs up. Okay, Shasha says, do more of the village life. Guys, let me tell you something. Do you know that I didn't know you guys would like the village episode until I did with Jumango? I was amazed by the views, the comments. That's like the comments kept coming, and I was like, wow. So now I feel like anytime I visit anywhere, anytime I want to visit somewhere, I'll try and do a village of each region, and then probably by the end of the year, put together all the villages that I have done in the course of the year. So I am hoping to do like a whole Ghana tour. Like when you come to Ghana, you want to explore Ghana like back to back. I'm here to do. The only thing I need to do is to visit Cape 3 Points, which I'll be doing probably next week or two, and then do what's it called? The Wenchra Hippopotamus Sanctuary, which is located in guys, I've forgotten. It's located. It's at the northern part of Ghana, and then also do I think there's one more left, and then the Paga. Those are the only places I need to visit, so I can put together like the tourist destination places in Ghana. And so yeah, guys, I've done well. Oh. I have a 9 to 5 job, right? If you don't know, yes, I have a 9 to 5 job, and I've been able to cover a lot of places in Ghana. So Bubbly Stella, thank you. Family by Nature says, Stella, congrats, you deserve it. Thank you so much, Family by Nature. Oh, guys, the congratulations you guys, congratulations to you too, because you made it happen. Your shares, your comments, your recommendations, I'm taking just a second break. You guys are amazing. So yeah, Sadiq says, good evening. Good evening. Are you a daughter from Atiavi? No, please, I'm not. Salah says, I just love you and the work, keep it up there. Oh, thank you so much. Sadiq said, good evening. We love everything you do. Just be you. That's all we watch. Oh, thank you. And that's the beauty of it. I just love how you love any kind of content I put out there. The village was actually the first thing. Even though I've been to the village several times, I always don't think about, will viewers be interested in even watching village stuff? So I was like, let me give it a shot. Dee actually brought the idea, and I was like, all right, let me give it a shot. And boom, it happened, and it was beautiful. So I feel like now I would also be concentrating on the village in as much as I'm exploring Ghana and everywhere. Just so you know, I hope to explore more countries as possible. And so, one step at a time, little by little, I'm sure I'll get there. If you're joining the live stream, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. Yeah, so, okay, so Family by Nature says, your channel has really inspired my family. We definitely meet you when we move to Ghana this year. Thanks for subscribing to our channel. Oh yeah. Thank you. Family by Nature also has a YouTube channel. Kindly join their family. They are doing amazing. And so I mean, it's amazing. You're inspired by everything. I mean, Ghana has its own negatives, its own positives, but I mean, we try to always live by the positive and then make it work. So I'm glad you find it inspiring. SJ Vlogs, congratulations, sis. SJ Vlogs also has a YouTube channel. Kindly subscribe to her YouTube channel. She's also doing amazing. You say it's I forgotten the song she usually she usually sings. So Chinese answer, how are you, Mama Africa? Okay, she meant to. So yeah. So what is your normal day like? Okay, so a normal day for me is okay, let's put it this way. A weekday in my life. A typical weekday in my life is wake up in the morning, by 7:30 I'm done dressing, off to work. I have a 9 to 5 job. I manage a commercial facility. So off to work, and then my work is not too stressful. There are very busy days where I'm like back to back, no free time. But they are almost like, let's say, three days in a week are mostly free, like not as busy as a busy person will call it. And so most of the time I use that time to edit videos. I use that time to check stuff online. I'm always on Instagram. So guys, if you haven't checked out my Instagram page, it's the same name, Stella Chanelli. Check it out and follow me. Guys, let's give this video a thumbs up. Let's give this video a thumbs up. And so that's a normal weekday. So by 4:35 I'm done with work. I come back home and then I rest for the next day. So that's how it's like. Now I'm entitled to 21 working days in the course of the year. So I try to spread it across such that if I'm going on leave, it means I'm traveling outside the country or I'm taking a leave to do YouTube content. So I take days off as and when. Sometimes I even lie, which is fine. And then during my 21 working days in the course of the year, I mean, I will spread it so that I can take a longer trip, which I'm about to go on leave, and I'll visit some 2 or 3 East African countries before the year ends. So that's the plan for this year. No, not for this year, for this month, for 2-3 months to come. If you are joining the live stream, kindly give this video a thumbs up. And so Rosman says, Mal to go says, Stella, many congrats, madam. We celebrate you big. Yay! Mal to go is also on YouTube. Kindly subscribe. He's an Indian. Yeah, Indian, right? Let me know if I'm wrong. And he's doing amazing in Ghana. I think he relocated to Ghana and he's doing amazing. He's exploring Ghana too, which is equally sweet of you. Yeah. Hi there. Hi there. Nice. Let's gather here and let's watch a selfie and cup of wine. Yay! Boss baby, I wish I had a cup of wine here. So I don't know. I have a wine here. It's facing me, but I don't have a glass. I have to get to the kitchen, which is long, So Craving Poetry says, congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Ibrahim says, you are not the only one who wants to explore. Growing up, I wanted to be a bushman, but now I want to be closer. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I mean, the little chance that I usually get, I will not slack. When somebody says, Stella, let's go somewhere, and then I'm free. I mean, now this is the time, because I would say I don't have a family. When I say I don't have a family, not like I don't have an extended family. I don't have a nuclear family to be restricting myself from not exploring. So I feel like while young, try and travel if you can afford. Some of the places are not expensive, but Ghanaians sometimes make it feel like, hey, traveling is expensive. In Ghana, it can be, it might not be. It depends on where you're going and what exactly what you want to do. So if you don't want to live lavishly, and I mean, you can do budget friendly places, which is also very fine. At least some way, somehow you have also explored, which is good. Yeah. Courtney says, congratulations, Stella, 50K by New Year's Eve. Yay! I can't wait. Amen. I receive it. I mean, more shares, more uploads, more recommending me to your friends, and then we gradually build the family, the ladder. Yeah. Watching me from Saudi Arabia. Oh, this is interesting. It's good to have you here. You're welcome. Watching me live from Ghana. Thank you so much. I mean, I'll visit Saudi Arabia one day. Definitely one day. Yeah. Okay, so um would you do a day in your life vlog like or come to work with me? Oh yes, Rosemond, I actually done that before. During the vlogmas time, I did that. I did like a day, a typical day in my life. But I think I've not done a vlog with me, which I'll consider doing that, like behind the scenes, what happens behind. Sometimes it's very funny. You plan to do like a particular video, you have an itinerary in your head, you're like, oh, I'll go here, and then plans can just change. So usually I try to leave it open because things happen sometimes. So I try to leave it open so that if something goes right, then boom, you capture the moment. So I'm sure one day I'll try and do behind the scenes to see what it happens. Sometimes you can basa. That means you make mistakes. Like your choice of words seems to just get lost. Sometimes you are just caught up in the moment. Sometimes you are just like you don't even know where it's coming from. Yeah. Are you also doing a tour guide? No, I don't do it. I'm not a tour guide, and I don't do tour guide. But if it's a private tour and then I'm actually free, yes, why not? I can do it. But it's not something that I've only done that once to a friend. A friend recommended somebody who came from South Africa, and I took her for just a day trip to Cape Coast and then back. So we did only Cape Coast. We did the Kakum National Park and also the Cape Coast Castle, which she wanted to see, and then that was it. I've done that just once, and so it's not something that it's not. It's tiring. It's tiring, and so I feel like I mean, maybe in the future, yes, yes. But once a while, if we have a connection, why not? I can do that for you. So, K, you, me. Hi, K. Good to have you here. Said the small queen is here. Stella, do you rent mouse? Yes, I'm renting smiles. Yeah, yeah. Can you rent smiles? Yes, I'm renting smiles. All for you. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up if you're just joining the live stream. He said, I love you, darling. Let's get Stella to 100K so that she can quit her job. My dear, as if you know. As if you know now, because of YouTube, and sometimes when I get to work and I'm so annoyed, I'm I've found my face because a girl needs money. A girl needs, sometimes people think YouTube, you're earning so much that, oh, like this, but the reality is, if you want to take certain decisions, you must be very sure that okay, this decision I'm taking it means it's getting me good money to sustain because I travel, I spend money, and sometimes I get very, very broke. Like right now, I'm broke, so my chalky corner, I have chalk because Ghana is hard. I have chalk one corner. As soon as I get money, I'm hitting the road. I'm hoping to get money and hit the road sharp, sharp, sharp because I need content. I really miss traveling. I haven't traveled since the village trip. That's like 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. And my body is already itching me because this weekend I've been home the entire time cooking, 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 cooking. And it's been boring. I'm like, ah. So yeah. So Katie says, congratulations, you have shown me Keta, my hometown. Next time I'm in Ghana, it's my place to go. Definitely, definitely. I'm glad it did. You should. Keta is beautiful. So as the Western region, in fact, the coastal line of Ghana is beautiful, except for the fact that Accra beaches are a little dirty and not too. I mean, it has a lot of people coming in day in day out, so the place gets very crowded on on weekends. So yeah, hello Patricia, thank you so much. Patricia also has a YouTube channel. Kindly subscribe. What the Maya? Look at her screaming. Hey, what am I? Guys, what the Maya is on my live stream. Guys, please, you know what to do. If you're not following what the Maya, what else are you doing? What the Maya has been one of the people that has taught me a lot. I remember when I met him, I used to post once a month. Once a month. And then whenever I was like, Stella, you like Charlie, it means that like try and post often. This once a month is not helping. So I was like, okay, let me just try it once a week. So I had to challenge myself to post once a week. And what the Maya, you don't know what that thing has done to me so far. Hey, Adamaya is one of those people that even though he's very, very busy, once you text him, even if it takes at least like 1 week, he will definitely respond to you. Kudos, kisses with the Maya. Thank you. If you are not following with the Maya, please do follow him on YouTube. Lori Lawson. Lori Lawson is also a good friend. Guys, you all should subscribe to her channel. I've done a lot of videos with Lori Lawson. Lori Lawson is an amazing content creator. She also vlogs and also travels, lives. She loves culture. And so when you want to know anything about culture, guys, you know the plug. Go to her YouTube channel. Yeah. Watching me from Kenya, the mango should invite you to Kenya. Yes, Richie. I am coming to Kenya because I realized I've had a lot of people watching me from Kenya lately, and so Kenya is a good spot. I'm definitely coming to Kenya. Maybe in 2 months, 3 months. Let's see what the Lord does. Let's see. Money. Oh, it's money. You know, that's why you have to watch my YouTube videos. That's why you have to dash me money. You understand? I'm even shy. Let me close my eye. So yeah, I said don't bother. It's all about authenticity and being you. That's why people subscribe and stay on your channel. Yeah, Rosemond. That's very, 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 very true. I mean, like sometimes you feel like maybe things are on the same level and you want to step up your game by doing things that other people do. But at the end of the day, it's what you think you can maintain. Imagine copying someone every time and then you have to keep up. It's just like telling a lie. You tell one lie and the next day you have to keep telling a lie. So if you keep living like someone, to get to a time you can't keep up, and that's when people will know that Charlie, that is not you. You are living somebody else's life. So yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Say hi, Stella. Nice to see you. Your videos are great. I think Ghana is a nice place. Yes, how Nick? Where are you watching me from? Yes, Ghana is great. Ghana is beautiful. I mean, Ghana has its negative and positive, but obviously the positives outshines the negative. So yeah. So thank you so much. Yes, Ghana is a nice place. Dan, Darkman, congratulations, Stella. You deserve it. Thank you so much. I'm super, super grateful. Sources TV Ghana. Congratulations. Thank you. Thumbs up. Guys, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up while here. And I'm so grateful. And okay, so watching me from UK, big subscriber, B Van Down. I think I've seen your name somewhere. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Hi to brothers and sisters. How are you all doing today? Everyone is doing fine. I am fine. How are you? It said the Avatar Family Adventures. Guys, I love this family so much. I follow them on Instagram. I started following them on Instagram. And they are sweet. Their family is a beautiful family. I remember watching the interview on Vanessa Camby's channel. And they're sweet. Such a sweet, healthy family. Guys, you know what to do. Please subscribe to their YouTube channel, the Avatar Family Adventures. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, and guys, they are about to post amazing content. In fact, they have already posted, so follow their journey, and it's such a beautiful family. So definitely sure you would enjoy being there. Is Ghanaian language same as Nigerian? Well, I'm sure definitely there will be some Ghana language, I mean Nigerian languages that are in Ghana. Not so much that I know of. Yeah. Have been to Ghana several times, so I can say you offer the most nice place, such a beautiful way. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Even I mean, see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. He said, Wademaya, I'm so jealous. What's your secret? Oh, Wademaya, yeah. You have to follow, go to his channel, subscribe to his channel. Beginning something like you are doing, you inspire me. God bless you. God bless you to tour with Cha. Wow, I like the name Cha. Feels like some beat. Cha. Yeah. So when I'm coming to Ghana, I'll contact you. I am also a YouTuber. Oh, boss baby, guys, she's also a YouTuber. So kindly check out her YouTube channel. I'll check it out after my live stream. Boss Baby Talk. Let me jot it down so that I don't forget. Thank you so much, King Croc. Thank you so much for the fans. Hey, I'm going to ball. They call ball. Thank you so much. Yeah, Wademaya, okay, family by nature. Wademaya is an amazing person. I had the opportunity to have a video chat with him, and he spoke even with my boys, very humble brother who is impacting life. Oh yes, yes, I totally agree with you. Anyone who will meet with a Maya for the first time, if you're a YouTuber and you meet with a Maya for the first time, I might say you would definitely pick one or two things, because he always has a way of making you feel like, okay, even if you're not going the right path, he won't say to your face that this is it, because he himself is not perfect. He will try to at least advise you the little he can, so that it can obviously make it work for you. So yeah, I totally agree with you. Family by nature. Hi, sister. You look beautiful, Ghanaian. Wow. Thank you so much, Buffalo Soldier. Buffalo Soldier. Ah, I like that song. Yeah. So let's see. Watching me from Germany. Boto, thank you for joining my live stream. I really, really appreciate. What time is it in Germany at the moment? Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up too. You are beautiful without the makeups. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Medasipa. Said congratulations, babes. African goddess. Okay. Why is African goddess? She joined my live stream? Big ups to her. She's also doing amazing. Anytime I click the super chats, YouTube knocks me. It says my generation has no money. Oh, Charlie. The journal somehow. Charlie. Why is super chat doing that to you? Eh? It has to allow you to, I'm sure it can be have Wave and mobile money. You can send it through my past description and videos. Just check my description. Thank you so much. So watching you from London, you are pros and cons in every country. Stella, including UK, USA, Canada, and Germany. Charlie, you guys, I have a story to share. I wanted to come to Canada so bad. They bounced me the visa. They bounced me. Yeah. They didn't give me the visa. So Canada is out. So I'm sure UK very soon. I will. USA very soon. I mean, it's no rush. Step by step. I'm sure by the time it's due, yes, I'll be able to visit. And Germany. I mean, I really wanted to do Europe last year, and so COVID just brought herself like this. I don't know whether COVID is a woman or a man. If it's a woman, I'm so not proud of her. So yeah. Connie says, congratulations, love. I really appreciate it. I like the cooking you made. It's called fufu. Oh no, I didn't cook fufu. I think I cooked the banku and okra. Chaneli, you are a great inspiration. I started travel content on my channel and you inspired it. Thank you. Oh, guys. Okay, so Jennifer Pokwa Soma is also a YouTuber. Kindly subscribe to her channel. Yeah, I'll check it out myself after the live show. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up while here. He said, okay, so in response to what Hack said, he says Nigerian has over 100 tribal languages. Ghana has different languages too, spoken by different tribes. In both countries, the official language is English. I hope it helps. Oh yeah, I'm sure definitely if he's watching this, it's helpful. It's also educating me. I mean, the good part about meeting people online like this is the fact that you get to learn. And there are a lot of things that you know that I don't know. A lot of things I know that you don't know. Sometimes I even make mistakes in my video. I'm like, oh, this tribe is this place is this. And people are like, no, that's not the pronunciation of it because we live there. I remember saying in my video the last time, say this is Kita. And somebody like, no, this is Keta, or this is Kita, or this is, So everybody, some way, somehow, even if it is English, everybody has a way of actually expressing it based on what it is. So the good opportunity is we get to learn. Hello, Blessed Harriet. Thank you so much. She's also a YouTuber. Kindly subscribe to her YouTube channel. He said, you look more Nigerian than Ghanaian. Wow, Ade play. What makes me look Nigerian? I'm very curious. I want to know. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, though. Watching me from Canada. Oh, thank you so much, boss baby. I think COVID is a she. I'm definitely sure it's a she. We the females, we like to worry. I'm definitely sure. He said, if you want, I wouldn't mind to invite. Hello, Evans. I'll be grateful. Why not? I'll be grateful if I get that invite. Do I run? I'll run and come. Which country do you mean you're going to invite me? He said, Boss Baby says, I love your video with the mango. Oh, I also love it too. It was my first village video and it was good. I mean, I also loved it too. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I said, Barbara James says, I subscribed to your channel. The mango sent me here. Greetings from Jamaica. Greetings from my favorite country. Guys, let me say this again. Jamaica is my dream destination. It's my dream destination. I always say this. I don't know why, but I feel like Ghana and Jamaica has some form of similarities and some form of bond. And I see beautiful beaches. I see beautiful, there's this place that you can just lie on the bamboo on top of the water. Hey, my God. When I see videos on Instagram, then I'm so overwhelmed. I'm like, yo, I have to visit Jamaica. And so Jamaica is one of the places that anytime I decide to come to Jamaica, you guys are not ready for me. So Evans, which country are you talking about? And you should hit me up on Instagram, Stella Chanelli, so we can talk more about it, because I don't know how I can get your contact from here. So Tina says, I'm watching me live from Vietnam. Yay, good to have you here. Tina Tom is also a YouTuber. Kindly check out her YouTube channel too. It said, let's meet up when you visit the UK. I also want to visit there. Yay, Rosemont. Definitely we will. I mean, small. Ghanaians and Jamaica look alike and eat alike. Yes. There is this Jamaican restaurant in Ebri I visited once. It's been long ago. I think I have to go there and vlog, because I feel like there are a lot of Jamaicans in Ghana that want to explore places that is more of Jamaican. And even in Kokobite, there are a lot of Jamaican lifestyle. If you go to Kokobite like this, you see a lot of people with dreadlocks. And if you don't know, I really like hair. I like guys who braid. Like I admire it. It's not like I just like it. Yeah, I just like it. I'm sure definitely my future kids will all have dreadlocks, because I really. And so you see a lot of them with the dreadlocks, and when you speak to them, you can tell they are like Jamaicans. And so I should try and do something Jamaican, like a food, maybe the every place. I'll take you guys along next time. So congratulations, my sister. You are doing a great job. Thumbs up. Thank you so much. If you are joining the live stream, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. Okay, so talking about Nigerians initially, they said Nigerians, after all their population, wahala to ask Stella, how can you guys don't let us fight? So yeah, Badu says, oh, you're beautiful. Thank you. I'm blushing. Look at me, I'm blushing. I'm smiling. He said, what's your trick in growing your channel? I don't think. Let me just take a 1 minute water break. Sorry. I don't think there's really a trick, but I feel like ever since I got consistent in trying to do one thing, I feel like people started noticing me for that. And that is how I would say it has been my good growth, because I tried to be consistent. I used to post once a month, then I changed to twice a week, then I went to once a week, and then now I've stick to Wednesday daily post and Sundays. So I feel like when you create a timeline, people are like, okay, this day, Stella is going to post. So everybody is in expectance for another video, which also helps in a way of growing your YouTube channel. So I feel like that is the trick for me, and being myself. There are a lot of times, if you all know, you watch my videos, right? You know I make mistakes. I sometimes even pronounce words wrongly. Sorry, I sometimes don't even know what I'm even talking about. But somehow, I try to just make it fun. Try to also come as though I'm also learning. And so sometimes it all depends too on being yourself, and then how do I even put it? Try not to copy people, basically. Yeah. Said yeah, so he said 90% of the people in Jamaica are from West Africa, Ghana, Nigeria. Oh, okay, that explains why we have these similarities. Thank you so much, Coach. I'm grateful. Only Hausa is similar. Oh, okay, you mean to Nigeria, right? Okay. Congratulations, Tenakis. Thank you so much. Please stay in your amazing way for a long time. Oh, definitely. I don't think if I would change, I would have changed a long time ago. I'm so grateful, and I hope that nothing makes me down, nothing makes me depressed, nothing makes me sad to even want to change my lifestyle, because I feel like it's been amazing years of of being this way, of being exciting, being smiling. I mean, the smile will never fade. So yeah, that I can assure you, Stephen. Yeah, said, do you love Jamaica because you love water? Are you? Because I am. Oh, I am a Virgo. I'm born in September 16. I was born in September 16. Say, come to the UK. I'm ready to do you as anytime here. Oh, definitely. Okay, Evans, please hit me up on Instagram. Let's talk more. Definitely. At least now I know my UK plug. 30K by the end of this year. Amen. Amen to 30. Amen to 50 and more. I need 100. Who knows? Yeah. So he said, are you from Ghana, sister? Yeah, no, I'm from Ghana. I am born and bred from Ghana. Patience says, hi, 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 Paul. We are here. Hi, Paul. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. And let someone else in Canada or Jamaica take you from there. Oh, definitely, definitely, definitely. I definitely have to. I pray the COVID situation goes down by next year so that I can join the Jamaican what's it called? Their celebrations they do. I've forgotten the name. That's the one that they wear this clothes with so many things. Like, yeah. If you guys know, please let me know in the comments. Okay, so it said Jamrock restaurant, husband Jamaican, wife Ghanaian, and don't forget to star in Ghanaian fan inspired by Jamaica. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, Jamrock. Yes, I have seen that at Sphinx. Then there's also one at East Legon. I should visit there very soon again. I mean, I eat there. I don't know why sometimes places I eat, I usually don't like to vlog. You know, sometimes there's a difference between YouTube and private. Maybe sometimes you go somewhere, you're like, nah, I don't feel like vlogging. There are days like that. I visited Jamrock before, the one at East Legon, and so I don't mind vlogging it. I think I should have a personal YouTube channel. What do you guys think? Would you buy the idea of having another channel so that I can post other stuff like where to eat, private stuff? So maybe if anyone is in Ghana and is interested, let me know. It said, since I followed the mango, I just stayed glued to you because I am a water baby. Oh, good to have you here. Dee is such a sweet girl. Like, since I met her, I've just been smiling. She's so energetic. She's like, when she wants this, she tries to get it, and that's one thing I like about her. I am Mara. Guys, you guys, I've had amazing people joining my live stream today. Woo! I watched I am Mara. I started watching him, and I started watching his sister, and I love him. So far, I love him. I think I started watching him when he was in Colombia. That was when I played back when I started watching him, and he's been amazing. Guys, you guys have to follow his YouTube channel. If you're not following him, what are you doing? Says greetings from Kenya. It was nice of you hosting my sister. Oh, thank you so much. The mango is sweet. I like her, and I'm definitely coming to Kenya again to see her. So yeah. It says, Stella, I'm not even able to super chat. I think because your location is from Ghana, Ghanaians cannot super chat unless you are like unless you are or unless you change your location, or unless you use other means. I'm sure it's not Africa wealthy. Yeah, some part of Africa, West African wealthy. So that's why. But you can send me more money. You know, check my description. The number is there. Send me more. Send me wave if you want to help support the YouTube channel. Oh yeah. Thank you. So let's see. It said, hi Francis, African Rain. Hi. Ade, Mara in the building. I know, right? Guys, Mara is in the building. Oh, yes. Okay, so when I was talking about the Jamaica, I meant the carnival. Thank you so much, Coach, for reminding me. 100K for Stella, all by God's grace. Yes, definitely. I'll be visiting Ghana soon. Maybe Ghana is a potential. Oh, yeah. I mean, consider visiting Ghana because I think you would love Ghana. You will love Ghana. You will not want to go back. That I can promise you. Akosha Shelly will always say, the area girl with branding. They should do this. Area girl with branding. Akosha Shelly is also a YouTuber. She's doing amazing. She's also in the travel lifestyle space, and she's doing amazing. She just posted a YouTube video. Guys, check out her YouTube channel. It's Akosha Shelly. I did a video with her when I went to the tree house, and she's so amazing. She's so sweet, and oh, you guys will like it on her YouTube channel, and her editing is so yeah. Ed, you meant carnival in Jamaica. Yes. Thank you so much. That is what I meant. The carnival in Jamaica. So guys, if you know when the carnival starts, which month does it start, let me know in the comment section so I can plan my trip very, very well. Because 2022, I'm sure 2022, I think I'll spend less time in Ghana because I have to explore the world. I have to see other countries because I feel like the more you explore, the more you learn, the more you experience other cultures, and I'm ready for all that. I'm definitely ready. What's your take on cater content versus the other content? Which one did you enjoy making? I feel like the cater one is timeless. My take though, well, I mean, when I did the cater content, it was actually very beautiful. It was it's for some days. I visited cater every now and then. It was also beautiful. I feel like since I visited the north, there's been this spirit for me to go back to the north again. I don't know why. I just think because probably it's different from the city life. It's different from Accra and below, like the western eastern. It's way different because they have like the safari and their kind of lifestyle. The heat, guys, I just feel like the north was the time I really enjoyed filming. Yeah. So yeah. And so let's see. It says you should have a new channel where you post daily vlogs. Wow, that's going to be that's going to be that's going to be hard. Yes, definitely. I will definitely have another channel which I'll call Stella Chanelli Vlogs, which I'll start probably this month. And so I will definitely announce it on my next video or the next one. But yeah, but daily vlogs I can't promise because of this channel. So yeah, I'll have other vlogs coming up. Akosha said you deserve 50K before the year ends. Yay! Amen. I can't wait. Very nice color you have. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Love from Grenada. Wow, this is the first time. I mean, this is the first person joining me from Grenada. Good to have you here. Thank you so much. Much love from Ghana. Much love from my home. Much love from Ghana, from West Africa. That's from Elton. Naomi says sending love all the way from Kenya. Oh, kisses from here. Can say 100K for Stella. You know I deserve it. Thanks to you and thanks to your shares. Thanks to that you do definitely. If the shares are more, if the interactions are more, the views are coming, if the content are coming, and I promise to give you back-to-back content as always every Wednesdays. I mean, always be ready for me on Wednesdays because I always post on Wednesdays every day, Wednesdays and Sundays. For Sundays, like Sunday like this that I didn't post, then I go live. And before I go live, I usually announce that I'll go live. I try as possible to go live at least once a month. I feel like I should be going live more. What do you guys think? Let me know. Said I would only stay in Ghana if you have good weed to smoke. Oh no, it is weed you want to smoke in Ghana. It's not a problem. I have a plug. I'll sort you. Hit me up on Instagram if it is weed you want to smoke. If that's the only reason why you got to Ghana, I got you covered. I have a plug for you. That doesn't mean that I do the same though. Let me clear this. So yeah. Say come with me to visit Kenya. Oh, definitely. I said it earlier on that definitely I will. I said the Bongo sent me here and she's a good queen just like you. I hope to hear from her and the brother will visit Kenya in July. Yes, definitely. As I said again, Kenya is calling me so fast. Kenya is like, Stella, go to Kenya. So I'm putting myself together. In a month or two, definitely I'll visit. And obviously, I'm coming with you. You're my favorite person. If you are joining the live stream, I can see about 63 people here. Kindly leave this video a thumbs up. He said, I love Mama. He's a good man. Thanks for sharing me on your YouTube community, boy. Oh, okay. He did too. That's good. Sending love all the way from Kenya. Thank you so much. I agree with you in your mindset about traveling, mind opening, new experience, new perspective, and they're like, oh yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, that's what I always think, because I feel like people, you watch YouTube videos, you watch documentaries, and people are like, this country has this, but it doesn't feel like you experiencing it for yourself. If you go and it is that bad, then you know that okay, it is that bad. If you watch it and then you want to experience, then you go for it and you're like, it's very good. You're like, oh okay, this is the reason why it is this good. So sometimes I feel like experience is the best teacher. So yeah, very right. Said hello, Mensa is, she's also a YouTuber. Kindly subscribe to her YouTube channel. She's also doing amazing. Thank you so much, KB. I can see some dancing, ish, and some love, and some black loves, and some thumbs ups, you know. It says Stella Chanelli, I agree with okay, yeah, I already said that. Yeah, Jamaica is very similar to Ghana. They're like twins, which I totally agree. Immigration and entrepreneurship. He's also a YouTuber, guys. Follow him. He speaks more French on his YouTube channel. So if you are bilingual or you understand English and French, his channel is the best person. He talks more of immigration to Canada and all that. Stella, congratulations. The only motivation and the consistency in the hard work will maintain your target and will bring you whatever you want to achieve. Your friend from Cameroon. Thank you so much. I watch his YouTube videos. Sometimes I don't understand his videos because he speaks French, but I mean, it's fine. I still watch. I still support you. So guys, support his YouTube channel too. The North is addictive. It's nice change from the Accra vibe. I totally agree with you, Akosia. Ever since I visited the North, like there's this thing calling me that I should go back again. I feel like I didn't really explore the North as much as I should, because I think when I did, it was just when COVID regulations was lifted from Ghana. So a lot of things were closed. I couldn't even really explore Zena Lodge. Even though I saw it, I couldn't really experience inside. So I feel like I have to go back to the North. Like, I have to go back to the North. Yeah. Yeah. Sending love all the way from Kenya, Naomi. Thank you so much. Okay, it said Barbara sent me, so I'm going to subscribe. Thank you so much, Funny Money. Oh, your name is funny, just like your name, Funny Money. FA says big up says thank you so much. Dan, kisses from UK. Kisses from Ghana. Because Jamaican weed is the best in the world. Wow, I can tell you like weed a lot. I mean, I don't know why, but like, this is very, very funny. Like, there's something I want to talk about, but let me just leave it for another day. It said, Abna Treasure says, hello everyone, good to have you here, Abna Treasure. Thank you so much for joining my live stream. Where are you and watching my live stream from? Congratulations, thank you so much. Patience says, good evening from Dubai. I love you. I miss home. Oh, good evening. I think you're the first person joining me from Dubai so far. I mean, on my live stream today. I'm sharing on Facebook. Thank you so much, African Rain. I so much appreciate it. They said, what's my Instagram account? So my Instagram name is the same name just as the name here, Stella Chanelli on Instagram. Let me Instagram. Let me just type it for you. Yeah. So this is my Instagram name is Stella Chanelli on Instagram. Yeah. D Mongo is live on my YouTube channel. Woo, 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 woo. Guys, you know I did a collab with D Mango. If you are not subscribed to her YouTube channel, what else are you waiting for? She's sweet. She gives us village life, village vibes. She gives us city vibes. She gives us a bit of everything. And you guys, if you want to enjoy her content more, watch her own videos from down to the top. You appreciate her videos more because she's doing amazing. She was in Ghana, she left us, and I'm already missing her. Guy, D, you have to come back home because you definitely have to find that. You have to find that Ghana husband. So yeah, it's a weed or bush, so I can add it to my. I think it's weed. I love Ghana and Ghanaians. We love you too, Danwood. So hi, congratulations, thank you so much. If you are joining the live stream, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. Greetings from Germany. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've had a lot of people from Germany today joining my live stream, and I really, really appreciate it. It's good to know my YouTube channel doesn't only it's not only from Ghana, it's from only other countries too as well. Do you have a national food in Ghana as in Jamaica? If so, what is it? No, we don't have a national food because we have every tribe has its own delicacy. There are a lot of delicacies that we all enjoy. So we don't have like a national food that we say this is Ghana, but we have wache, we have fufu, we have bankun, we have jollof rice, which Nigerians and Ghana have always been fighting about. I mean, I don't know why they do that, but yeah. Said I love you, Stella Shakiki. It's good to know you're from me Yomo's channel by calling me that. It says, okay, so Barbara James sent me new subscriber here. Oh, thank you so much. And thanks, Barbara, for sharing my live stream. If you're joining the live stream, kindly subscribe and kindly give this video a thumbs up. A minute, please. Mena says, thank you so much for the shout outs. I really appreciate it. I'm glad. I mean, this is the little I can do. So African Rain says, just so Jamaicans and Ghanaians know, visa don't need it for any of the. I mean, yes. And recently, actually heard in the news that there's a straight flight from Ghana to Jamaica, which is one of the most amazing things to hear because initially you have to go through the US or the UK, mostly the US. And the US, it means that you need a visa. How do I call that thing? You need a visa in the US before you can go. So right now, it's good that there's a straight flight from Ghana to Jamaica, and all requires money. So I've just put it together and do the needful by visiting Jamaica, which I always say is my what's it called? It's my dream destination. Kindly like the live stream. Yes, like it. I really appreciate you all, and I'm so happy. So congratulations on 20K subs. It's almost 21,000 subscribers, and I'm so grateful. Oh, Eminem is sharing love. So let's go back to the north. Yeah, definitely. I will. Hi Stella, Ziggy here. I love your content from Jita especially. We should collaborate sometimes. I'm a musician from Angola. Shout out to you. Wow, I think you are the second person from Angola joining my live stream. Hit me up on Instagram. It's Stella Chanelli. Let's talk more on that. I mean, it won't be bad to have a Stella Chanelli tune from Ziggy D Dope, some nice beats and things. So yeah, I lived 5 years in Tamale whilst attending Wari school, and it was one of my best experiences. I'm so grateful that you enjoyed your experience because the North has a lot to offer, and I don't know, but I feel like people don't talk about the North like they should, because I feel like there's more to the North than what we hear online and what we see on TV. So I feel like it's our time to explore the North more, because when I went to the North, I enjoyed my time. Amazing. The people are amazing. The food is amazing. The only thing is the weather, but I mean, it's just fine. I'm used to hot weather, so I don't mind at all. Yeah. Hello from Las Vegas. I think you're the first person from Las Vegas. Mosi, good to have you here. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up when you're joining the live stream. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. Oh, I also miss you already, G Mango. So this is my Instagram page. You all should subscribe. Did I say subscribe? Follow me on Instagram. It's Stella Chanelli. And if you want to know what I do, live updates. I mean, Stella Chanelli is the fastest, and I'm always on Instagram. I'm always on Instagram. Unless probably I'm not in the mood or I am tired or something. I'm always on Instagram. So this is my Instagram page. Can you subscribe? Can you follow my Instagram? It's Stella Chanelli. And I definitely know you guys will. I know you guys will. It said, I'm joining you from Montana, Ghana. Wow, good to have you here. And oh wow, I think I have a lot of messages I have to catch up. It said Canada have better weed. Okay, there's a weed fight here. Natural Ghana girl. Wow, it's so amazing the kind of people that are joining my live stream today. You guys are all amazing. Natural Ghana girl is also a YouTuber. I did a collab with her to Lakeside Marina Park, and we had a good time. Guys, also subscribe to her YouTube channel, Natural Ghana Girl. She's currently documenting and building a dream house in Ghana. She's currently building her dream house with her husband and family. And so if you also want to know how much materials cost in Ghana, how to build in Ghana, I mean, her channel is the best plug. Hi, Blessed. Good to have you here. Valentine say, I'm late though. Drop a comment. Good Stella, hoping to meet you one day from Kenya, watching you live. Oh, I mean, it's not too late. It's good to have you here. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, the mango was on my channel. I think she's still on my channel. I don't do Instagram or Instagram, Facebook, or any social media. Oh, wow. I see. It said, come to Takrady, let's link up. I was in Takrady some months back. I think I will come back again. Stella, grandma watching. Good to have you, grandma. Grandma is always commenting on my YouTube videos. Guys, it's amazing, right? But you know how when people comment on your YouTube videos, you know them. You kind of know that this person is it's somebody who really comments on my video, and grandma is one of them. She comments on my YouTube almost every now and then. I really appreciate you, grandma. I love you so much. Good job. Hello from Denmark. Hello, Tomiti. Good to have you here. It's a D in the building. I know, right? You're back again, Charlie. I hope I said that in the beginning, because that is always it. It said, I've been in Ghana 2010. I was living in Accra and I was impressed. Oh, I see. Said, oh, thank you so much. You have a big heart. God bless you. Road to 50K soon. Amen. Guys, do you agree? Do you agree with D? Do you agree that we have to hit 50K soon? Let me know. Let me know. Thank you so much, D. You're amazing. I mean, it was good meeting you. The village video we did together really went far. And I like the fact that people appreciated it. And people are like, Stella, do more village videos. Thanks to you. This case is to you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. So Jamaica and Kenyans do not need visa. Oh, okay. Okay, so so you know, if you are from Kenya, you also do not need a visa to Jamaica. Jamaica do not need visa to South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Tanzania, Uganda, a lot more of African countries. Oh, okay. That's good to know. In Ghana, you don't need visa to Jamaica. That, of course, I know. D sent you, Lizzie. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for joining. Africa to the flipping world. Yay! High five to that. High five, high five, high five, high five. Say, Barbara. Okay. So I love that you live. I love the heart you live with. You showed main one from Coconut Road. Yeah. When I was in the village, yes. Air peace to Nigeria, to Ghana, to Jamaica. Oh, I see. Road to 500 to 50,000. Hey, what am I even saying? 50K. I'm not even reached 50K. I'm already saying 500. Guys, can you imagine? Girl is in a hurry. And say, I said the Baltic paper water is the best. Oh yeah, I mean, this is Rena. I'm glad you like the Baltic. I mean, you see, just like V did, she wanted to experience the country. She came, she saw, she experienced, she has something to say about the country based on her experience. So I feel like sometimes if you want to talk more about a country, at least some way, somehow, try and represent the country. That way, when people are out there selling the country, you know, oh, this one's a lie, or this one is the truth, because some way, somehow, you have experiences, so you know how it feels like being in that particular country. Said the Mango Centers here. Emily, good to have you here. D, you have a lot of your fans here. Your fans are amazing. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, and I'll be wrapping up in the next 10 minutes. He said, I lived in Ghana in 2010 also, and I was impressed by the roads, supermarkets, food, and the Ghanaian. And the Ghanaian ones are beautiful. I intended to come back there. Oh yeah. I mean, from 2010 till now, that's about to 2021, 11 years, and a lot changed within the span. And so I have a feeling the next time you come, you might be lost a little bit, because it's been 10 good years, and Ghana is growing, and so you don't expect to see Ghana 10 years ago the same as it is now. So yeah, I'm sure definitely when you come, you would enjoy your stay. I know you're currently in Canada at the moment, right? If I am not wrong. So yeah. He said now you have straight flight. Okay. Grandma here. Good to have you, Grandma. He said, Tim G, let's get her to 50. Yeah, Tim. I bet you know that. He said, I like to meet African women to marry. How can you help me? You said you're not on Instagram, so how can I help you? Since you're on YouTube, I think maybe you should just have a Instagram account and follow a lot of African women. And definitely, I'm sure you're going to find yourself a beautiful African woman to marry. Or hit me up on Instagram. It said Tim D, let's support Stella. Yay! I mean, Tim D has been supporting me since. Like, since she posted our video on her channel, they've been supportive, very, very supportive. That's one thing I think I admire about Kenyans. Thank you all. Thank you so much. TK says, the amazing sis. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Oh, immigration, thank you so much for the super chats. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for the fans. Your sweet smile will make a lot of people subscribe, laugh loud, and then you have a lot of male subscribers. Oh, to be honest, but when I check my analytics, a lot of male subscribers and and so yeah, that's the truth. Said you look pain. Thank you so much. Party after party. Yeah. He said I love your content. Thank you so much, Flash. Thank you so much. He said I'm a new fan from Kenya. The Mango sent me here. It's good to know that the Mango fans are also here. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy my channel also. Isaac said, what's good? You're doing a good job. Continue and congratulations with the 20K subscribers. Thank you so much, Isaac. Princess is also from Team D. I'm dancing with all the Team D subscribers. I'm dancing with you all. Kindly give this video a thumbs up if you are from Team D. Give this video. And if you're also not from Team D and you're joining the live stream, let me know which country you're joining the live stream from. Sheikh Z says, congratulations, Chanelli. Thank you so much. Thank you. He said, Isaac, I am Chacha says, hi Stella, how are you? I'm from the Mango's channel, watching you all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. Nairobi is calling me. Nairobi, Kenya is calling me. It's calling me like, Stella, buy tickets. Come. And so, yeah, very soon I will. Thank you so much for, joining my live stream. Thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you so much for the fans, for everyone that donated to my super chat. I'm so grateful. If you also want to support my YouTube channel, check my description on any of my YouTube videos and support your girl. Let's have some fun. I hope you're enjoying my content so far. Let me also know, before I go, let me know which of my videos is your favorite so far. I've had over how many videos so far? Almost 200 videos on my YouTube channel since I started YouTube. And so let me know which of the videos is your favorite so far. It said Buzz Baby, thumbs up. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up while here. And Afram Emmanuel says, congratulations. Thank you so much, Afram, for joining the live stream. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Where are you watching me from, Afram? Sammy, high five. Thank you so much. Where are you joining the live stream from? Stella, have a nice rest of Sunday. See you. Yeah, definitely see you tomorrow at work. Okay, so Tometi is watching me from Denmark. Good to have you here. Welcome, Kenya, Stella. Welcome, Kenya. Stella, bring us that pepper porridge we have. Okay, so you mean you want to taste that pepper porridge? Okay, so the pepper porridge is not really pepper, it's spices. So how they prepare it is they when they are grinding the millet, they add pepper. Pepper means pepper. The type of pepper is the chili, the red chili, dried. They blend that with ginger and so much. I'm so humbled. I'm glad you do. And comments like this are the reasons why I keep creating content, because I love that you love what I also do, which I am really, really grateful for and which I really, really appreciate. Yeah. So, which app do you use in editing your intro? It's so pretty. Okay, so I used the Final Cut Pro That's what I used to. I used my intro. It was my friend who did it for me. He's called Selassie. He did my intro for me from Final Cut Pro. But since then, I haven't changed my intro. Since I started using this intro, it has been this intro I've been using since. I did that in 2019, 2018, latter part of 2019 actually, 2019. And yes, since then I use Final Cut Pro. That's what I use. Kenya, this sent me here. Good to have you here from Kenya. Ghana meals don't miss fish. What do you mean by that? I'm kind of lost. But yeah, we add fish to our meals. It said aftertaste is spicy. Yes, exactly. That is what I wanted to say. The aftertaste is spicy, but drinking it doesn't taste spicy until you are done. Ghanaians like pepper. So if you are from any other African country and you're coming to Ghana, just know that most of our meals have pepper. So if you go to a restaurant and you order a meal, just tell them you don't eat too much spice so that they can minimize the pepper for you, so you don't have tummy upsets, because we like pepper. We are used to it. I have a typical African stomach. That's why when I go to anywhere, I don't mind about tasting any food because I really don't react to a lot of things, so it's fine for me. Holder says is watching me from Russia. Good to have you. I think you're the first person joining me from Russia. It says, when do you want to go to Jamaica? Next year, hopefully. Next year, 2022. Yeah. It said, how best can I film a vlog? Teach me, please. Okay, that's African. You have to hit me up on Instagram, Stella Chanelli, and let's talk more about that. It said, yes, my link, Stella Chanelli, do have a blessed week. Thank you so much. Your link didn't come, but I still have your name. Boss Baby Talk is also a YouTuber. Kindly check her YouTube channel. Show her some love. She's doing amazing. I also check it out just after the live stream. Say much love from the Netherlands. Thank you so much. I hope I did the love well. Yeah, like this. Yeah. Chago says hi. Noel says, what's peppy? What do you mean by peppy? Do you mean pepper? Pepper is pepper. I don't know what you meant by peppy, but let me know. Fish is the most sauce used, is it? Oh yes, fish meat. And if you're vegetarian, you can also opt for vegetarian dishes. We have a lot of vegetarian restaurants in Ghana also. Yeah. My favorite video is hog the street. Please come to Kenya. I can't wait to have a video with you. This girl to us, I'll offer a place in my village. Oh, thank you so much for the offer. This is interesting to know. You guys really love me and you're very supportive. I really, really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. From the bottom of my heart, I say I love you. Lee says, hi Stella from the US. She gave me a love. He or she gave me a love. Thank you so much. Sharing loves to you too. He said, Shige says, I've relied on your videos as a guide on deciding on places to visit in Ghana. Maybe you can do a bit of other subjects, Ghanaian food recipes, clubs, restaurants, Black heritage, and historical sites. Okay, so yeah, that's the reason why I said I was going to also have another channel, so that aside from travel, I could be posting more of lifestyle videos on that channel, because I've realized that people like other things apart from travel. But because I've started this travel, I want to keep it travel on Stella Chanelli. So I will start a YouTube channel called Stella Chanelli Vlogs and then post other things aside from travel, like as he's saying, Ghanaian food recipes, clubs, restaurants, Black heritage, historical sites which I already do on my channel. So if you know me, you know that some of the places I visit. If you haven't, you can check out my old videos. If you have time, just play all my playlists. You will know that I've done a lot of videos across the country. Yeah. The mango sent me for keep supporting my channel. I'm so grateful to everyone watching this video. 20K is I mean, you guys made it happen. So yeah, everything is to you. Hi Stella, I really love your work together with Dee. Keep it up. Much love for all. Thank you so much, Spencer. I'm so grateful. I enjoyed filming with her too. I realize you are also a Lydia Jenga fan. I'm still on my way to becoming a travel vlogger like you. Oh yeah, hey, I love Lydia Jenga. I've been following her for some time now, and I love her. I watch her stories on Instagram. I love how real she is. I feel like because I'm real, I kind of like people who are real. So like no fake zone kind of people. If I find a YouTube channel that they are so real and so genuine, I feel like I'm stuck to their channel. I watch their YouTube videos continuously because I like people who are like that. Like, I mean, that is what life is all about. So yeah. Fabrice says, congratulations. Thank you so much, Fabrice. Is it my Fabrice from my university? Let me know if you're the one watching you live from Libya. When are you coming to Libya? I would love to see you in Libya. Wow. Wow. I'm sure very, very soon. I haven't thought of Libya yet, but there are still pending countries I really want to see before. So maybe Libya will come, but not now. Yeah, not now. Maybe 2, 3 years, 4, 5 years. It's a yeah. Mobile money coming. Oh, celebrate my friend. Feel proud. Hey Charlie, I can't wait. I can't wait for the Momo. Say best smile. Thank you so much, Hal. Joining you from the Caribbean paradise. Wow, good to have you here. And I'm sure you're the first person from the Caribbean joining my live stream today. He said, "Have you been to Uganda?" No, I haven't been. I haven't been to Uganda. I plan on doing Kenya and Uganda together. But I just saw something online. Somebody actually posted on Instagram few minutes ago before joining the live stream that they have laws to some countries in terms of flying drones. Let me know if there's a lot of restrictions to flying drones in your country. In Ghana, the restrictions are areas around the airports, but I don't know of your country, your African countries. I mean, to be specific, in African countries, are there laws and rules to flying drones? If yes, kindly let me know. Let me know. Tuber. Let me know if Uganda also has that regulations. Thank you so much, Kingsford. I'm so grateful. It said when you ST. I don't know what's ST. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Guys, I think it's about time we wrap up the live stream. It's about time we wrap up the live stream. Okay, I think I've seen this. So yeah, it's about time we wrap up the live stream. I'm joining you from Jamaica, my sister. Okay, so I mean 2 minutes, then I'm out of here. Hello, pretty. Nice to see you. Watching you from the Caribbean, Cayman Island to be exact. Love you guys a lot. Would love to be your friends. Thank you so much. Would also love to be your friend. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really, really appreciate. Um. Oh, okay. So this is my Fabrice from school. Thank you so much. It's good to know you're watching this video with me live from Germany. Kindly give this video a thumbs up if you're joining my live stream. I'll be ending the video in the next few minutes, and I'm so grateful for joining. He said, "What I really love about you is you are so real, Africanist to our videos. It makes us learn to other people's cultures." Yeah. I mean, what else can you be if you are not being real? At the end of the day, it's as I said earlier on, it's just like saying a lie, telling a lie. You lie once, and then next minute you have to keep lying to cover up a lie. And so I don't want to cut up in things that I have to keep explaining to everyone. And so being real actually works for me. Do you operate a drone? Yes. How Nick? Check out my YouTube videos. Check out my past YouTube video. Yes, I fly a drone, and it's been amazing. I feel like now I'm getting so used to it. I'm getting very good than before, and so yeah. And I also incorporate drone in my videos. And thumbs up. Yao says, "Come to Amsterdam." Yes, I am coming to Amsterdam. This year or next year. Europe. Challenging now is so let's see how it goes. But definitely, yes, I'll come to Amsterdam. He said, joining you from Caribbean paradise. It's good to have you all here. So I want to say a big thank you. Ha ha ha. Good to have you here. You are late, but yeah, it's good to have you. I see your comments on my YouTube channel. It says well done to 20K subscribers. And it's about time we end the live stream. I want to say a big thank you to this beautiful family for the support, the shares, the like. even starting this live stream, I didn't even know what I was actually going to talk about. But your comments were actually very engaging and amazing. And to all those that supported via super chat, I'm so grateful. I'm going to use the money to ball and also do more trips just to also create content for you. And I know you appreciate me just as I appreciate the support and everything. I'm so super grateful. Until then, on my next video on Wednesday and Sundays, keep guys, for all that are subscribed to my YouTube channel, there's a notification button on your right. It's a bell sign. Tap it. That way, anytime I post a YouTube videos, you always get notified of my posts. And so every Wednesdays at 5 o'clock, every Sundays at 5 p.m., the girl is posting. So always join at 5 p.m. on Wednesdays. Always join my live stream on Sundays too. So let me read my last few comments. It says, do come to Netherlands. Yeah, I will. I will definitely do that. I said, congrats. Melissa says, congratulations, 20 girl, supporting you. I'm so grateful, Melissa. Hi, Stella. I've had a Ghanaian friend and she's very sweet, beautiful lady. We work together. Oh, you work together with her in Dubai? Wow, I'm glad you do. Thank you so much for joining my live stream. I love you too, Victor. Victor says, I love you, Stella. I love you. Medopa. It says, Kenyan Mary says, congratulations. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Stella, what time is it in Ghana? Okay. It's currently 8:25 p.m. today. Yeah, this is my wallpaper. Yeah, currently that. Yeah, it's currently 8:25, and yeah. I said, you're always welcome, and thank you too for all you do, Stella. The time and dedication you give us quality content. We love you, Charlie. I love you too, KB. Good night. Good night. Thank you so much. We love you too. Congratulations. Until then, I want to say God bless you all, and thank you all for joining my live stream. It means a lot to me. It really means a lot to me. So see you guys on Wednesday, 5 p.m. every Wednesdays, and Sundays at 5 p.m. I love you all. And please subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's called Stella Chanelli, just as my name on just as my name here is Stella Chanelli on YouTube. It's Stella Chanelli on Instagram. Stella Chanelli everywhere. Stella Chanelli. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's time to end the live stream. I say, hey Stella, even though you passed my comment 3 times, we still love you. Oh, Janet, so sorry. What did you say earlier on? I am waiting to read your comments before I end the live stream. I'm so sorry. You know, the comments keeps coming. So sometimes when I scroll past it, sometimes it just flips mistakenly without reading. So let me know what you said. I'm definitely going to read your comment before I end the live stream. So I'm waiting for you, Janet. Say congratulations, you girl. Thank you so much. I said, got to love her smiles. Thank you. Thank you, Sunday. Chanelli, your present girl. Oh, thank you. Medasi. So I'm waiting for Janet's comments so we can end the live stream. Very beautiful girl and pretty. Thank you so much. Guys, I hope you guys gave this video a thumbs up while you're here. So Janet said she commented several times and I skipped her comments. Sometimes, I mean, it happens, especially when you're overwhelmed about some particular person and you're talking, and then you just overlook it. Let me go back to see if I could see Janet's comments. And so then I want to say I appreciate you all so much, and you guys meant a lot to me. Janet, I think Janet's comment didn't come up. Sometimes, you know, YouTube restricts certain comments at certain times, so it could be that one of those things. Yeah. And say, I'm going to visit you one day from Chicago. Yeah, it's good to have you. I mean, you like it here. He said, can I subscribe? Yes, Mark. You can, I mean, subscribe, give this video a thumbs up. Okay, so Janet didn't say anything, so it's about time. I love you, girl. You and D are doing a great job. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's about time to end the live stream. I'm so grateful. Until next time, I'll catch you guys next time. Bye. As always, let me just end the video just as I always do. I love you all so much. You mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. Bye bye, Sunday. Bye bye from Kenya. The mango made me know you. It's good to have you here.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the most renowned business entities in our country. The theme you've chosen for this summit, digital transformation, powering business and government reset for a post-pandemic economic private sector dialogue, is truly relevant considering the times in which we find ourselves. As people in charge of the management of various business organizations, the pandemic has demonstrated to us all that the transformation of our businesses through technology and indeed of the economy at large is the only way to survive, ensure economic growth, and the resilience of our businesses and our economy. Of the many lessons that the pandemic has taught us, one stands out: that the world is transitioning to a virtual way of living, and our ability to adapt to innovative ways of doing things is of cardinal importance to our survival. Be it in the way our employees were required to work, communications with our clients, the delivery of our products or services, and even in the fulfillment of legal and regulatory requirements. Digital technology has played and will continue to play a key role in ensuring business and government continuity. The world will never be the same again. Many of the interventions rolled out by this government since taking office in 2017 proved fortuitous, as they were pivotal in the amazing successes we chalked in the management of the pandemic and the resilience exhibited by both the public and private sector. It's as if we anticipated the upheaval of traditional infrastructure and systems caused by the pandemic and had been preparing our response. Since 2017, the government has tirelessly rolled out numerous initiatives aimed at formalizing the economy through technology. Key among this is the e-government project, which has witnessed the implementation of technological systems and platforms such as the paperless port system, e-procurement, e-justice, Ghana.gov digital payment system, mobile money interoperability, the digital address system, the smart workplace virtual office platform for the public sector, and many others. And an example of how these interventions have helped us in our current life is a simple illustration that I want us all to consider. Let's contrast the 2013 election petition, where electronic evidence was rejected by the Supreme Court, and the 2020 election petition, where even court processes were served electronically and evidence was given remotely. We've come a very long way indeed. Over the course of this pandemic, we've noticed an increase in the adoption of various technology-based tools by our people, from food vendors who adopted technology to reach customers and make deliveries. I got into trouble by advertising my favorite wache joint on my Facebook page, Tunga Wache. I still insist that it's the best, so if you haven't tried it, please do so. Our schools, including universities and basic schools, which went online and provided blended learning. Young people were providing grocery and other essential services through various mobile applications. Our telecoms regulator, the NCA, had to issue additional spectrum to network operators who had begun to experience congestion on their networks as a result of the increased usage of telecommunications services as our citizens adopted new usage patterns. Various digital applications were introduced to manage contact tracing and facilitate the safe opening up of our country from its lockdown. One of these solutions is currently being used by the African Centers for Disease Control in its trusted travel scheme to verify and authenticate COVID test certificates and ease the frustrations faced by air travelers as the aviation sector regains some semblance of normalcy. That trusted travel scheme is powered by Panabios mobile application, which was developed by young Ghanaians, and I'm very proud of it, understandably. In addition to these, the digitalization of our land registry is on course. Passport applications, I'm sure many of us will heave a sigh of relief at that, judging by the frustrations we face with our land tenure systems. Passport applications are now online. Renewal of the National Health Insurance Scheme via the mobile phone has been a phenomenal innovation, with an average of 70,000 renewals every week online. Paperless port has reduced the duration for clearing goods at the ports to less than 48 hours. We've also launched a new single digital payment platform, Ghana.gov, to provide a single point of access to apply and pay for services of ministries, departments, and agencies of government. The benefits of this system include growth in government revenue collections, as it's reduced the leakage of government revenue into unauthorized pockets, deepening expenditure savings, and helping our fight against corruption by reducing the human interface in the administration of public services. It is working very well. Happy to announce that government is using its purchasing power to grow digital entrepreneurship and businesses. And examples are the national ID, which was just presented by Professor Tefa, the digital address system, the Ghana.gov payments platform, which were all developed by Ghanaians, procured by government, and are world-class applications that are working very well. Ghana also launched the flip side of digitization is the increase in cyber crimes. And so cybersecurity has to be of utmost importance to all of us as we increasingly move many of our systems onto digital platforms. So we've prioritized cybersecurity since we took office in 2017 and launched the Safer Digital Ghana campaign in 2018 to create awareness amongst children, the public, businesses, and the government agencies. We've also ratified 2 important international treaties on cybercrime, cybersecurity, and data protection. The African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, known as the Malabo Convention, and the European Union Convention on Cybercrime, known as the Budapest Convention. Ghana is only one of 3 countries which has ratified both conventions. A key to effectively managing data exchanges and preventing cybercrime is the comprehensive legal and regulatory framework protecting this space. And so we've enacted the Data Protection Law in 2012, and the Cybersecurity Act was passed in December last year to guide our digital governance environment. The modest efforts we've undertaken in cybersecurity has won commendation from the international community, from the Council of Europe, which has recognized Ghana as the hub for cybercrime capacity building in the English-speaking ECOWAS region, to the World Bank, which has commended our formative developments in cybersecurity and provided support to consolidate our modest gains, and the World Economic Forum, which has also identified Ghana for a public-private partnership on cybersecurity. In ECOWAS, we are the champions for cybersecurity and are leading this effort. As part of that, by the way, and the Vice President alluded to that yesterday, we will register all SIM cards and SIM-enabled devices from next month. And when the exercise ends in December this year, all unregistered SIMs will be blocked. We must clamp down on cyber criminals hiding behind the anonymity of digital systems to commit antisocial acts. And this exercise is a key part of that campaign. Our inability to do that in the past has largely been as a result of the lack of a secure identity document to verify the identity of those who would register those SIMs. Thankfully, because of this government's emphasis on powering our national electronic ID project, that is now behind us, and we have a secure document with which we can verify the identities of every Ghanaian. The Companies Act, Act 992, 2019, now allows for electronic transactions in your dealings with the Office of the Registrar of Companies, from incorporation through payment of fees, submission of annual returns, filing of documents, and many other transactions can all be carried out now electronically, creating a convenient environment for your businesses. Key to improving our ease of doing business is also the establishment or implementation of a cashless, which might seem a bit too ambitious, or a cash-light economy, which is doable. For businesses to thrive and be globally competitive, we need to have effective digital ways of making payments and reduce our reliance on cash. So far, the use of payment systems and platforms facilitated by the Mobile Money Interoperability Framework and the digital infrastructure we're putting in place, created by telecommunications and digital financial services operators, signals a step in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't have a meaningful discussion of the efforts being made at digitalization without a reference to the national ID card, otherwise known as the Ghana card. But I will not even comment on that because a full presentation has just been done. Efforts are underway to make it the sole identity card for all identification and business purposes. A single user card to reduce the duplication and waste and frustrations that we face in the sector. National ID cards are now being used as tax identification numbers from the 1st of April. The same number is also on course to be used as SNIT, health insurance, for SIM card verification, for opening of bank accounts, and for procurement of other services. We will link all our databases and make it easier to access, retrieve information from those databases, and to analyze the data and utilize it for planning purposes. We're working on improving access to connectivity across the country with our Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, which will see the construction of 2,016 solar-powered cell sites in unserved and underserved rural communities across the country, in recognition of the fact that we can't leave anyone behind in our quest to digitize our economy. Every Ghanaian must be connected to the knowledge society unfolding before us. All these interventions I call the silent revolution because we take them so much for granted, but we can all testify to the fact that they have improved our communication. But if we implement all these digital systems and have to procure the services of expatriate consultants and service providers to manage them, what would we have done? We would have shot ourselves in the foot. And so we need to empower our youth with the digital skills that they urgently need to thrive in the new world of work, as traditional jobs are lost to the opportunities created by emerging technologies. We must manage and operate the systems that we're putting in place and developing and procuring. And our young people must be assisted to step up to the plate. Robotics, connected devices, Internet of Things, machine learning, artificial intelligence, which is powering telemedicine, e-learning or blended learning, autonomous devices, driverless cars are almost here. They all present challenges and opportunities. We must be ready and are working assiduously with the Ministry of Education and the Ghana Education Service to ensure that our young people can also be active participants in the fourth industrial revolution. The African Continental Free Trade Area, the world's largest trade area by number of countries, has the goal of establishing a single market for goods and services across 54 countries on our continent, covering a potential market of 1.2 billion people with a combined GDP of 3 trillion. It will be powered by technology. Without digital platforms, applications, and services would ensure the harmonization of standards, regulatory frameworks, e-commerce, seamless payments and settlement systems, amongst others, it will remain a pipe dream. Digitization is the only way to ensure free trade across the continent and to create an enabling system for trade financing using electronic means. In order not for businesses in Africa to miss out on the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area, you will all have to employ new technologies in your operations or step up and enhance the use of the technologies that you currently are. Digitization, we all know, also increases transparency and accountability and reduces corruption considerably, as technology reduces the opportunities for the human interaction in the process. The elimination of corruption in all its forms, and particularly in doing business, continues to be a core concern of governments, which will actively address this canker. Ladies and gentlemen, I can only assure you once again that it remains a resolve of government to support the transformation of our entire economy, and more importantly, as the future started yesterday, we have to play catch up. Consequently, these digital innovations will continue to be the order of the day, and as you all know, we have to adapt or we will die. As the Sector Ministry for Digitization, and the change in the name of the ministry was not done lightly. It's in recognition of the fact that we need to develop our digital infrastructure, processes and services in a coordinated, coherent manner, and build interoperable systems and break down the silos which are preventing us from reaping the benefits of the digital interventions that we're putting in place. So now I make it my business. When I hear anything E or anything digital, I will poke my nose in there, because now that is my mandate. We will continue to provide the enabling environment and the necessary facilitation for the growth of this environment in which we are all working. The foundations, the systematic development of the foundations of our digital economy and the governance space provide ample testimony of our resolve. And we're confident that you, CEOs, and the entire business community will partner government in this and work with us to build a country that will be the envy of the sub-region. My goal is to make Ghana the go-to place for all things digital and all things IT in our sub-region. And we are well on the way towards getting there. Challenges exist, not least amongst them being attitudinal change, protection of turf, and our desire to work in our own small spaces, creating silos and hiding behind those walls. We recognize those challenges, but together we will surmount them. I thank you for this opportunity and for your kind audience, and I wish you successful deliberations.
Let me begin by expressing my profound gratitude to the Chief Executives Network Ghana Limited for organizing this 5th CEO Summit in partnership with Deloitte, the GIPC, and the State Interest and Governance Authority, SIGA. I wish to also thank the organizers for extending an invitation to me to deliver the keynote speech on the theme Digital Transformation, Powering Business and Government Reset for a Post-Pandemic Economic Resilience, a private sector dialogue. Indeed, the organizers could not have chosen a more suitable theme for this summit for this year, 2021, putting the spotlight on how digital transformation can unlock Ghana's economic potential in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic is a worthy conversation to have now. Let me further express my appreciation to the Chief Executives Network Ghana Limited and other sponsors for organizing this annual event for the past 6 years, with the objective of continuing to provide a platform to give business leaders and policymakers the opportunity to engage on issues affecting businesses and the economy in the age of digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, building a resilient economy has been the focus of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government since January 2017, when we first came into office. When we came into office, we immediately set ourselves to work. In the area of technology, I invited a number of companies, including fintechs and startups, to join me to Silicon Valley. We engaged a number of IT solutions companies, experimenting with innovative ideas, doing research into different areas of applications from agriculture to medicine, in the delivery of financial services, and in machine learning or artificial intelligence. On our return, I invited these companies back to the Jubilee House and charged them to help provide solutions to our development bottlenecks and promised them our fullest support in any area of application, especially in 3 areas: how to improve the business environment, how to address government administrative bottlenecks in service delivery to households and to the business sectors, and how to formalize the economy. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic raged the world and severely affected all aspects of our lives. The pandemic undoubtedly affected businesses and economies globally, leading to immeasurable losses in various sectors. Key drivers of economic growth suffered. Business slowdown and disruptions in global supply chains and trade threatened financial markets and the financial system as a whole. The reverse multiplier effects and the imperatives to save lives put public finances at risk. Many governments prioritized lives over the economy. Soon, not only were we confronted with the challenge of social disruptions, but also the challenge of saving the economy so that we can continue to provide needed savings to households and businesses. A large number of businesses were forced to shut down totally, and others had to operate significantly reduced capacities. Ghanaian businesses were also significantly affected in diverse ways, creating high levels of uncertainty and a plunge in business confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the world in the year 2021 continues to live in uncertain times and moving in uncertain directions. COVID-19 continues to put public health at risk. Nimbly, Ghana has made a combination of social and economic interventions and policy choices on many fronts. What Ghana has done and continues to do square well with the way advanced economies are carrying out the fight against the pandemic. And in some cases, we are doing even better. We continue to deploy an array of social economic interventions, temporarily lowering the bar on fiscal prudence, and continue to revise policy choices and interventions as needed. The central bank ably is doing its part, lowering interest rates, easing liquidity, mindful not to ignite inflation more than the economy can handle and more than what people expect. With the expectations that the pandemic will wane soon, the Ghana Cares program laid out a set of policy pathways and instruments to stabilize the economy and stimulate recovery in the shortest possible time. Ladies and gentlemen, what is left is how the private sector would respond to the policy innovations and interventions which government has put together. We will continue with our comprehensive efforts to save lives, safeguard the educational system, minimize interruptions in the educational system, ensure micro, small, medium, and large enterprises continue to thrive and continue to fuel the economy even as the pandemic persists. It is in the middle of all these challenges that we must continue to re-examine our ways and means of doing things, from home to the office, from the farm to the factory, between government and citizens and businesses and vice versa. We must continue to challenge ourselves on how to deliver learning services, our conventional notion of the classroom, and how to deliver and manage our health system. It is absolutely imperative to reset and reignite business and the economy in these times to ensure continuous growth and development of the Ghana economy. The pandemic has presented a much-needed opportunity with which we can reset the economy while still building upon the solid foundation laid before 2020. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated ample systematic flaws in the way we do things, including the way we conduct business, thereby requiring us to rethink and reorient ourselves and our businesses. We cannot succeed if we hold on to the old ways of doing things. If we want to survive, we will have to dwell on the lessons learned from the pandemic going forward. Our government continues to take steps to sanitize the regulatory environment for the conduct of business in Ghana. Our efforts at digitization, by working towards a cash-light economy, providing a framework for electronic incorporation and regulation of business entities under the new Companies Act and e-procurement, to mention a few, are all aimed at making it easier to conduct business in Ghana. I appreciate the fact that we can do more, and this is in this regard, I wish to extend a warm invitation to the business community to engage us on measures they will want the government to put in place to make it easier for them to do business. It is essential to mention that in our bid to reset business and the economy, digitization has an enormous role to play. One of the lessons the pandemic has taught us is that digitization is the future, a future that perhaps started yesterday. Businesses will by necessity have to integrate appropriate digital technologies in their operations and service delivery in order to increase productivity and output. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest issues that has confronted our economy and many African economies has been the highly informal nature, along with the manual, bureaucratic, and cumbersome processes involved in the delivery of government services. All of that increases the cost of doing business. We had a situation where over 90% of the population had no unique identity. There was no working address system. Over 70% of the eligible population had no bank accounts. Most transactions were cash-based, and less than 10% of the population had tax identification numbers. Clearing goods at the port was a nightmare. Obtaining driver's licenses, passports, or renewing your NHIS card were very problematic. Purchasing electricity units for your meter was a problem. Birth certificates and obtaining birth certificates and manual court processes and so on were inefficient and costly. And so this situation resulted in a difficulty in solving crimes, in higher interest rates at banks, delays in obtaining government services, lower government revenue, and so on. While this set of facts has long been recognized, no government has taken a systematic and concerted effort to address it. We just, over the years, lived with the problem rather than try to solve it. At the time, after I left the Bank of Ghana in 2009, beginning of 2009, of course, having just lost an election, I left the Bank of Ghana and then went out as a visiting scholar to Oxford University, where I wrote a book on monetary policy and financial sector reform in Africa. That period gave me a lot of time for reflection on what we had done since independence, and the book chronicles monetary policy and economic policy from independence through to 2008, basically. And I looked at the effectiveness of all that we were doing, particularly the question that kept, coming back to mind was, what are we doing? How come the interest rates that we want to decline are not declining? For the most part, monetary policy would bring down the monetary policy rate, will bring down the interest rates, but lending rates remain stubbornly high. One needed to really get to the bottom of this. Why are all these inefficient processes in the bureaucracy and so on taking place? It became obvious as I reached at the conclusion of that book that the macro, just getting the macro economy right was not sufficient. Getting inflation down was not sufficient. Getting exchange rates stable was not sufficient. There were certain micro foundations or systems that need to be in place for our economy to be able to deliver the low interest rates that will drive business and economic activity. But for the longest time, as we interacted with the IMF, the World Bank, and so on, you realize that nobody is going to come and tell you that these micro foundations, you have to put them in place. Nobody would tell you that if you don't put in a digital address system, we will not give you a loan. Or if you don't have a national ID, we'll make it a condition. So there were all these things which I refer to as the unwritten rules of the game. Because if you are in a game, you must understand the rules. If you don't understand the rules and you are playing, you will keep losing the game. But some of these rules are not written in our economic textbooks. They are unwritten rules, but you know that if you are an economy and you don't have a working address system, you're not going to go very far. If you cannot uniquely identify the population in your country, you are not going to go very far as an economy. You can have exchange rate stability and lower fiscal deficits and so on, but you are going to be just operating in a low-level equilibrium. You will not move up to a higher level. And moving up to the higher level is what we want to do. Now, if you look at the trajectory, therefore, that we decided to take, the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo made the strategic decision to address these chronic problems by digitizing the Ghanaian economy and government services. The overarching objective of this digital drive is to formalize the economy, increase government revenue, fight corruption, and ultimately provide public services to citizens more efficiently and more conveniently. Digitization essentially removes the human interface. And if you look at the problems we had, whether it's at the passport office or the driver's license office or the ports or the births and deaths registry or the Ghana GRA Revenue Authority, all these interfaces, all the problems we were having in these different areas was because of the human interface. And as they say, nipa ye bad. The human interface, you will encounter corruption immediately because the systems were very bureaucratic and manual. And so we decided to digitize. And so we needed to put certain pillars in place. Issue national ID cards to all Ghanaians, implement a functional address system, provide bank accounts to the bankable, those people who are eligible for bank accounts, implement mobile money interoperability, digitize the provision of government services, and so on. I'm very happy to progress on all these fronts. And Ghana is clearly on its way to become one of the most digitized economies in Africa within the next 2 years. Specifically, we've issued the National Biometric ID card, which no government has been able to do since independence. So far, we have 15.5 million people who have been enrolled, and we expect that this process for the above 15 years demographic, those above 15 years of age, that process will be completed this year. We will then move into the schools and do those below 15 years of age. But this national ID system that has been implemented has provided Ghana a database that will be the anchor for all transactions in the future. We're about to move into a new economy, if you haven't already realized that, because it is going to provide a single source of truth and a unique identity for all transactions across the spectrum. And so this year, what we've been doing since we came into office has been the integration of the national ID database with other databases, key databases. So we've integrated it with SNIT, we've integrated it with GRA, and with GRA, for example, up to 2016, TIN numbers in Ghana were 750,000. By just making the TIN number your national ID number, we've immediately increased it from 750,000 in 2016 to 15.5 million as at now, in terms of people with tax ID numbers. We have integrated the national ID with the NHIS, and we are moving on to Controller and Accountant General's Department. The ghost workers will not be happy, but we are doing that now. We are in discussions with the banks and the Bank of Ghana. The Bank of Ghana is driving, all bank accounts will be linked to a national ID number, and the process will start soon, and banks will start, once the process starts, they will start accepting and verifying the individuals using the national ID card. I expect, as the Minister for Communications and Digitalization, will soon announce that we will all, from maybe end of June or beginning of July this year, everybody will have to register their SIM with a national ID number. So we all have to do that, otherwise we lose that SIM. And that will really give us a real identity for all Momo transactions, for example. And it then takes away fraud that is taking place, whether it's SIM box or through Momo and so on. We will discard all of that. We will also, we are also doing the births and deaths registry. The digitization there is about 80% complete now. But what we are putting in place with the births and deaths registry is a system where we hope from next year, when a child is born, right at birth, within a month, each child will be given a unique national ID number across the country. And that will help us maintain that database right from birth all the way to death. So it's really a different country that we are trying to move into. I know that it was a challenge. What we have done in Ghana was a challenge. When we met with the NIA and the Margins Group, initially they had wanted to issue very, very delayed cards because it was, but we said that given the nature of our people, you should do instant issuance of these cards, because a lot of the times if people have cards, they may not return for them. And we should try to do instant issuance. But they pointed us out that no country in the world had done instant issuance of national ID cards before. So we said, well, we will be the first. And we were the first. So thank you very much for making that happen. We've implemented a digital address system capturing every square inch of land or water in Ghana. In the process of implementing the digital address system, we have provided unique addresses for 7.5 million properties in Ghana. We have identified 7.5 million, including huts in all the villages, 7.5 million properties, and we are providing digital addresses and street addresses to all those houses and properties. The Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority has provided street names and house numbers for every unnamed street, and we are affixing address plates for every property, and we will continue to do that. There are 7.5 million. The first phase will deal with 4 million properties, and the next phase will deal with 3.5 million properties. We've already begun discussions, and they are going very well with Google, and if all goes well, they will incorporate Ghana's property address system into Google Maps, and we will move from there. This is the first time since independence that Ghana will have a complete property address system. And for businesses, nobody really needs to tell you the implications, the impact of having a unique property addressing system in the country. You just think about it, whether it's America or the UK or Germany, if today the address systems disappear, just the address systems, those economies will collapse, just like that. They cannot function without address systems. And so the opportunity cost of not having these address systems for e-commerce and so on is just huge. Delivery of services and so on is huge. And we are really very, very, very happy that Ghana has been able to do this. Of course, there's the groundbreaking mobile money interoperability, which has also been implemented. The mobile money payments interoperability has made it easy for transfer of money across different telcos and between bank accounts and mobile wallets. That is the unique feature of Ghana's interoperability. You're not just going between different telcos, but between bank accounts and mobile wallets. And since you have so much in the system, it has solved the major problem of people having access to bank accounts, because of mobile money interoperability, bank accounts or mobile money accounts are essentially functioning like bank accounts. The data shows that Ghana currently is the fastest growing mobile money market in Africa, and the total value of mobile money transactions in 2020 during this pandemic was 569 billion Ghana cedis. That's about $100 billion in 2020. It's just mind-boggling, right? Mobile money transactions in 1 year, because of interoperability, have reached $100 billion in Ghana. Now, checks, on the other hand, amounted to 180 billion instead of the 569 billion for mobile money. So checks are slowly, of course, I think it wouldn't be long, Deputy Governor. I think checks will soon be history as we go on. But when you think about it, we invested $4.5 million to set up mobile money interoperability. Just $4.5 million, and it's generating transaction of about 100 billion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And let me say that I'm glad once again to be with you, to update you on the current operation being carried out by the Ghana Armed Forces. Its troops and agencies that took up this mandate or this assignment, the equipment used, the equipment seized, some observations, some recommendations for the way forward, the impact being made by the operations by government to remove all illegal miners and equipment for the water bodies and our forest reserves. But even before I proceed, let me make one or two observations that the members of the Ghana Armed Forces or even government officials don't take pleasure or we don't enjoy seeing equipment being destroyed. I made that comment last week and I want to reiterate it, that members of the Ghana Armed Forces don't enjoy seeing equipment being destroyed. But when you visit the Ofin and East Enclave, Ofin River and East Enclave, and you notice that a woman who is 5 meters from the river or 20 meters from the river, whose house, or a man whose house is 20 meters from the river, needs to buy water before he can wash his things, then you understand the difficulty that we are facing. He has a river by him, but even to get water to wash his things, he has to buy water to be able to wash his things. After drinking water, he's lost the ability to drink from the river that our forefathers have enjoyed thousands of years, a year, 2 or 3, or even 10 years ago. But today, these people who are living by the water need to buy water even to wash their things. And the mistake of even their animals drinking this water is a danger to them, because the animals cannot even drink this water any longer. If the government and the people, especially the people, do not take proactive steps to protect themselves, the entire southern belt of Ghana will lose all its rivers in the next 3 to 4 years. Because people have decided that the craze for money is more important than human life. Just a little comment I am passing. The members of the Ghana Armed Forces who are operating are picked from different units. They are not politicians. They don't even know how to do politics. And they don't get involved in politics. They have a mandate. And this is a decision taken by the government of Ghana. And they were asked to implement that decision. Rid off our river bodies and ostrich of the river body, that's both sides of the river bodies, 100 meters, or anybody who is mining, or anybody destroying our water bodies. For example, people who will draw water from the river bodies, some as far as 5 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, and pump the dirty water back into the river bodies. Another phenomenon we observed, and as I go, I will say it, and the video will confirm it very soon, is what has happened in the River Brim in the eastern region. In the case of the River Brim, the target of the people mining are the river itself and its tributaries. So what they have done, particularly to the tributaries, is that they've killed off all the tributaries of the River Brim. They divert the river courses, both the tributaries and River Brim, they divert the courses because they're actually looking to mine within the river belt. Now, to be able to mine within the river belt, they divert the courses, all the streams and the small, small rivers, they divert the courses and mine within the river body itself. Now, they do not even divert the courses back to the river. They divert it into ponds they have created to wash their gold. So they divert the river into ponds that they have created, leave the river bed dry, and then they are mining within the river bed. And then whatever water that comes through the river is diverted into their ponds. A responsible mining company will sink boreholes to feed its dump. It will create huge dams. If they cannot get water, they should sink boreholes to feed its dump. And these boreholes can be powered by either electricity or by generator. I have sunk over 100 boreholes for the people of Bimbala constituency using my common fund and other resources. And if a mining company is making millions of dollars from us, they should be able to sink their own boreholes, not just for their mining operations, but for the communities as well. But when you divert rivers that our forefathers have bequeathed to us, God has created for us, and today, the communities around the Brim River who depend on this water for survival have to buy water to survive. It's a danger we must stop. So it's not as if anybody has been targeted. Far from that. Nobody. In fact, the soldiers don't know anybody. When they meet an excavator, they destroy it as long as it is within their red zone. They don't ask who is for this excavator. And if somebody doubts it, I'll be happy to do a tour with people, senior Ghanaian citizens, senior journalists. I can do a tour with pastors. Let's all walk on the Brim River from beginning to the end. It may take you 100 kilometers, but let's all take a stroll. And you will see the danger and devastation that is being done to the people in the area. Maybe I may be in Accra here and drink clean water. I may not know what is going on because I get my river water from the Volta, which is not polluted. Can you imagine somebody who's living at Dompim? Somebody who's living at Okropong in Eastern Region or Pamin in Eastern Region by the river but cannot get water to drink because he has to go and buy water. Meanwhile, Ghana Water Company cannot treat this water any longer because their machines are being spoiled. This fight is for all of us. Let's join hands and ensure that we succeed in this fight. Because even in the first fight when we asked Vanguard to go and work, they wanted the soldiers out. So every allegation people could push on them, they did, so that we could pull out the soldiers. And you saw what happened when the soldiers were pulled out. It's the same thing that is going on now. Do massive PR for the government to pull out the soldiers. But unfortunately, this will not happen this time. The soldiers are cleaning the estuaries of the rivers, and they will continue to monitor with the other security agencies to ensure that we have clean rivers. I lived in a town called Montreal in the United States for 1 month. If you cut a tree, just a single tree in Montreal, or even Canada, where some of these companies are coming from, or China, where some of these companies are coming from, or India, where some of these companies are coming from, you will see a video where some Indian man is being confronted by the Ghanaians. Kibi gold fields there, where he spoiled the river, diverted the river. You cut a single tree, you will go to jail for a long time. But ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, after a careful analysis of the last two phases of the operation, as has always been the case, we launched the third phase of Operation HOT. This time, it was on River Pra and East Astralis, River Ofin, River Oda, as well as River Brim in the eastern region. River Pra, central region, parts of it in Ashanti. River Ofin, parts of it in central in Ashanti. And River Oda, part of it in central and eastern in Ashanti. So these areas, the armed forces moved on the Astralis as well as the main rivers to rid illegal mining of these places. The operation started on the 14th to the 17th of May 2021. And like I said, and I keep saying, the operations will continue. There will be a 4th phase, there will be a 5th phase, there will be a 6th phase. We are not stopping. 3 days ago, the armed forces decided to count the number of machines that were leaving the Brim area, what we call the Atiwa Forest. In a day, they counted 700. I beg of you, a journalist, take a ride on the Kumasi-Accra highway and see the number of excavators that have been parked by the roadside now. Or take a roll and stand by the road and count the number of excavators that are being moved out of the forest, and you would know the impact that this operation is making. Or go to Palmim area, go to Ekropon area, go to Kwabin area, see the number of excavators people have packed. A contractor was joking with me, ladies and gentlemen, honorable minister, that in Upper East, Upper West, even northern region, to get one excavator to do road works is very difficult. And it's true. And in a day, we are pulling out over 700 excavators from forest reserves. Why? Meanwhile, some of these contractors are renting one excavator a day between 6,000 and 7,000. How are they paying? So it is not the ordinary man, the ordinary Ghanaian like you and me who are operating there. These are rich, very influential people who are sitting in Accra and other areas, some in London, who are operating. How many of us have 7,000 to operate in a day, to operate 7 to 10 excavators? So if you are operating 10 excavators, it means in a day you are paying 70,000 if they are not for you. You can imagine the type of people. So it's not ordinary Ghanaian. And they have gangs who are armed. Ghana Armed Forces deployed a total of 561 all ranks in this operation. The first operation, if you remember, was 200 men. I still see some of you writing that 200. No, it's no more 200. The first operation was 200 all ranks. The second operation was 400 all ranks. In this operation, there were 561 all ranks who took part in the operation. The Army contributed 461 all ranks. The Navy contributed 60 all ranks. And the Ghana Air Force contributed 40 all ranks, bringing a total of 561 all ranks. That's officers and men of the Ghana Armed Force. Above troops were deployed from 1BN, 2BN, 3BN, 4BN, 5BN, 64 Infantry Brigade, 153 Armored Regiment, Air Force, and Support Services Brigade Group. And they simultaneously cleared 100 meters astride the river mentioned. Additionally, the river teams from Ghana Navy and 48 Engineers Regiment conducted operations on the rivers with support from Ghana Air Force. During the third phase of the operation, the following rivers and locations were covered: River Ofin, River Oda, and River Brim, from Damboise through to Apia Krum in Ashanti, Achansi, Kufor Krum, Bayerbon, Asaman, Bethlehem, Subin, all these areas were covered. And for Oda River, Adaboa, Ahiyeya, Obin, Ni Obin, Odaho, Pano, Oyankwanta, all these areas were covered. Aboy, Dumasi, which is the conference of the Brim and the River Pra, Apoli, Akimoda, Kede, Kibi, Kofri, Duakrum, and Yinam in the eastern region, all these areas were all covered. In fact, a lot of the troops began from Yinam and moved left and right of the river and started operating. It's very difficult to move, to stray far away, both for the safety of the soldiers and the fact that it's very far. So if you are not very close to the river, it will be very difficult to operate or burn any machine of yours. I saw a video saying, oh, they were 20 kilometers. The soldiers don't have time to move 20 kilometers off the river. Because of their own safety, it's not possible. To walk 20 kilometers, you know how many hours you used to walk 20 kilometers. So ladies and gentlemen, I wish to announce that 49 excavators were burnt this time. The number kept increasing. Shamfai machines, 228. 87 water pumping machines. That's very important. 87 water pumping machines. If these machines are working every 1 hour, 12 hours in a day or 8 hours in a day, you can imagine 87, just 1 day operation, 1.5 days operation. And they burned 87 water pumping machines, 228 Shamfines, and 40 excavators, all working within the Brim River. I mean, what sort of river are you going to get? If this were to work within 1 week, you can imagine the damage to cause. And this is not 1 week. They are working for years. Wooden structures, 76. So come. 76 wooden structures they did, and people are saying 76. 1 container, 7 gen sets, that's generator sets they are using. The plants for generation, 6. Motorbikes, 3 were all destroyed. Single hunter's gun, Barra single hunter's gun 1 was also destroyed. But there are a few observations that we want to make that is a little different from what we saw. What we observed during the operation is that there are many Shamfines on the and of course the ostrich of river bodies in Central and Ashanti more than the eastern region. So in Central and Ashanti, they use more Shamfines within the water bodies. They don't divert a lot. They don't divert the river courses. They sit on the river and they pollute the river mostly. So you may still find the river course where the Navy can go, the engineers can use their boats. In the eastern region, it's different. The Navy and they couldn't even find the river to put their boats on. They have cleared off the river. The river itself is the target. So they divert the river and use the rest of the water for their ponds and mine within the bed of the river. So after the tributaries of the River Brim, most of them are gone. You don't have them again. The one that feeds the River Brim, it's gone, completely gone. So most of the illegal miners in the eastern region use excavators to mine on the river and the ostrich of the river bodies. And to use an excavator means you have to divert the course to make it dry so that you can mine inside. And that's what they've been doing. They mostly use these machines to divert the river course to the illegal mining sites for the illegalities. It's a big problem in eastern region, the River Brim. Huge problem. Unlike the Central and Ashanti region, the illegal miners in the eastern region do not withdraw their mining equipment into hideouts and nearby communities upon hearing the military presence. I don't know what they thought. It could mean they were carrying out illegal activities with impunity. So the difference is that the big companies in Eastern region are those who were doing the wrong thing. And so they said, we have a license. Yes, we have mining lease. So for us, they will not touch us. But what they did not know is that we're not touching the licenses. It's the illegality we're touching. Our target was the illegality. Our target was protecting water bodies and distributors, not your license. Yes, you can have a license, but if you are destroying the river bodies, the soldiers were supposed to make sure that they take out the equipment you are using. So the soldiers were not out to inspect licenses. For example, Ghana Water Resource gave a license to a company called Kibi Goldfields to draw water from the river. This is a government agency that gave a license, and they produced the document. Oh, we have a permission to take water and pollute the river because they gave us this license to do that. But the soldiers said, no, our orders is to ensure that anybody polluting the river, yes, you are a big company, we know that. But you've diverted the water, and there's a video to it. You diverted the water, and you are polluting the river body. So they banned those equipment. So when a company called Extra Gold came out and said they were the only people they banned, big company they banned, it's not true. There's a company called Kibi Goldfields Limited. They destroyed their equipment as well. Maybe because they don't have political voice, they were not making noise. But they destroyed their equipment as well because they were doing the wrong things. Unlike the Ashanti and Central, the terrain is rugged with huge manholes in Eastern region. Big manholes and pits and trenches, and making work very difficult to maneuver with vehicles. So you might not even be able to use vehicles to maneuver because the trenches are big, they are huge, and they virtually, like I said, they are digging big trenches within the river and creating their own courses. So you couldn't even move. Area and food reconnaissance revealed that there is serious destruction in the forest and non-forest areas in the Galamsey infested communities, leaving little or no land for other farming activities. So if you watch this particular thing, you will realize this is a town. So that particular town, where would they farm? This particular community. Just look at this town. This big town by the river. They cannot even go out. Because if you joke, you don't know how deep this thing is, you will fall and die. You cannot even go out of your town, not to talk of going to farm. Just look at it. And these are kilometers upon kilometers. It's not like some meters. These are kilometers upon kilometers of destruction. And I wonder why the communities are allowing them to do that. Maybe because they're holding guns and threatening them. So the communities cannot talk. But if you have a town like what you are seeing there, and you have this destruction surrounding the entire town, where do you expect the people to get food to eat? Ladies and gentlemen, we've also observed that some of the illegal miners have decided to resort to mining in the night. We now know and will go after you. So they go midnight and go and do champagne activities and run back during the day. And we know that they do that from 9 to 4. That's how brave they are. We know, and we know the towns that you are doing. So we'll come after you. Don't try it. And in the night, for the safety of the soldiers, I cannot guarantee your own safety. No soldier will go out in the night without trying to protect himself. So if you go out there to mine, I cannot guarantee you your own safety when the soldiers are going to apprehend you. So I will advise you, don't go out. It's not worth it. That person who is sending you should go and do the mining. You should ask him to send his children with you first. You should go with his children. You want to go and do the mining with his own kids, so don't go. I would advise you. Of course, I already mentioned that doing the wrong things. And I would advise that the law is very clear. If this is a mining concession, whether it's small mine or big mine, they're expected to cover this piece by law and plant trees. That's what the law says. And I believe very soon the minister will take action on such. Would identify all the concessions belonging to the small mining companies and the big ones and force them to cover this piece and plant the trees. But the impact of the mining or this operation has been huge, as I've already stated. We've seen a lot of the excavators being withdrawn, and we hope that they will stop this operation. But the operation will continue anyway. Of the armed forces and other security business. The armed forces was tasked to conduct this operation on and Ostrite Rivers, Pra, Ofin, Oda, and Brim to flush out illegal miners. Like I said, the operation spanned 4 days, this time from Friday to Monday. One Chinese was arrested, and he's in the custody of the armed forces and the police. And that video that you saw, you did it. We still want to continue to thank the Minister for Lands and his team for engaging the traditional elders. We think that it will work if they continue to engage them, and so we ask them to continue to engage. We are also asking the appropriate ministries, national security, information, sanitation, and all others, local government in particular, to continue to engage these traditional authorities to assist the government and the armed forces in making sure that this comes to a halt. But we want to plead that the Minerals Commission should take advantage of the ongoing military operation against illegal mining and identify mining companies that use inappropriate and act as appropriate, as we suggested. We believe and we say that we will sustain the gains by ensuring that there will be presence of the armed forces on the rivers that they have cleared, and we will resource the armed forces to ensure that they continue to do that. There have been suggestions that we should review the law. The law currently is 100 meters. Suggestions from the armed forces themselves, suggestions from the media, suggestions for different people, that a river body in most times is low ground. So when it rains and you mine 1 kilometer off, all the debris enter into the river. So you may clear the river, but it will take you 4 or 5 years to see very clear water because somebody is still mining 2 kilometers off the river. So when it rains, because it is low ground, and the foothills of the river are high grounds, it will all silt back into the river. So there are suggestions that the minister should look at and trying to ensure that he takes the law back to Parliament and makes it 2 or 5 kilometers off the river so that we know that 5 kilometers, then we don't have anybody mining off there. You're not going to get debris back into the river, then we can get our clean water. The law is that you cut 1 tree, you plant 1 tree. It's as simple as that. You dig a well, you cover that well after you have moved from the area. It's as simple as that. If you can do that, you go ahead and mine. Nobody's going to stop you. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you very much for your patience and normal support. We want you as media practitioners to continue to partner us and tell our story. Our story is to help Ghana restore its lands, to stop illegal mining and ask them to do the right thing. Expose people who are not doing the right thing. Become citizen vigilante. Take pictures and spread it around for people who are doing the wrong things. But the law is that if you create a creator like this, you cover it and plant trees. That's what the law says. Nobody says don't mine. Yes, mine, but after that you cover it, plant trees. So we expect that company who has done this to go back and reclaim the land, not at the expense of government, their own expense, and then plant trees. Engage the youth in the communities to plant trees for them. If you cannot do that, then you have no business going to mine. So the small-scale miners who are always doing press conferences against government that, oh, government is banning the excavator, we expect you to do this. Help us and help yourselves so that you can continue to mine. Otherwise, government will stop you. Honorable Minister, thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister responsible for defense, the Honorable Dominic, for that brief. I'm going to ask our colleagues to play one quick video before I invite the Minister responsible for lands and natural resources to share with us his brief as well. I also want to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable George Kuduka, Member of Parliament for Tapan Deputy Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Benito Usubil, Deputy Minister Designate Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Fatima Bubakari, Deputy
and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Even if you've been married to somebody for 60 years, you would wake up one morning and the person would exhibit something and you go like, damn.
I would have drank from your fountain for 30 years. For 30 years, I would have suckled your breast. You must be someone when I sleep and wake and I look and I say, God damn.
Any man that has ghosted the woman, any man that has walked out of a relationship without telling the woman that he's no longer interested is a coward.
So you present a version of yourself to your mom when you realize that she's of a certain stock. You still wouldn't want to give her a shocker. You wouldn't want her to know that her darling daughter is a master of giving BJs.
Women understand only 3 languages. The first language is money. The second language is money. The third language is money.
If you find a man and on your initial text drive, you find that this man is heavy bonded. This is Juan Lu. This is a man who can dip through, who can slice through your well and you'll be leaking and all that.
First and foremost, I want to date a man who has a big dick. Police are bad.
Right, what pictures then?
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
From the most renowned business entities in our country. The theme you've chosen for this summit, digital transformation, powering business and government reset for a post-pandemic economic resilience, a public-private sector dialogue, is truly relevant considering the times in which we find ourselves. As people in charge of the management of various business organizations, the pandemic has demonstrated to us all that the transformation of our businesses through technology and indeed of the economy at large is the only way to survive, ensure economic growth and the resilience of our businesses and our economy. Of the many lessons that the pandemic has taught us, one stands out: that the world is transitioning to a virtual way of living, and our ability to adapt to innovative ways of doing things is of cardinal importance to our survival. Be it in the way our employees were required to work, communications with our clients, the delivery of our products or services, and even in the fulfillment of legal and regulatory requirements. Digital technology has played and will continue to play a key role in ensuring business and government continuity. The world will never be the same again. Many of the interventions rolled out by this government since taking office in 2017 proved fortuitous, as they were pivotal in the amazing successes we chalked in the management of the pandemic and the resilience exhibited by both the public and private sector. It's as if we anticipated the upheaval of traditional infrastructure and systems caused by the pandemic and had been preparing our response. Since 2017, the government has tirelessly rolled out numerous initiatives aimed at formalizing the economy through technology. Key among this is the e-government project, which has witnessed the implementation of technological systems and platforms such as the paperless port system, e-procurement, e-justice, Ghana.gov digital payment system, mobile money interoperability, the digital address system, the smart workplace virtual office platform for the public sector, and many others. And an example of how these interventions have helped us in our current life is a simple illustration that I want us all to consider. Let's contrast the 2013 election petition, where evidence was rejected by the Supreme Court, and the 2020 election petition, where even court processes were served electronically and evidence was given remotely. We've come a very long way indeed. Over the course of this pandemic, we've noticed an increase in the adoption of various technology-based tools by our people, from food vendors who adopted technology to reach customers and make deliveries. I got into trouble by advertising my favorite wache joint on my Facebook page, Tunga Wache. I still insist that it's the best, so if you haven't tried it, please do so. Our schools, including universities and basic schools, which went online and provided blended learning. Young people were providing grocery and other essential services through various mobile applications. Our telecoms regulator, the NCA, had to issue additional spectrum to network operators who had begun to experience congestion on their networks as a result of the increased usage of telecommunications services as our citizens adopted new usage patterns. Various digital applications were introduced to manage contact tracing and facilitate the safe opening up of our country from its lockdown. One of these solutions is currently being used by the African Centers for Disease Control in its trusted travel scheme to verify and authenticate COVID test certificates and ease the frustrations faced by air travelers as the aviation sector regains some semblance of normalcy. That trusted travel scheme is powered by Panabios mobile application, which was developed by young Ghanaians, and I'm very proud of it, understandably. In addition to these, the digitalization of our land registry is on course. Passport applications, I'm sure many of us will heave a sigh of relief at that, judging by the frustrations we face with our land tenure systems. Passport applications are now online. Renewal of the National Health Insurance Scheme via the mobile phone has been a phenomenal innovation, with an average of 70,000 renewals every week online. Paperless port has reduced the duration for clearing goods at the ports to less than 48 hours. We've also launched a new single digital payment platform, Ghana.gov, to provide a single point of access to apply and pay for services of ministries, departments, and agencies of government. The benefits of this system include growth in government revenue collections as it's reduced the leakage of government revenue into unauthorized pockets, deepening expenditure savings, and helping our fight against corruption by reducing the human interface in the administration of public services. It is working very well. Happy to announce that government is using its purchasing power to grow digital entrepreneurship and businesses. And examples are the National ID, which was just presented by Professor Tefa, the digital address system, the Ghana.gov payments platform, which were all developed by Ghanaians, procured by government, and are world-class applications that are working very well. Ghana also launched the flip side of digitization is the increase in cyber crimes. And so cybersecurity has to be of utmost importance to all of us as we increasingly move many of our systems onto digital platforms. So we've prioritized cybersecurity since we took office in 2017 and launched the Safer Digital Ghana campaign in 2018 to create awareness amongst children, the public, businesses, and the government agencies. We've also ratified 2 important international treaties on cybercrime, cybersecurity, and data protection. The African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, known as the Malabo Convention, and the European Union Convention on Cybercrime, known as the Budapest Convention. Ghana is only one of 3 countries which has ratified both conventions. A key to effectively managing data exchanges and preventing cybercrime is the comprehensive legal and regulatory framework protecting this space. And so we've enacted the Data Protection Law in 2012, and the Cybersecurity Act was passed in December last year to guide our digital governance environment. The modest efforts we've undertaken in cybersecurity has won commendation from the international community, from the Council of Europe, which has recognized Ghana as the hub for cybercrime capacity building in the English-speaking ECOWAS region, to the World Bank, which has commended our formative developments in cybersecurity and provided support to consolidate our modest gains, and the World Economic Forum, which has also identified Ghana for a public-private partnership on cybersecurity. In ECOWAS, we are the champions for cybersecurity and are leading this effort. As part of that, by the way, and the Vice President alluded to that yesterday, we will register all SIM cards and SIM-enabled devices from next month. And when the exercise ends in December this year, all unregistered SIMs will be blocked. We must clamp down on cyber criminals hiding behind the anonymity of digital systems to commit antisocial acts. And this exercise is a key part of that campaign. Our inability to do that in the past has largely been as a result of the lack of a secure identity document to verify the identity of those who would register those SIMs. Thankfully, because of this government's emphasis on powering our national electronic ID project, that is now behind us, and we have a secure document with which we can verify the identities of every Ghanaian. The Companies Act, Act 992, 2019, now allows for electronic transactions in your dealings with the Office of the Registrar of Companies, from incorporation through payment of fees, submission of annual returns, filing of documents, and many other transactions can all be carried out now electronically, creating a convenient environment for your businesses. Key to improving our ease of doing business is also the establishment or implementation of a cashless, which might seem a bit too ambitious, or a cash-light economy, which is doable. For businesses to thrive and be globally competitive, we need to have effective digital ways of making payments and reduce our reliance on cash. So far, the use of payment systems and platforms facilitated by the Mobile Money Interoperability Framework and the digital infrastructure we're putting in place, created by telecommunications and digital financial services operators, signals a step in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't have a meaningful discussion of the efforts being made at digitalization without a reference to the national ID card, otherwise known as the Ghana card. But I will not even comment on that because a full presentation has just been done. Efforts are underway to make it the sole identity card for all identification and business purposes. A single user card to reduce the duplication and waste and frustrations that we face in the sector. National ID cards are now being used as tax identification numbers from the 1st of April. The same number is also on course to be used as SNIT, health insurance, for SIM card verification, for opening of bank accounts, and for procurement of other services. We will link all our databases and make it easier to access, retrieve information from those databases, and to analyze the data and utilize it for planning purposes. We're working on improving access to connectivity across the country with our Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, which will see the construction of 2,016 solar-powered cell sites in unserved and underserved rural communities across the country, in recognition of the fact that we can't leave anyone behind in our quest to digitize our economy. Every Ghanaian must be connected to the knowledge society unfolding before us. All these interventions I call the silent revolution, because we take them so much for granted, but we can all testify to the fact that they have improved our communications, business-to-business communications, business-to-citizen and government-to-citizen engagement. But if we implement all these digital systems and have to procure the services of expatriate consultants and service providers to manage them, what would we have done? We would have shot us in the foot. And so we need to empower our youth with the digital skills that they urgently need to thrive in the new world of work, as traditional jobs are lost to the opportunities created by emerging technologies. We must manage and operate the systems that we're putting in place and developing and procuring. And our young people must be assisted to step up to the plate. Robotics, connected devices, Internet of Things, machine learning, artificial intelligence, which is powering telemedicine, e-learning or blended learning, autonomous devices, driverless cars are almost here. They all present challenges and opportunities. We must be ready and are working assiduously with the Ministry of Education and the Ghana Education Service to ensure that our young people can also be active participants in the fourth industrial revolution. The African Continental Free Trade Area, the world's largest trade area by number of countries, has the goal of establishing a single market for goods and services across 54 countries on our continent, covering a potential market of 1.2 billion people with a combined GDP of 3 trillion. It will be powered by technology. With our digital platforms, applications, and services, would ensure the harmonization of standards, regulatory frameworks, e-commerce, seamless payments and settlement systems, amongst others. It will remain a pipe dream. Digitization is the only way to ensure free trade across the continent and to create an enabling system for trade financing using electronic means. In order not for businesses in Africa to miss out on the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area, you will all have to employ new technologies in your operations or step up and enhance the use of the technologies that you currently are. Digitization, we all know, also increases transparency and accountability and reduces corruption considerably, as technology reduces the opportunities for the human interaction in the procurement of goods and services. The elimination of corruption in all its forms, and particularly in doing business, continues to be a core concern of government. So we're moving from rhetoric to action and putting in place the systems and processes which will actively address this canker. Ladies and gentlemen, I can only assure you once again that it remains a resolve of government to support the transformation of our entire economy, and more importantly, as the future started yesterday, we have to play catch up. Consequently, these digital innovations will continue to be the order of the day, and as you all know, we have to adapt or we will die. As the Sector Ministry for Digitization, and the change in the name of the ministry was not done lightly. It's in recognition of the fact that we need to develop our digital infrastructure, processes and services in a coordinated, coherent manner, and build interoperable systems and break down the silos which are preventing us from reaping the benefits of the digital interventions that we're putting in place. So now I make it my business. When I hear anything E or anything digital, I will poke my nose in there, because now that is my mandate. We will continue to provide the enabling environment and the necessary facilitation for the growth of this environment in which we are all working. The foundations, the systematic development of the foundations of our digital economy and the governance space provide ample testimony of our resolve. And we're confident that you, CEOs, and the entire business community will partner government in this and work with us to build a country that will be the envy of the sub-region. My goal is to make Ghana the go-to place for all things digital and all things IT in our sub-region. And we are well on the way towards getting there. Challenges exist, not least amongst them being attitudinal change, protection of turf, and our desire to work in our own small spaces, creating silos and hiding behind those walls. We recognize those challenges, but together we will surmount them. I thank you for this opportunity and for your kind audience, and I wish you successful deliberations.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
$15.5 million people have the card already. So those 15.5 million people can go and register their SIM cards when the process begins. But the rest who do not have it, I said that we divided the population into two. Those 15 years and above, we've captured 84.something% of that. So the remainder could go to the regional and district offices. All Ghanaians aged 15 and above who did not get their Ghana cards can go to the NIA offices anywhere nationwide and get registered. Those who are younger Ghanaians, under 15, we will also register those Ghanaians, and they will also be able to access the service. But as the Honorable Minister for Communications indicated, this will be over a period up to December 31st. So our spread of offices across the country means a spread of services across the country, and all those who desire to get the Ghana card can go and get a Ghana card.
You can, if you go to any of the offices, it is free. Just as, for all first-time applicants, it is free. If you lose the card and you want a replacement, there is a replacement fee of 23 Ghana cedis. If you want a premium service, you could go to the NI headquarters at the moment and register at a premium for $250. Cedis, sorry. If you want to invite us to your home, as long as you have 5 persons or more, all of this is by law, the Fees and Charges Act. You can, if you have 5 persons or more, you can invite us to your home at a fee of 150 cedis per person, plus the small cost of the transportation to your home. We'll come and register you. If you are a business, you have more than 50 persons or more, you can invite us to your business premises. We can come and register you in the comfort of your environment at 100 cedis per person. And all of these processes I have described are going on. The free service at the offices will begin 1st June, and it should be possible for every Ghanaian to get their Ghana card so that they can use it for SIM registration and for anything else that they so desire under law. The 17 mandatory uses of the Ghana card. By law, the National Identification Authority is set up to be the only statutory body, the only institution in Ghana to provide a national identity card to citizens and foreigners. I've often been confronted with what is claimed to be bogus Ghana card issued to foreigners, and especially Chinese nationals whose cards, or Nigerians whose cards are often flashed on social media and presented as an indication of failure that foreigners have the Ghana card. That is false. Foreigners who have the Ghana card lawfully have the Ghana card. If you look, you would see that it says on top in red, non-citizen identity card. It is lawfully issued by the National Identification Authority, and it is part of a project that is called the Foreigner Identification Management. It is lawful, and all foreign nationals resident in Ghana are required by law to register and be issued with the Ghana card, and there's nothing inappropriate about it. That is different from a situation where a foreigner pretends or attempts to get the Ghana card as a Ghanaian, and the distinction has to be appreciated. The Ghana card is simply a card in its own class in terms of international security standards and avant-garde features. And so I'll skip these. But I think it's important to simply highlight the fact that it is also called the ECOWAS card because we have combined the features of the ECOWAS card under a December 2015 ECOWAS protocol signed onto by all heads of states and governments in the sub-region. Ghana was required, and all the countries in the sub-region, they were all required to produce for their nationals an ECOWAS ID card. In 2017, it was determined that rather than produce a separate ECOWAS ID card and a separate Ghana card, we would combine the two, saving a significant amounts of money and the wahala, the hardship of queuing twice for the Ghana card, for Ghana card and ECOWAS card. So we combine the features to meet the specifications of ECOWAS whilst maintaining our own. So we have the Ghana card, and because it is valid also for travel within West Africa and meets the ECOWAS standards, we call it ECOWAS identity card, as well as commonly referring to it as Ghana card.
I'm sure the need for re-registration of SIM cards is obvious. There's a lot of cyber crimes that are committed by people on our networks with our mobile money system. There's a lot of impersonation, identity theft out there, people on social media putting numbers for people to pay monies into and there's no way of tracking them when becomes clear that it was a fraud. So for security reasons, it is imperative that we register our SIM cards. The law requires us to do so. It hasn't been done for a long time because we didn't have a proper way of verifying the identity of the people to register them. All the cards that we were using had corrupted databases, so it was difficult. There was a lot of duplication in some of the systems that we have. But now with the national ID, we have a secure means of identifying and verifying the identity of people. And so now we can begin to implement the law properly. We needed to do that, put that infrastructure in place first, before we could move towards the SIM registration. Now, it's not just the SIMs that are going to be registered, but the devices are also going to be registered to clamp down on stolen and grey devices. So that if your device is registered and it is stolen, it can be blocked and it cannot be used with any SIM card in this country. We hope with that we will go a long way towards curtailing crimes committed using mobile devices and SIM-enabled devices. And I think we all understand the need for that. Now, our mobile phones are not just phones. They are our offices in our pockets. They need to be secured because of the value of the information that is stored on them, and our tablets and other devices as well. So it's imperative that we register both the devices and the SIM cards. Currently, Ghana is one of the countries on the continent with affordable internet, but we're not satisfied just with being one with affordable data. We understand that the more people use it, the more expensive it becomes for them. So we're working with the network operators to see what we can do to reduce the cost of providing data services. I mentioned one initiative that we're working on, which is the Rural Telephony Initiative. Government is providing the infrastructure, and the telcos are going to use it to deliver the services. So it cuts down the cost of providing those services. So for those on that rural telephony network, they will be paying lower rates than the normal commercial networks. We've also mandated national roaming and shared infrastructure. This national rural telephony network is a shared infrastructure. Government is providing it, all of them can use it. Now we've told them that if they have excess capacity in any part of their network, they should lease it to their other competitors. It cuts down the capital cost of providing the services, and it enables them to also derive revenue from other sources, not necessarily from the customer. Ultimately, the savings made will be passed on to the customer. So between shared infrastructure, national roaming, the rural telephony network, we're working to reduce the cost of data for the subscriber ultimately.
The African Continental Free Trade Area, the world's largest trade area by number of countries, has the goal of establishing a single market for goods and services across 54 countries on our continent, covering a potential market of 1.2 billion people with a combined GDP of 3 trillion. It will be powered by technology. Without digital platforms, applications, and services would ensure the harmonization of standards, regulatory frameworks, e-commerce, seamless payments and settlement systems, amongst others, it will remain a pipe dream. Digitization is the only way to ensure free trade across the continent and to create an enabling system for trade financing using electronic means. In order not for businesses in Africa to miss out on the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area, you will all have to employ new technologies in your operations or step up and enhance the use of the technologies that you currently are. And the Vice President alluded to that yesterday. We will register all SIM cards and SIM-enabled devices from next month. And when the exercise ends in December this year, all unregistered SIMs will be blocked. We must clamp down on cyber criminals hiding behind the anonymity of digital systems to commit antisocial acts. And this exercise is a key part of that campaign. Our inability to do that in the past has largely been as a result of the lack of a secure identity document to verify the identity of those who would register those SIMs. Thankfully, because of this government's emphasis on powering our national electronic ID project, that is now behind us, and we have a secure document with which we can verify the identities of every Ghanaian.
Transport fares are likely to be increased by the close of today. We are here to find out from drivers and passengers what they think about this decision and also the impact on their finances.
The government said the fuel has increased from where? From the app. So they are also going to adjust it. Okay. So it will affect the drivers too, and at the same time affect the passengers. So the government had to sit up with the drivers so that they will come into agreement, so that they will bring an acceptable price, which can, help us, we the citizens in the country, because things are very hard these days. We are managing it already. We don't have any option to manage it. We are managing it. So we are ready to pay, but it has to be reasonable. The government has to see to it that things don't go higher than what we are managing, because we are already suffering in the country.
End of the day, no. Nobody in our fuel. Why we say in the crowd, as I say in the fairness of what to my because you to me be beyond 7. And this is say no, so what to my because end of the day, no, I may be in a tough way. You are upon a chop money crowd, we say in the crowd, so I'm not going to move forward. Until a higher pa. Yes, and say a banana or two. Until Bahamas will vote here. When be out no say what here. Near seeing a bit of fuel. Near see it walk up and down.
Welfare now, or Mutum, the Metmanka say, and yet Anka or Mutti fuel in Swa. And a jar, Lord of Fena into and can move boy. The confuse Papa say, Lord of Fena, I see a tumor. I want for no bread. Scam with the forcan. A nodding. Fair old one can no mocassa. And yes, I told you. I think I was say you should do one and I'm to fuel this Nanka, a Janawa, but Oman Yensa, see and 2 load of fame, fuel is so mantis. And I have big problem. Met my guys about 30 and drivers or 30 passengers. Say, Lord of Fena, yet 2 moon, a fair 2 years with fuel, no, scanning away more than I could to fuel. The honor was our more Jamaica, can almost test on a buffalo.
And can yet, then Sabanasa. The Indian is a share papa name, no more. If you tell mom started a Juma, I have Benjamin. Mentis, I say to a Benjamin for a lot of fair. I pay that for better 10 years in the mean TV that. So I'm too sooner, mented ya. Then so there be any at all of fame, near to patrol, near to all of fame. Do bones there will be bear or saying the Lord first the whole month way. And so we use this we are. We did a short of last son. Now I'm chair about or mine. To me, and yet my best but to all of fame. That's what about sir. And a yellow fame patron corner to my a fatty car. You took big food, you took engine oil, you took big band in it, and in a fatino. Ties, says the ties I make it on a trend another thing and increase it. Be beer increase it. We do 1 month, baby, beer cost. I must say, double for the counter for ho kyerɛ wɔn serious paa nti aban no hwɛ na onye bibi ma wɔn sɛ ho kyerɛ abade but yesu kura gya him ɔmo mɔde mmoa na tete ne ma ya gye nsɛm yɛn yɛrane tama ahyama motorway the whole greater Accra yɛn kwan ne union a yɛatete yɛ fa 33 inside 23 no yɛ fa 15 passengers 17 passengers yɛne ka wona fo nyina kasa ma ɔmo ate ase ama sɛ yɛ fa no saa though that one for the boka de ɛkɔm de ɔmo de na so yɛ no ɔmo kasa up to now 33 no na yɛ fa lɔre fɛn so de agenda dada no ana egu so je ya kasa yɛ fa 33 yɛ increase lɔre fɛn dabi sɛ de agenda saa pɛpɛpɛ confusion no me feel say de ɛkɔ so ɔman no nyina obi enu a onim obi anim obi ate nipa no ansan so be confusion na ni bottom de ɔde be free fie be ba no a ɔfɛ sɛ ka obenya bi atɔpia ɔta nom no ɔba na sasapa ne n'ani abre bata onim ɛso na n'ani abre ɛnna be betimi de confusion aba ebi wa yɛ lodu say a na passengers ne betu a bon sɛ ɔba kasa twa mo na mo kontɔkwa ebi sɛ omunim so omunim na so bi bottom ti to bi wa otimi ba officer so we le mesrem ma shoto so no problem le ko so nya botre ne be kasa sa le etimi obi ko oni lol fe etimi de che no ebi sɛ nya nipa ba ko pele be mo nya o says na so ye chasa de ekoso no ye mo mpa na nyamento so pagu Ghana so na say de ekoso na edi.
The decision to increase the fares is a rather unfortunate one, according to the drivers and passengers, because it will have a great impact on their finances. So government needs to do something about it. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, my name is Amos Eko Kofi.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
Even if you've been married to somebody for 60 years, you would wake up one morning and the person would exhibit something and you go like, damn.
I would have drank from your fountain for 30 years. For 30 years, I would have suckled your breast. You must be someone when I sleep and wake and I look and I say, God damn.
Any man that has ghosted the woman, any man that has walked out of a relationship without telling the woman that he's no longer interested is a coward.
So you present a version of yourself to your mom when you realize that she's of a certain stock. You still wouldn't want to give her a shocker. You wouldn't want her to know that her darling daughter is a master of giving BJs.
Women understand only 3 languages. The first language is money. The second language is money. The third language is money.
If you find a man and on your initial text drive, you find that this man is heavy bonded. This is Juan Lu. This is a man who can dip through, who can slice through your well and you'll be leaking and all that.
First and foremost, I want to date a man who has a big dick. Police are bad.
Right, fluffy cheese.
Thank you for joining us here
at the Ministry of Information, where this afternoon we bring you our second brief for this week. I think on Sunday, our first brief had to do with the energy sector and the kind of updates on the upgrade works ongoing there. This afternoon, we are joined by our regular suspects, our good friends from the Ghana Health Service, who we've been with for a little over a year now, battling COVID. You recall a few months ago, talk intensified of the vaccine rollout program, and the first dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine, known as Covishield, for Ghana was rolled out. On Sunday, His Excellency the President addressed the Republic and mentioned that from this week, some more detail ahead of the second dose will be made available. This afternoon, we're happy to have with us our friends from the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Aboagye Da Costa, Dr. Esiedu Bekwin, Dr. Achianu, who is in charge of the expanded vaccination program at the Ghana Health Service. And then my good friend and brother, Dr. Patrick Umabwaji, who will deliver the brief. Doc, haven't seen you in a while, but welcome.
Objective for this, but whilst we are here, we'll give you a short update of where we are as far as the COVID is concerned, both at the airport, in our schools, and the general population, and of course end up with a COVID vaccination update. I hope that whatever I have not covered will be asked in the questions during the... I think you are showing the wrong file. Okay. So as of May 15th, 2020, we have had a total of 93,456 cases. And we have so far as a country conducted about 1,130,000 tests, bringing our cumulative positivity rate about 8.3%. We have so far discharged about 91,384. That's about 97.7% of all those who have ever been positive. 771 deaths. And currently our active cases is about 1,325, a slight drop from the 1,500. And I must say that we are not going to see very significant drop in our active cases because we are in a state where the numbers of discharge and new cases are usually sometimes quite close, because we are all in a very low cases report today. So far, all 16 regions have reported cases. So if you look at the charts, these are the usual charts we show. You can see that the active cases are more in Accra compared to about 900 or so are currently in Accra. The rest are in the rest of the country. And then, of course, the second graph shows the cumulative cases, which shows that the deeper your color, the more number of total cases ever reported in Ghana. As we are all aware, we've had about 2 major waves. We've just come out of the second wave, and now you can see that the numbers in the toward the end of the graph has remained stable and slow. The same shows in terms of the 7-day moving average, which gives you an indication of the average number of cases that your country is reporting, because it cannot be very uniform. When you do a 7-day average, you get a more uniform approach to the number of cases you are getting. You can see that we are currently at very low level, just like we were in October, September last year. The next slide also shows the active cases. We peaked so high in the second wave, almost about 8,000 active cases, but currently we are doing quite low. We've been stable around 1,000, 2,005 in the last 4 or so weeks. So far at the airport, I think the last 2 weeks we had our own, a lot of discussions centered around the airport testing. We so far recorded about 1,732 cases at the airport since it was opened in September 2020. The majority of them are non-Ghanaians, about 1,000 of them, 58% of the people who have tested positive at the airport are non-Ghanaians. Males dominate, it's about 63%, and females 36%. The center has so far tested about 269,144 with a cumulative positivity of 0.64%. You can see that April we had very high numbers. Remember the 75 and the 38 and the 41. As at May, so far, middle of May, we have done about 87 positive cases. And we always do all the variants for them to see what type of variants are coming into the country to help our preparation. For the schools, since they were reopened so far, we have an active case of 15. Only 15 children currently are known to be positive. But we are so far out of all the schools in the country that were reopened, 348 have recorded a case. We have so far recorded over 2,000 cases, 2,076 cases in our schools. And like I said, only 15 are currently active. 99.2% of them have recovered. But it varies. 2 weeks ago, the active number of active cases was 2. But then you have a few small outbreaks in the school, and the active cases will go down. And we hope that to continue going down. Northeast is one region that has not recorded any case at all. So the outlook for us, that we are recording lower cases. We have some sporadic surges at the Kotoka International Airport, and that is to show that it's responding to the external pressure. Once you have surges in other countries who come into the country, you also see that the numbers go up. Just like we had the Indian surge, and you saw the numbers also go up at the airport, showing that it's really responding to what it was set up to do. We all need to continue to adhere to all safety protocols, including the mask use, to continue to be able to maintain the status that we are in and ensure that we don't move into a phase like the January, February one, which nobody really wants to ever revisit. Now we can come to I'm sure most of you are eager to look at the vaccination and the rollout of the second phase. Just as a recap, I'm sure you remember that on the 24th of February, we received the 600,000 doses of AstraZeneca vaccine. We have since received an additional 386,850 doses. And we started deployment from the 1st of March 2021. And this is still part of the comprehensive plan to vaccinate the 20 million persons in phases starting with the at-risk most. And so that plan still remains, and we're still confident that we'll be able to deliver on that plan. The deployment, as we've described to you, have been based on both population and geographical segmentation. The population segmentation is about who are at risk. How do we segment the at-risk people? How do we segment people who are essential service workers? And the geographical location is where do we have the largest number of cases? And so that will influence your approach. For example, if you were to focus on some of the large areas where we have more of the cases, obviously it is a lot easier to be able to bring the pandemic under control than just spreading everywhere. The deployment has been based on, we have the 1A, which we have gone through, as the 43 hotspots where we have recorded the largest number of cases, as you can see from the chart I showed you. 1B has been the health workers in all regions, in all districts, and so far we've done about 80% of all health workers in the country has been vaccinated, wherever, irrespective of geographical location. Phase 3 will be, 1C is the mixed target. Now, so what is the persons at most risk? The healthcare workers, which have been covered, frontline security staff, persons with known underlying medical conditions, those 60 plus, you saw that they are more likely to fall ill and also succumb to their condition. Frontline members of the executive, legislature, and judiciary, the state must continue to run. Teachers above 50 years of age and other essential service workers as defined, like the power sector, etc., and some critical media persons who have to be also covered. So group 2 also, that was group 1. Group 2 is the other essential service provider, including the rest of the security agencies. So talk about water supply, electricity, teachers, students, etc. These are all very essential groups that must be protected. SEPs, among others. We also have the group 3 will be the rest of the general population, which eventually will get there. And then all persons 18 and over, excluding pregnant women. And the group 4, which we are yet to get, there is all others. When approved, that is pregnant women, lactating mothers, and children under the age of 18. Should we get a vaccine for it? But as you are aware, one of the vaccines, Pfizer, through a study, had been able to demonstrate that children between 12 and 15 can be given. They were doing 16 and above, and so which means that Pfizer is from 12 to upwards. But as studies goes on, we will see whether the other vaccines will be able to be given to children, and look at that. So now, just trying to make a case for where we are. Geographical segmentation for the initial 600,000 doses. You saw we had Greater Accra, Accra Metro, and 25 other districts were selected because they showed the highest number of cases. There were 2 districts in Central Region that also presented a lot of cases, Kaswa and around the area. In Greater Accra, Kumasi Metro, Obuasi, East and West, and 19 districts in Ashanti. These were regional districts that showed significant number of cases that was becoming a problem. As you can see, the cases are nurtured in a certain area and they spread, and so the geographical location is extremely important. To the next chart just shows you the names of the districts for those who want to know. So far, we have on our database, synchronized database, 852,047 people who are so far being vaccinated. And you can see Ashanti and Greater Accra has recorded the highest number in response to the geographical location that we were looking at, and the rest of the country have also received them. The largest group of people who have had vaccination is about the health workers, which I said is over 80%. We've had the security about 49.6%. Executive and judiciary about 25% of them. The aged, 70.9% of them, and so on. So that's how the segmentation has gone. Now, the second dose. We have received an additional 350,000 doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine, which arrived in the country on the 7th of May 2020. Persons who received the first dose from the 1st to the 9th of March are due for the second dose. And this number approximately comes about 360,000 persons, just for what the current vaccine can cover. That is in the initial 43 districts of Greater Accra, Ashanti, and Central regions. That is those who received their first dose. We will start on the 19th, which is tomorrow. But so far, we have had refresher training. As part of our preparation, we have had to do a refresher training on the representatives of the 43 districts who completed the 12 on the May of 2029. And this is mainly we had a lot of work on the database, because the data is extremely important, because that was how we need to now show that we have changed the cards, and so our data requirements also need to be more accurate. We had to work on the logistics, and all vaccines have been distributed to the sites where vaccination will take place. The target communication for sensitization for where you can have your vaccine, side effects, among others, and all the concerns that we are following up either from our AEFI err on some of the communication that we hear from the community. We are doing that, and also community engagement continue to go on. We have trained our national monitors and will be deployed. We are being deployed today. We are in preparation for tomorrow's start of the vaccination in all the 43 districts. And as has already been mentioned by the President, vaccination starts tomorrow morning. Those in the first, those who had their first dose from the 1st to the 9th March will be the one that will be covered. And we are hoping that by 26th of May we'll finish, but it's really not a definite. We'll just go on until all the 360 are vaccinated. And if we are able to get more vaccines immediately, we will continue. So the designated facilities will also be communicated by SMS. I'm sure some of you may have received their SMS already that you are due for vaccination, and it is coming in phases. I'm sure by the end of the day, most people would have received their message as to where to go, and the fact that they have been identified as a group to receive vaccines. We have also made a revision on our cards. When you go to the site, first you have to go to, we are advocating that you go to where you receive your first dose. Go there with your card. Your card will be reviewed to look at the date you will receive your vaccination, and then it will be replaced. It will be replaced because we have had some change, more enhanced features for the card that we will receive. Then if you look on the right, there's, please let's go back. There is the QR code. Anytime you enter, there's a number that is written at the back of your card. That's what is generated as ID number for you, unique ID number for you. Once it's there and you take your smartphone to scan, it will ask you for your ID number. Once you enter, your total, all your information will appear on the phone. And this is so that whether you're at the airport or so, and anybody wants to validate that you are really been vaccinated, your name, so you can write it, so you're able to pull out your results immediately. And you can also check for yourself to see if you want further information on that. When you go and you feel that there are any errors in the initial entry, it's an opportunity for them to also correct that for you. Already we have, people are carrying, in other parts of the world, carrying fake vaccination cards, that they are fully vaccinated when they are not. And so as soon as you receive your second dose, a hologram will be pasted on the card that we're going to give to you. That shows that you are fully vaccinated. And so that's why you see the hologram down there. That is not in the first one. And so these are the new features that has been put to you. So to recap, once you go there, go to where you are, as much as possible, go to where you had a first dose. They will pull your data out, make sure you are due for vaccination. You'll be vaccinated, your card will be replaced, and then all the necessary information will be given to you. We have also put out an infographic for all the locations. It is available to the Ministry of Information. They can share with the media so that you know where the centers are in Accra, centers that are in Accra, all the centers in all the 26 districts in Accra and Ashanti region. You can also see that they are all there, all the 43 districts. The centers are identified, and so you can also inform people that where they can go and have their vaccination done. Honorable Minister, thank you very much.
Doc, thank you. We would move straight to take questions. My first being, what if I can't find my old vaccination card?
Can I answer?
No, wait, I want to take a few more before I come to you. Colleagues, that was just a fair shot, but the microphone is available. You just give us a wave, we'll send the microphone to you and you can ask your question. Yes, madam. Please identify yourself.
My name is Sakosia Ochi. I work with City FM and City TV. So I'd want to ask, what new plans are we putting in place to ensure that these centers that we are going to have the vaccination exercise take place will not be, first of all, crowded, and two, will not waste a lot of people's time? I'm talking in respect to the previous vaccination that we did. For the press center, at a point, we had just 2 people collecting the data, and there was an issue with how they were collecting it. They were using the tablets, which was a bit slow for the whole process. And so I want to ask, what new plans have we put in place to ensure that we are not going to waste a lot of time at these centers? Are there going to be more people recruited into the team, or more technology to be used? That's my question.
Thank you. Yes, sir. So 1, 2, is there a fourth? So that I just do a batch and then I come.
Justice, I'm the Daily Graphic. I want to know whether taking the second jab gives you total protection to the extent that you wouldn't have to wear your nose mask again. Thank you.
There were 2 at the back, yeah.
I'm Seth, Kingdom FM. Me person me say obi wono ma vaccine no Accra but bibinti wa ko different region no obetimi the card no akonya second dose no different vaccination center na.
And just next to you.
Please, my name is Richard Atabo. I'm from Accra FM. Do you have plans for those who didn't take part in the first jab? That's my question.
Okay. So, Doc, we'll take responses.
Yeah, thank you very much. But the crowding, yes, and that's why we are sending text messages, and we have also told people who qualify, those who had their first vaccine between the 1st and the 9th. And we'll continue sending text messages as to where you can go and when you can get. That is a way of trying to reduce crowding and people not going, so that we told when to go, and I think that will help reduce crowding. We are also hoping that the media will also assist with the information so that people will not rush to these centers. Now, you talk about waste of time. I don't think going for vaccination is a waste of time. But be that as may, what we have done is that at that time, a lot of information, data had to be taken. This is the very first time we are doing vaccination that requires so much data to be taken. And of course, in any system, once you start using tablets, over time you get faster, like you saw towards the end, or when we were going to the last 3:15, people have been used to the system and they were able to look at that. Of course, it started with a few teething problems with synchronization. That has all been done. So, but fortunately, for this one, you only pull out your database, which already entered, and then they enter your second dose. That's all. So really, the data requirement is not going to be as high as if you are going for your first dose. The second jab, well, it may give you protection, but doesn't protect everybody. Let me explain to you. For example, the one with the highest efficacy vaccine is about 94%, which means that 6% of those who have had that vaccine can still be infected. I mean, the probability that they can be infected. Now, you have 3 benefits. Being infected, you are protected from being infected, but it's not 100%. Hospitalization, getting sick and being admitted, you are protected, some of them as high as 80 to 90%. And then the third event is death from the vaccine. Now, as long as not enough people are vaccinated, the 6% of the people who are vaccinated who may have the virus may transmit to somebody who is not vaccinated. And so as still a significant number of population are vaccinated, so that the chance of you multiplying the virus within you and you transmitting to somebody who is vulnerable is there. You all have to continue wearing masks, even if you are fully vaccinated. I think the same thing goes for the question about whether your second jab, does it mean that if you have, okay, now, if you for some reason you can't go to your location, just make sure you have your card. As long as they have your unique ID card on your card, Once they enter, they will pull out your data, and then they can be able to answer. Or question, answer, and then say, so when call baby fufra, if you have to go, but so call baby fufra because if you are one of your bank, I want to call back. O call you card. Now they call. Omoko no share number na oha. Ombeti me information at any center. Na dey abo. But say be create too much crisscross no. Anything as much as possible no. Obi anko baby a no. The last question, Accra FM. I think I didn't get a full question properly.
Those who did not take their first jab, or who have not yet taken their first jab,
yes.
Do they qualify under what is going to happen from tomorrow?
Not for now. We are currently trying to secure those who have had their first dose. But a lot of effort is going on to bring in additional vaccines to start the first dose. Because the ultimate aim for the 20 million is still exists, and that's what we are working on. So as soon as vaccines come, they will also be given. The president talked about the Sputnik. That will be a different cohort of people who will receive vaccines from the Sputnik. And I think there are many other approaches that are coming, and hopefully it's not coming the way we wanted it in bulk. But at least as they come in, we will continue vaccinating and protecting everybody.
As I prepare to take the second batch, my question stands, what if I've lost my card? I can't find my card, but I believe I took a shot the first time, and I believe I qualify now, so I've come. Because I'm sure you get a lot of incidents.
Oh, yeah. I think people are doing, even the people who leave it at home. But that would be a difficult mind, but once you're able to give a name, and especially if you went to the same place, they should be able to, if you give them a few variables, they should be able to pull out
your data.
Go with your ID card. Any ID card will give them the number, because they use ID card to enter, and they can still pull out your data and vaccinate you.
Very well. Colleagues, I'll come for the second batch of questions, but something strikes me that the policy decision that will be made as to when all of us can stop wearing masks will not be dependent on whether or not an individual has had both doses. It's on whether or not a significant proportion of the population has had both doses. That is when that policy decision can be made. I'm correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that people don't say, me, I've had 2 shots, so I can go around without masks. Colleagues, do you have any questions? I'm happy to take them now. Yes? The Finder newspaper.
Salam Gobiji, the Finder. If I realize that a center is empty, right, so in the course of the job taken, a center is empty, and I didn't take my shot during the first shot, can I walk there and say, well, you are not doing anything, I want to take a shot?
Yes, sir. Are there any others so that we're clear on the mapping?
So Kingsley
so from you, I'll come here, and then I'll come to you. Yes, sir.
Kingsley from the custodian. Dr. Waji, are we not going to experience shortages at the center of the vaccines? Because if you allow people to go to where they didn't take the vaccines for the first time, and now we are saying they should go, are you not going to experience shortages of the vaccines? Thank you.
I didn't quite get that. Are we not going to experience shortages? Okay. Doc will deal with that. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Madugo Beniza at Inka TV. For the
you can actually sit down and then ask your
All
question.
right, thank
They'll
you,
bring
sir.
the
Thank
microphone
you.
to you.
When the president and then the VIP took their first jab on cam to boost public confidence and then trust for the first exercise. Aren't they supposed to take theirs today, and why are we undermining that exercise? Sorry to put it that way there. And then also, the first people, the first exercise, you gave us 360,000 people, and then the vaccine we've had is 350,000. The minors, when should we expect those numbers? Thank you.
So when should we expect the next extra doses to come in? I think on the question of the president and the vice president, I'll check and give you information whether they will do it publicly or not. Yes, sir.
Doc, are we to expect a recurrence of the adverse effects we experienced with the first jab?
Or is it the fact that once you got adverse effects the first time, you are also immune from adverse effects. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Boji. We are experiencing a downward trend of the disease. Is it because of the jabbing, or is it because of a behavioral change of the Ghanaian populace, or the disease itself is coming down in Africa?
Well, I think it's a very important question. Can we ascribe the downward trend to the vaccination so far of about 800,000 people in the hotspot areas, or do we think it's because of some other factors? Doc, we're in your hands.
Yeah, thank you very much. The center is empty. This stage is for those who are going for their second dose. It's not for first dose. So you cannot walk in, but there's nothing happening here, so give my first dose. And that goes to answer the question, is that the fact that you crisscross doesn't mean that the vaccine will. We have a cohort of people, 360,000 that we are going to vaccinate available. Wherever you go, it's the same vaccine. It may, if you have an resurgence into one place, you may have some logistics movement, but you only have to move vaccine from one end to another if there's a good reason why people want to go to a particular place. So that shouldn't really be a problem. The question was it a 10,000 difference you are asking for? Yes, you don't normally run totally out of vaccines. You always have a strategic stock. And that's the stock, some of the stock that's been added to sort of boost the number from 350 to 360. It may even be slightly more. You have, if for example, people are traveling and they need to be vaccinated, so as a country, there's a small strategic stock that can be used for others, and that's why we are able to look at that. But there are plans to get more vaccines for people's first dose, as I mentioned earlier. Adverse effects, yes. Yes, you should expect. It's going to initiate, it's going to sort of come up with the same effect. You're going to get boost of immunity, and so you are likely to also have some side effects. There are people who didn't have any side effects. They may have it this time, or they may not have at all. So you are not going to expect anything different from what we saw in the first jab. And the decline in cases. Normally, the vaccine will take about 3 weeks to become effective in terms of reducing spread. AstraZeneca gives about 76% protection. So after 1 million, about 800,000 people vaccinated in a place where there's a critical mass of people where the cases are, it definitely is contributing to the reduction in cases, but also adherence to the protocols. The fact that we're able to celebrate Easter quietly, and the fact that Ramadan, the Eid was also, we're able to, they are all contributing to the fact that we have been able to remain stable. As long as you reduce interaction, people are not, workplaces are applying the protocols, schools are applying protocols we should expect. So they are all contributing, but obviously the vaccine is also playing a role.
Up. Abednego, step forward, but there's a lady. Well, you know we're biased towards ladies, so let's start with the lady. Doc, there's a question I see on our platform here. It's asking, I mean, if I just may paraphrase, he knows that he took it between the 1st and the 9th, but he hasn't received a text message yet, so should he wait to receive a text message before he goes, or he can still go, even without the text? So please hold on to that one. Yes, madam.
Thank you. Dr. Kumar-Boakye, please, I'd like to know, you've already made us know that government is making efforts to get additional vaccines apart from the 350 that were received. Can you be certain as to what arrangements have been done to give some form of certainty to the remaining 500,000 Ghanaians who are also expecting to get the second dose? What systems or measures has government put in place to receive extra AstraZeneca vaccines for the remaining 500,000? And when is the Sputnik coming to Ghana that has already been approved by the FDA?
Sputnik is in Ghana, right?
Yeah, we have some.
So when are you going to start the vaccination with Sputnik? So you add that to that one and then you can answer. Abednego.
Your friend Abednego Asante, me at Mawadom FM. My question I'm person is during the first phase, in your report say vaccines now we call some regions expire and Monteman use. Until this time around, the emergency and I say, and she said, go up and say, one for brain called Babia, quote unquote, or moon here, I be call expire. Meanwhile, other regions say be or mope via or her shortage MR system. Thank you.
Is there any other question? Doc, a final question that I'll add to it. How long do I have to wait to take the vaccine if I recently recovered from COVID? Is there like a late time after recovery before you can take the vaccine? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable. The extra vaccine, yes, a lot of effort. One of the first things is the fact that the COVAX facility still exists and they continue to bring in vaccines. What we have done as a country is also get ourselves very, very ready with very efficient delivery system. And I think we have been classified as one of the best in terms of deployment of vaccines. And so as the vaccine sharing protocol goes on, where vaccines are not able to be used, always Ghana will also be considered to be giving vaccines, because if, for example, the USA has vaccines to give out, and they have probably a month or two to expire, they'll give it to a system, a country that is able to deliver, so that doesn't really get expired. That's one of them. There have been also a lot of bilateral arrangement. The COVAX facility still exists, that they will continue to give us vaccines, and that will definitely come. It will move from 20% to 30%, and we are hoping that one will come. There are also arrangements with Sputnik to get vaccines, and other, the private sector foundations are also involved in trying to mobilize vaccines into the country. And I think these are all the current assistance that we are doing. Government-to-government engagements are going for. But I can't give you a definite date at when the Sputnik is coming, but I know that the 300,000 should be coming very soon. And like I told our friend, this thing is not coming by ship. Well, I heard some bill of lading. But if they fly tomorrow, by the following evening, it's here. So as soon as we get going, just like we now the other, we'll also let everybody know how we can have them. Do you have Sputnik in the system already? Yes, we have. Yeah, we have about 16,000. But we will look at a small cohort to give to. And so we are expecting a larger dose that will come in soon. How do we prevent expiry, right? The last time the expiry was 580 doses. That was what expired. That was, we had 10 days to deliver 315,000 vaccines, doses. And so based on our system now, I'm sure this 358,000, even though we are looking at scheduling to 26, I can assure you by the 21st or so, if people come, it will be done. Because this is going to be an easier vaccination than doing the very first one, where you need to take a very comprehensive database to give them. So I don't think we're going to have any challenge with expiring. The current dose is expiring on the 24th of June, and that gives a long time for us to finish the vaccination. How long do you want to wait if you have had, you have just recovered? Well, you can, once you don't have it, you can always have it. But if there are two of you and I have not had it and you have had it and it's only one, we would rather give it to the person who has not had it and then give the person who has recovered some time, because they may have some antibodies to protect themselves. But we don't have any definite time that we have to wait, because the science is not too clear. We have situations where people have had it, but they didn't produce antibodies. And so we don't want to really take those chances.
Many thanks for your time, to yourself and to your colleagues for giving us that update. I'm sure our colleagues in the media would follow how the second dose rollout starts tomorrow at the various rollout points. And we'll share with you when we get information on whether or not there will be a public taking by some key persons, as was done in the first instance. Doc, thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want to add that the infographics are available so that they can show people which centers to go to.
So we'll put it on the press pool platform so that you can share it with your various audiences. As we say thank you, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, we would invite you for another briefing. The phase 3 of Operation Halt 2 has ended, and there are some updates that the Ministers for Defense and Lands will join us to share. So 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
thank you, and your favorite mobile money, tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Even if you've been married to somebody for 60 years, you would wake up one morning and the person would exhibit something and you go like, damn.
I would have drank from your fountain for 30 years. For 30 years, I would have suckled your breast. You must be someone when I sleep and wake and I look, I say, God damn.
Any man that has ghosted the woman, any man that has walked out of a relationship without telling the woman that he's no longer interested is a coward.
So you present a version of yourself to your mom when you realize that she's of a certain stock. You still wouldn't want to give her a shocker. You wouldn't want her to know that her darling daughter is a master of giving BJs.
Women understand only 3 languages. The first language is money. The second language is money. The third language is money.
If you find a man and on your initial text drive, you find that this man is heavy bonded. This is Juan Lu. This is a man who can dip through, who can slice through your well and you'll be leaking and all that.
First and foremost, I want to date a man who has a big dick. Police are bad.
Why? 12 inches then?
Lovely people, thank you for making time with us on another exciting edition of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. We are at the Bonsu Eco Park in the eastern region of Ghana, and we are going to have the adventure of our lives. There are a lot of activities we are going to explore today. There's horse riding, there's a canopy walk, there's hiking, there's zip line, any other thing you can think of. This park is about 86 years old. We are doing this together, of course, and we are going to be going around with the facility manager who is serving as our tour guide for today. We'll meet him and get right to it after this short break. Don't go away. The name is Wanda Amihagan. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're fully protected.
Yes.
How are you doing?
We are fine here.
Okay. You are?
I'm Asari from Pong.
Right. So guys, we are speaking to Asari from Pong. He is the manager of this entire place. And you can see he's doing a fabulous job. He's going to be taking us around. Like I said, it's going to be a fun tour. So you have a really nice place. How do you manage to keep this place so clean?
Yeah, when you come to the Bunsu Eco Park, the first thing is after we approach you, we tell you we are at the park. And then there's one significant thing there's one thing you shouldn't do at the park, litter. So we will tell you where our litter bins are. And then at some point you see everything, no plastic or waste beyond this point. So these are some of the measures we have been putting in place.
Okay, we'll get more into the details, but what do we have today? What should our viewers be expecting us to go through today?
Yeah, today we are going to take you through all the activities in the Eco Park. And then when you are at the Bunsu Eco Park, you are going to do a nature tour, you are going to do forest hike, you are going to do canopy walk, zip line, horse ride.
Right. You heard it. That's like a bunch of activities lined up for you and I. So let's begin the tour. Okay. And while we have a conversation, how do you call this place? I know it's called Bunsu Eco Park and it's also called Bunsu Arboretum or something like that. Am I pronouncing it well?
Yeah, it's Arboretum. Yeah, the place is now called Bunsu Eco Park. It was initially Arboretum, as you said, but Arboretum is a little bit narrow. You know, when we get there, we will explain some of these things to you. Arboretum is a combination of two Latin words. In Latin, arbor means tree, retum means collection of. So, collection of trees planted in an area for scientific and then research purpose.
And this name was given how long ago?
1935.
By who?
By the first, by the people who made the place Arboretum. It was done by Frank Thompson and David Gillett.
Okay.
Yeah, they were two British who started this thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. And how old is the place?
Yeah, so as from 1935, you know.
1935?
To date.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to tell us the story behind how they got to this place, how they planted the whole trees thing and started the park?
Yeah, we are going to.
What should we be looking out for?
Should be looking out for amazing plants you've never seen before.
All right, we are going to the plant table and that is where we are starting our tour from.
Yes.
Asari is going to help us understand the whole history behind the making of this place.
You are once again welcome to the Bunsu Eco Park. As I said, the Bunsu Eco Park has got two sections. We have the recreation aspect and then the arboretum. We put this thing together to form the Eco Park. The place was for research purpose until 2014 when Mr. Kennedy Kufuor came here to construct the canopy walkway. And then from there, people begin coming here for tourism purpose, not for scientific purpose anymore. So through then the place needed to be developed. That is why gradually we keep adding things like the zip line, the horse ride, and then we prepare a place for the kids.
But so it means that before 2014, if you came here, it was practically a forest.
Not only a forest, but a forest with plants that are being labeled for research and then scientific purposes.
Okay. So what are we seeing here? What things do we have here?
In our arboretum, there are 610 species of plants in here. 90% of them are medicinal, 7% are for timber industrial purpose, and 3% are ornamental plants. This is the tip of an iceberg of what we have in here. We call this one Lecitus zabucajo. It's a tree that bears a pot with a lid, like that.
Really? So, wait, you see this on the tree
Yeah.
with the lid.
Yeah, we are going to see it.
Okay.
Usually it springs up like this during its maturity stage, turned down like that. And then when it's ready, fully ripe to be eaten, through an explosive mechanism, the lid comes out. Boom. And then the nuts begin to drop. This is how the nuts look like. They taste like almond.
Wait, they are edible?
Sure, they are edible.
Okay. I see.
The common name is monkey nut.
So people actually eat this?
Yes, we eat them.
Okay.
You see, as I said, its season is late July to late October. During those periods, when the lid comes out, this can contain about 25 to 45 nuts, depending on the size of the pot. The bigger the pot, more nuts. The smaller the pot, less nuts. And then when, by a week or more, all these things will come out. This will hang a year before they drop. So all those we ate last year, they are still hanging on the tree.
I see.
And then we will go there and then we'll see them.
Okay. All right. And what are these? These are the smaller versions of the same.
Yes, they are not like smaller version, but they are like from the same family. This is called Brazilian nut, Bertholletia excelsa.
That's a scientific name.
Yes, the common name is Brazilian nut.
Okay, Brazilian nut.
It's 3 times harder than coconut, but it has got an easy cutting area. It has also got husk covering it like coconut. And then you see, just as palm is our main source of oil, we go to the Southern Americans, they get their oil from Brazilian nut. But Brazilian nut oil is very good, very, very good. It's rich in omega-3 fatty acid, and we know what it does.
Yeah.
It helps with the cardiac problems. Yeah, so people like them.
Okay. So these plants, they go out, you harvest them and give them to people, or you would have to come here to access it?
Yes, you have to come here to access it. All what we do is we make seedlings out of these things, and then we sell the seedlings. When you are here and then the season is on, whatever fruit that is ready, you can eat some. So it is for our customers and then the people who come in here.
I see. So I'll get some to take away.
Yes, anything that is that is in season.
Okay.
You are going to have them.
Great. Do we have any other different things here?
Yeah, we have. We call this one Mare Balanitis wilsoniana. The common name is Krobo. Krobo is a fragrant plant. In the olden days, Krobo.
Who gave the name Krobo to it?
You know, the accounts usually name things to people who are fond of using it or like the way, so the accounts named it.
So the Krobos usually use this?
Yes. Years back, during their puberty program called Depot, you know, they will be performing some rites for the little girls who are getting into their adulthood. And then during that process, they cut these things into two. It's white in form. So they just scrape it somewhere and then paste it on the little girls who are going to perform the rites.
Oh, those markings on their bodies?
Yes.
They are from this?
They are from this.
Oh,
they were from this.
They were from this?
Yes. And then when they use them, 1 week of continuous bath, they will still smell good.
Oh.
I don't know if you've heard of Krobo powder before. Usually it's in small thing. And then when you want to the big or the full container of powder to smell good, then you just apply some small Krobo powder and then you mix it. Yes.
Oh, I see.
They are from this. In the olden days, our forefathers did not have means of embalming cups, so usually they were using this. They grind this thing and then they smear it on the
body.
On the body.
So this is a ripe.
No, this is
a different
thing.
fruit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting it mixed up.
So
right.
That is mare.
Okay.
Krobo. Balanitis. This is this. When you cut it into two, this is what you are going to see. It's called Precralima nitida. Anything nitida in Latin means bitter.
Okay.
It is 5 times bitter than the bitter leaf.
Wow.
And then when you take it, even the next morning, your mouth will still be bad.
Okay.
But it's rich in alkaline, and we all know what alkaline does to the system. Yeah, it neutralizes the pH, acidic content, therefore making when you are suffering from indigestion or any other stomach problem, it heals them. But it's very hard to take. And then due to the fact that it's extremely bitter, it contains disulfiram, an element that makes things bitter. What happens is they used to deter kids from sucking their thumb or breastfeeding. Yeah.
So you put it on the thumb of the baby to prevent it.
And then
they will never suck their thumbs again.
Because it's very bitter.
Okay, but even for the medicinal purposes, do people take it raw?
Yeah,
even though it's bitter?
I take
you
them.
take it?
I take them.
So you like the seeds inside?
Usually the seeds are more powerful. I mean, more bitter.
Okay.
And then when you want to stop somebody from taking alcohol, sometimes you grind about 5 of them, and then you make it's colorless. You mix it with the alcohol. When the person takes it, the person will vomit. And then from there, that's then take alcohol again.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
I hope for this one we all know it.
Prekese.
Yes. It's called Tetraptera.
You have the tree here too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tetraptera tetraptera.
Okay.
And then the common name is Aden tree. Yeah, it has also
we
got
know it as Prekese.
Yeah, it's good. It has also got depurative activity. So when you take them, it will be washing away, it helping you with blood circulation and blood purification. It's very good. But usually when we talk about, every time I talk about this, then I do a little bit herbal medicine. What happens is, everybody thinks this is good. So you see people cutting these things into pieces and then putting them in, mixing some with some water without boiling, and then they begin taking them.
Oh, people take it raw?
Yeah, people take it raw.
Okay.
And it's very dangerous.
Okay.
Yeah, because
why?
Because when this thing stays in water more than 12 hours, when you take it to lab, microbial load begins to go up high. Microbes comes in.
Okay.
And then more than 18 hours, aflatoxins will begin to develop.
So it becomes poisonous.
That is it.
Okay.
So the best practice is you boil them and then you use them. You can keep them in fridges and such stuff. Okay.
Okay. Great. Is that it for our plant section?
Yeah, I think, okay.
Let me try to remember.
Let's see if you know this plant.
I know. It smells familiar. Is it aluguntuku?
No. This is Cinnamomum verum. The common name is cinnamon.
Oh!
This is cinnamon.
Really? Ah, I see. Okay.
Yeah. The tree is also here.
I know of the bark.
The bark, yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't know
of
the leaves. I didn't even know the leaves are used to.
They are used.
Okay.
The leaves are anti-sugar. They washes away sugar from the system. Yeah. But when people think, or we just hear cinnamon is good, we begin to take. It's not good for those who are suffering from ulcer. Okay. Cinnamon is not good for them. Yeah. But aside that, any other person can take, especially the bark. They are immune boosters, so people use them a lot. So we'll talk about a few of them and then we go. This is called Xylopia ethiopica. Grains of Salem. Yeah, the trees. Xylopia ethiopica. Okay. The common name is grains of Salem or Negro pepper. Local name is Mentia.
Oh, I see.
I need to trick you a little.
Yeah, you need to give me all the big names first.
So that is the Xylopia, Mentia.
Okay. But where are the tiny things?
Yeah, it's almost getting out of season. They are up there.
Okay.
They've opened red like that up there. Okay. I think they are almost gone.
Yeah.
In May they are not in. Okay. They are almost out.
Okay. Okay. And which other trees do we have?
This is Melissia excelsa.
The big tree?
Yes. The trade name is Iroko. The local name is Odum.
This is the big Iroko tree.
This is Odum. It's African teak.
What's the story behind this one?
Oh, the only thing that makes it significant is 87 years of age, and it's a 4-log tree. And we know Odum is a hardwood.
87. It means it was one of the trees that was planted when the park started.
Yeah, some of these things were not planted, especially the indigenous plants.
So they just
grew up. Just like, during the normal wind seed dispersal. For example, when the Prekese falls, through such a dispersal,
it grows.
Yeah, it grows.
Okay. Is this the biggest tree you have here?
No. There are other bigger ones. And then older ones.
Okay. Okay. But I see Osajifo Trail.
Yeah. This is the Osajifo Trail, a trail that leads to most of all the other trails links to.
Okay.
Yeah, because the place belongs to Osajifo, Amotia.
Okay. As in the land?
Yes.
Okay.
When the whites came to do this thing, they came to see him, and then he gave them portion of land for that.
Okay, okay.
Whom he didn't sell it to them, he just gave it to them for free.
So that's like to acknowledge him?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. All right. And what else do we have?
We have Terminalia superba, Afara or African limber. The local name is Ofram. It's also a hardwood. This is almost about 7 log, like 2 times taller than the Milicia excelsa, but it's only 78 years.
Okay, so it's taller, but it's not bigger than
Yes.
the old ones. Okay.
This is Sensepalum dalsaficum. The common name is sweetberry. Others call it miracle berry. The local name is Asan.
Okay, that I haven't heard of. Okay. Okay. Asa or Tami in Ghana.
In Ghana.
Okay. What's they used for?
Yeah, they are reddish oval in form. They are, the reason why they are called sweet berries is like they are very sweet. But this is the secret behind its sweetness. Now, when you take 5 to 10, today everything you take becomes sweet. Even your saliva becomes sweet in your mouth. So when I want to take Precralima nitida, when I'm having
the very bitter one.
yes,
I'll take the sweet berry first.
I'll come and take about 10 to 15 of these ones. And when I take it, it becomes sweet in my mouth.
Really?
Yeah.
That's why it's called the miracle berry.
Yes, that's why people
so the
call
very
it miracle
bitter
berry.
plants becomes
Very
sweet,
in my mouth.
Wow. I should try it sometime. But it's out of season now, right?
Yes, out of season. And then what happens is, you know, this one, you are not taking any sugar into the system.
It's natural.
Yeah, it's natural. What happens is not like the natural sugar we get from mango or banana and such stuff. No, they are not like that natural. But I mean, what they, you know, the sweet bar, where you feel the sugary or the sweet taste from sugar. Yeah, it forms sugar chain there, and then they come together. The enzymes come together to tell the nerve to tell you sweet. So it's a trick.
Oh.
And so if you want to break the sugar chain, you put salt at that point. It will break the chain, and then your mouth will be back.
I see. Okay. So you can intentionally take the sweet taste out of your mouth.
Yes,
by
you
putting
can.
Salt.
By putting salt.
Okay.
In your mouth.
Okay.
On the tongue.
Okay.
Yeah, it will break it, and then you'll be free.
Okay. Cool. All right. How big is this pack? Yes.
It's 40.1 acres.
That's very large.
Yes.
Wait, it's a swing? I'm gonna try this. Hopefully I don't fall.
No, you will not fall, but it looks a little scary. It has got an unthieving.
Okay. It's a, which kind of plant is that?
A climber.
It's a plant on its own.
Yes. It's a plant that is a rope-like.
Oh,
they are climbers.
I see. So where's the root of this plant?
The root is somewhere here.
So it creeps and then goes up.
Yeah.
Is it linked to another tree?
No, it will just keep going like that. So it goes through the trees. They hang on the trees, yes.
That's very nice. And it's another, he has created another tourist.
Another attraction there.
Exactly, attraction. Wow. Did you tell me the name of that plant?
Liana.
Liana. The plant
They are liana.
Saturn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we are here with these 3 trees here.
There are 3.
Yeah, this is Cyber Pantedra.
Okay.
This is Trichilia tesmani. Cyber Pantedra is Unyina.
Yeah, I've heard about Unyina.
Trichilia tesmani is Tenru.
Tenru.
And then we want to talk about this. This is the oldest Peptadeniastrum africanum in Africa.
Break it down.
The African oak tree.
Oh.
The oldest African oak.
Okay.
It is 203 years of age.
Wow. That's like...
Sure.
And it wasn't planted?
Yeah, it wasn't planted.
Wow. So it grows like, do you know if it has a lifespan or it just
they
grows?
say Pept grows up to about 1,000 years.
Wow.
So it's still young.
It's still a baby. this is the smallest among the three. So it's like the two have buried it. The one in the middle, right?
Yeah. They are all struggling for food and sunlight. So only the strong. If you're not strong, you die. Now, what again happens is pips is an extremely strong and hard wood. When you use them for wood and furniture, such stuff, they're extremely strong and hard. And then they contain poison in itself. So during lambering, when some of the sawdust find its way into a stream or river, all the fish in that zone will die. If there are some reptiles around, they will also die. It kills reptiles
so it's
and
dangerous
insects.
as well.
It kills reptiles and insects, but it doesn't have any effect on mammal. So people are now using it as a pesticide to
fight a ward of insects
and then such animals.
Okay. But how common is this tree in Ghana?
It's very common. The local name is Dauma. It's very common, but it's also an endangered species. It's found. It grows everywhere in Ghana. Yes. It's extremely strong and hard, as I already said. Due to that, there's mainly used in construction of the wood in between the railway lines. So it's one of the trees they
use for the
yes.
construction. Oh, okay.
Yes.
You say endangered, it means that a lot of people are felling it.
Yes, now for them, because when you use them for furniture and such stuff, they last longer, so people are on it.
I see. Okay. And these two, they don't have any special.
Oh, this is not too hard. This is medicinal.
Okay.
And then again on the pipped, in the olden days, our forefathers know how means of communication. I mean mobile phone. So sometimes when they go to the forest and then they want to communicate, they locate a pipped, and then they can send information up to about 30 miles, depending on how dense the forest is. If there is a thick forest, it could go far.
As in the echo?
Yeah.
Okay.
So all they need is a club, and they can send such information like this.
Oh. Okay, so if you are far away, you would hear the sound.
Yeah, those at the back there will be hearing this.
Wow. Okay. That's a great story, guys. This is the oldest tree in this forest, right?
The oldest pipped.
The oldest oak or pipped tree
In Africa, the oldest African oak in
whole
Africa.
of Africa. We have one right here, and it's about 200 years. Was here
203.
203.
203 years.
Okay, so it's been here before you and I were born, and it has so many years still ahead of it. And so let's go and have a look at some other plants.
This is Garcinia cola. Garcinia cola, the common name is beta cola.
Oh.
The local name is Fiapia. Others call it Michikuru.
Yes. You see them sell it a lot.
Yes, that is the tree. We have another tree there.
So is there like a particular season for each tree? Has its own season?
Yes, but most of the season, it's June, July, August.
Okay.
And then
for all the
that is where you have most of the plants in season together.
Okay.
But each and every month there's a new plant and its own season.
Okay.
But where you have a lot of plants, yeah, that is.
And so when they have fruits on them like this, you harvest?
Yeah, we harvest and then we give it to the people who visit us.
Wait, we need to pause and learn about this. I recently heard about it. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, we use
How
it
long
for,
has this tree been here?
This is around 10 years. And then it bears some fruit, like a breast.
Okay.
Yeah, but like a tall, like a long breast.
one, yes.
Something like that. That is why they call it Nufutin.
Okay.
Yeah, they use the chaff to treat skin disease.
Okay. And which season does it bear fruit?
Yeah, it has got a long season. It starts. They just call it a red tree. Okay, so this is the Lycitis, the monkey nut tree. You see some open up.
Oh, the one we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen?
Yes. So this one, the lid has fallen off.
Yes, and then we have this one that they are now growing. Yes.
Up there.
It will grow to
Becomes as big as
big as that.
And then the lid will fall off.
Yes, and then this will happen in July.
So
late
it means
July, August.
when the lid falls off, the nuts fall off by themselves.
Yes.
Oh, so you would have to come and pick them. Okay.
You know, they have some coating, so you need to, so they won't get dirty.
Okay, so coating like was like the cocoa kind of coating, or they're hard?
Oh, the nuts that we saw over there.
So there are nuts in those shells?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is how little they can be. Let's go a little bit closer.
Oh, that one.
This one and this one. So you can pick it.
Okay, so this is how it starts.
This is how it starts, the very small one.
And then it grows as big as that.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
These are royal palm trees.
Okay, the ones lining the place. Okay, so we are done with the trees for now. Right?
Yeah, we go through the forest and then we get there.
This is still people and places. We are done with the nature tour, which was fun. We learned a lot of names and we saw a lot of trees, which probably you didn't know about, and some of their benefits. So now we are going on another tour, which is the forest tour. Asari is taking us round, and this is the entrance. So come along, let's go have some fun.
So we want to talk about this tree. This is Musanga sacropioides. The local name is Ojima.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see the tree looks as if the roots are up, so it will be weaker, but it's much more firmer and stronger than you think.
How does that work?
Yeah, because as you can see from here, they go up to about 3 meters down, and then they spread. Okay. As they've spread up, the same way they spread downwards.
So some of the roots are down, some are
deep,
up.
Yes. Okay. So even though it may look like this, but they can withstand rainstorm.
Wow.
Without uprooting. It's strong. Ojima.
Very unique. Okay. So that was our first stop. We are going deeper into the forest. And this is a bit hilly.
Yes.
So Asari says it's called a forest hike. Okay, so is this place always clear like this, or you have to weed from time to time?
No, we don't weed. It's a semi-deciduous forest. We allow everything to grow naturally and then wild on their own.
Okay. And are there reptiles like snakes?
Sure.
In here?
Yes, please.
There are snakes?
Yes, please.
Like which types of snakes?
Oh, we have all the mambas here.
Wow. Including the green mamba?
Sure.
So there may be one on a tree and we may not know.
Yes, that is it.
Have you ever been bitten by a snake here?
No.
You've never had?
But I've always been seeing snakes.
So you're used to them? Yeah. You don't have a snake phobia?
No. But we have a plant we used to treat the king's mantle or the banjia. We used to treat snake bite and such stuff.
Okay, so, but has any like tourist or
no,
anyone,
we've never experienced somebody being bitten by a snake.
Like that. So like we can be going like this and then we just see one snake pass by.
Yeah, you see that.
But they don't come out
in
the day.
Usually in a semi-deciduous forest, you can see afar. It's very plain. So all the animals in the daytime go into hiding because they can be seen. If there's any animal walking around, you will see them. Yeah, so usually they just come out in the night. That is why those who do the animal tour, they book and then they come for night tours.
How much is it?
Yeah, specifically, it depends on what you are going to do. Night tour, whether you are going to do bird watching, you are going to do butterfly moth watching, or you would want to see some animals in the forest. It depends on the thing you want to do.
Okay, so like around what time do these animals start coming?
Yeah, we start night tours around 10, 11.
10 p.m.
Yes.
Wow. And what kind of animals come out at night?
Yeah, the animals that are in here, we have the smaller antelopes in here. We have some different types of monitor lizards. I mean, mampam. Yeah, we have some pangolins.
Oh, there are pangolins here.
Yeah, and then some type of hyenas also.
Hyenas? But that's dangerous.
Yeah, but
it doesn't scare off any of the tourists?
No. Yeah, they look dangerous, but we are not attacking them. They will just be passing by. We will also be passing by. Sometimes when they got caught up with the lights, they stay a little while before they move on.
I see. So every evening when you come out, you see a number of animals?
A number of animals.
Okay, but during the day like this, there's
No.
nothing like that. Okay, cool.
They don't come out during the day.
Has COVID, would you say, COVID has affected, patronage of the place?
Yes.
Do people even come here like so much?
Yeah, for here, people do come a lot. But the COVID, due to the COVID, every facility, tourist facility, the patronage came down due to restrictions and other stuff.
Okay.
We are not permitted to allow so many people in here. Yeah, that is
because
the first thing.
Because of the COVID-19.
Yeah.
But before COVID, how many people do you look at like in a day?
Yeah, averagely 100 people.
Oh wow. Ghanaians and non-Ghanaians.
Yeah,
alike.
for the Ghanaians are more.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's great. That means people are patronizing our tourism sites more. Is this place under the Ghana Tourism Authority? Yeah. Okay. So how do they help you? How do you work with the Tourism Authority?
Yeah, they are both the regulatory and then they are in partnership with the government here. It's public-private partnership. The traditional council, GTA, and then the private company.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So they all have stake in it.
Right. What do we have here?
This is Antiaris toxicaria.
Antiaris toxicaria.
Yeah, the local name is Chen Chen, not Antiaris.
Oh.
Antiaris toxicaria.
No, I didn't say that. Antiaris
toxicaria.
Right? Toxicaria. You said the local name is what?
Chen Chen. Yes.
Oh, I thought that was the name of a drum. Okay.
Yeah. The Chen Chen, the back of Chen Chen tree has been used as cloth. Before the whites came, we were making our clothes from the back of this thing.
Cloth?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
They have a way of cutting it. They cut it round like that and then open it up. So they will season it to allow all the fluid to come out.
The back of the tree, okay.
And then they will beat it. And then it turns like a papyrus. It's ductile, the stuff. And then that was it's even the clothes for the Zulus in South Africa. They keep wearing them.
Oh, okay. So this is what
from the back of this thing.
I see.
Yeah, in the olden days, we were wearing them before the whites came to bring us such clothes. And then after using them, it became a cloth for the warriors and then the fetish priests. And then
I see.
Those other people.
Okay.
And then there's a story behind it that there was a warrior who was about to lead Ashantis for a war. And then he went to season so many of these things. Remind you, I told you the fluid inside are poisonous. Yeah, so usually they dip the arrow, the tip of the arrow inside, and then they dry them. So when they shoot it on against enemies,
it hurts you and it poisons you.
Yeah, so that you can die.
Oh, I see.
So eventually he has a little boy, only one little boy who got in contact and then died. So like he was down morally, he can't go for the fight. So he was summoned and then he told the people to tell Tum for Chen Chen Bie Dimeru.
Oh, so that's the origination of that.
That is the original, yes. And then Alaji K from Pong composed a song from Chen Chen Bie Dimeru, yeah.
Oh, okay, so this is Chen Chen.
Yeah, that is Chen Chen.
Great.
So we are using this way up and we are going to the oldest Dutch building outside Europe.
Oldest Dutch building
outside Europe. It was built in 1897.
So can you tell us about this plant? It looks a little like kontomire, just colored and all.
Yeah. They are flowers, but mind you, the fluid in them are poisonous.
Again?
Yes, this one has.
So there are a lot of poisonous plants here.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a flower, common flower that grows in any part of Ghana. Yeah. There's a little tale. They said once upon a time, a farmer went to the farm, a painter went to a farm, makes his paint and then splash it on the cocoyam leaves.
That's why it looks like cocoyam.
Yeah, it's just a little tale, local tale that is
like the folk
but
tale.
They look like them, very nice.
So these patterns come with the flowers.
Naturally.
Oh, that's very nice. Very beautiful. Okay. So we are at a place, Asari says it's called Amantuo Miensa. It's a small pathway that leads down somewhere. He's going to tell us about it.
Yes.
The secrets behind this name.
Yeah, when the Achim Ebuakwa, you know, they were part of the Ashantis and then they came. When they came, they were fighting back for their freedom. So there were these 3 towns covering the Achim Ebuakwa people, like all the Achim people who were like close to the Osajifo. Yes, and then these 3 towns have a common junction, and that is where they met. They are Chebi Apapam, Apedra, and then Esikem. These are the 3 towns. That forms the 3 towns that when they are going for war, usually they protect the Osajifo.
Okay.
Yes. So they have a junction they meet to take, you know, they are warriors from all these 3 people. They will come and then meet.
Strategize.
Yeah, meet the Osajifo at a junction before they embark on the war.
Okay, so this is the junction, or it leads to the junction.
So this is the way that leads to the junction.
Oh, okay. And the junction is inside the forest.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
That is the Amantuo Miensa.
But we can't go there.
No.
Okay. So our forest tour has brought us to this building, which according to Mr. Sari here, is the oldest Dutch building outside of Europe. There's a very interesting story behind this building, and he's going to take us through it. So when was this built?
Yeah, this was built in 1897. It is the oldest Dutch building outside Europe. And then this place was where Kwame Nkrumah was also used to stay. And then Flight Lieutenant J.J. Rawlings also used to use the place.
They used to use it for...
Like a seat of government, like Christian Bong, Peduase, such stuff.
So they used to stay here at certain points?
Yes.
Wow.
It was like a hideout or security zone for them. So when you are there, nobody sees you.
Okay.
During the Second World War, the Queen of England was here. She was in this.
Really?
Yes, usually when they come to such buildings and then in such places. So it was used, the place was originally used by Sir Gordon Gagisberg.
Okay.
Yes.
He built it?
He did not build it. It was the Dutch. You know, the Dutch came before the English
okay,
came.
Yes.
Yeah, it was built by the Dutch.
Yes. I see. And you said the Queen used this place as a hideout during the Second World War?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, she was here. When you go to Chebi Archives, where all this information we have, yes, we have the number of people who have been here. Even King George was once also here. He visited this place.
I see. So what has become of the place now? It doesn't look bad. I mean, like it's still strong. And I see that people are using it for various activities. So what has become of the place? What is its use now?
Yeah, it's mainly used as a tourist attraction.
Okay.
People visit the place and then come and then listen to the stories behind them, and then since it's still in the forest, why they've kept this thing in the forest. Yeah, we give them all such information when people come in.
Who was the last person to have stayed here?
I think it's President Rawlings.
Oh, I see. That was around. Do you know which year that was around?
Yes, and then aside staying, he usually sometimes use the place as a hideout. So
if he doesn't want to be out there, maybe just wants to have some days. So this is where he used to come.
And then I remember in 2001, the regional minister wanted to come and then stay here. He was coming here and then going, something like that too. So it later became a presidential guest house. So like a place meant for the president, the ministers, and then prominent people.
Okay, but is it? Can it still be used for that purpose? Is the place still in good shape?
Yes, it can be used for that purpose.
How many rooms are in there?
4 bedrooms.
Okay.
Yes, and then a kitchen and like two other rooms outside, and then there's also a security building with a garage and such stuff.
Okay, so it's well finished.
Yes, it's well finished. But the reason why it's in this state is that now the committee working on this project says, some of them says they should renovate it, and some says it should remain in its old state.
Yeah.
So when we went back to Chebi Archives, we saw the building plan. We have the building plan of the
for the renovation.
For the renovation. So there's a process which is going through so that they convert it back into a guest house or something like that.
Oh, I see. But I hope that won't change the essence of the building.
No, it's not going to change anything. Even though it will be an attraction, people can come here and then stay over.
But it will look maybe better
yes.
than it is. Now, aside the rooms in there, are there any other facilities here? I understand it used to have underground rooms or something like that.
Yes, those days it was believed to have an underground tunnel that goes beneath. But now we learned it has been converted into a reservoir that supplies the area. That is why you see the waterworks are just close by.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so they pump all the water here and then filter it.
So we are done with the tour here, but we couldn't spend time in there for long because some people are having their activities also inside there. But now we are going down, we are descending, and we are going to the canopy walk area. Mr. Sari, as usual, is leading us. And we are here at the entrance of the canopy walk. We are going to do this. I am not sure I'm very brave, but let's do this together. It's an adventure, right? So it's a risk we are taking. We are going up with Mr. Sari, and then at some point we'll have a conversation about this canopy walk. Let's go. So this is it. We are at the start of the walkway. I'm going to go in with Mr. Sari and go all the way to the other side where we are going to talk about this canopy walk. Looking down alone is just scary. But let's take a quick break. When we return, we'll go and have a conversation about this very canopy walk. This is still People and Places. Don't go away.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Hey, Jesus. So welcome back from the break. I have done 5 rounds on the canopy walk, and I'm left with my last lap, but we want to just have a conversation before we go down. We know about Kakum, we know about Legon, but not so much is known about this, at least not from my perspective. So when was this canopy walk built?
Yes, this was built in it was started 2013. It was complete in 2014. So it was open to the public. It was open to the public on 1st May 2014. That is where this place was open to the public.
2014,
yes.
That's a while back. So who got this initiative? Who brought this initiative and who built it?
Yeah, it's Mr. Kennedy Kufuor. He was part of the people who attracted in Kakum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was part of it. And then the line, he came here to do his own thing. Yeah, so he is the brain behind the canopy walkway.
I see.
In fact, all the canopy walkways in West Africa, he's
the one who's been building them. That's great. So how do you maintain this? Is it maintained in the first place?
Sure.
Is it maintained?
Yeah.
How often is it maintained?
Yeah, it depends on when we were coming. You can see some wood.
Yes,
some of the
wood
are new.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we replace dead ones, but they have a schedule for that. They have a weekly maintenance schedule and every 3 months. They have weekly and then 3 months. That's quarterly.
Okay, but 2014. How long did it take for him to build this canopy?
It was only 6 months.
6 months.
Yeah.
Wow. And do the ropes, some of them, do they come off in between time?
No, the ropes has got 30 years
lifespan.
But we don't allow it. When these ones were placed on 2014, but you can see some have been changed. Sometimes we need to change them so that they become very nice.
Okay.
And attractive, that's all.
Great. Some of the wood, the planks are slippery. So how do you manage that? Do you have tourists on this when it's raining?
No. When it's raining, you can see even we have some signages written. In rainstorm, everybody should return to the nearest building.
Okay.
Yeah. So during rain, we don't allow people to be on the walkway.
But not everybody is brave to go through this whole thing. Have you ever had a casualty before?
Yeah.
Someone falling off, someone hurting himself while on the canopy?
No. Because since people are afraid, when they are afraid, the guides will coach them and they will be helping them. So, for example, when we were coming initially, I was very close to you. So if I know you can't go,
you stop at certain points.
Yes, and then we'll help. So we've never gotten any problem with respect to somebody on the canopy walkway having fallen off or having a problem.
But how do you feel when people are walking and are screaming like they're coming to die?
That's the beauty of the adventure. So we always look forward to see some people crying and then screaming. And that is the beauty of it.
So if someone gets stuck in the middle and can't go, you would go for them?
Yeah, we go for the people.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
We go there, we talk to them, we try to calm them down and then use a certain means to bring them down, especially whilst they are talking and then we are all going.
So then it gets their minds off. Okay. So how would you coach somebody who isn't brave but wants to try the canopy walk? Just something to psych them up.
Yeah, usually we tell you this thing. So many people are for the year. Like this, let's say this number of people have been able to go through without anything. So you can also conquer your fear. And it's a step to help you build your confidence. So if you are not self-confident yourself, this is a way of, so we try to use some words and other stuff and then after talking for a while, it will encourage them and then they will be going. As soon as there's a twist or something like that, a little dunk, then they scream, then you
go back for them. So
and then that's the beauty of the people do scream here and then we see.
You see a lot of drama, I can imagine. So just before we do the final lap, what's like the most funny or the weirdest encounter you've had with a tourist on the canopy walk?
Yes, once we were coming with a lady. The lady says, I can't go again. Okay, let's go back. She said, I can't go, so we need to carry her.
You carried her? And she was heavy?
Yeah, she was heavy. I need to carry her at the back. And then there was one, somebody, 75-year-old lady came here. She came with a group. And then she was like extremely brave than All of
the
those
other people. And
they came with. So I interviewed her here, right here.
Oh.
How old are you? She said, I'm 75 years old. How come you are not
so
afraid?
brave.
And then they say, yes, I'm not afraid. But the rest of the young guys
so
she came
scared.
with, they were rather afraid.
Oh, wow. Okay, great. Thanks for sharing this experience. So we'll do the final lap and then we'll see where next Mr. Sari will take us. Finally, we are done. We are done. I'm so proud of myself. I went through 6 of the canopy walks and I didn't do so bad. Of course, it was a bit shaky and a bit scary, but I wasn't as scared as I thought I would be. So that's it from the canopy walk. Our next stop is here. We have our beautiful ponies behind us, and obviously we are going horse riding. We'll be talking about the whole activity whilst we do that. I'm going to try, to be brave because this is a moving mammal. I'm not used to it. I hope I don't fall off, but let's do this together. I so oh, thank goodness. So I'm going to do this. Wish me luck. I can just sit on it, right? I am holding this horse with the last bit of strength in me. But let's have a conversation. Mr. Sari,
yeah.
These horses, how many of them do you have?
At the moment, we have 3.
3.
You are on Baby, I'm on Kukua.
Hey.
We have Okatachi.
Okatachi, that's a male, I suppose.
Yeah, that's
a
male.
So these 2 are females?
Female, yeah.
Oh, okay. And who named them? What accounted for their names?
Oh, since they are female, and then there's a male, we decided to give them some local names.
Yeah, but
that
I mean, the names, it could be Ama, it could be anything. Why did you choose Baby and Okatachi? And
yeah, it was cute. We intended naming it, yeah. It was, so we said, yeah, Baby.
Oh, okay.
We wanted to name Equia, but we say, okay, let's use the fancy style.
Oh, okay. I'm sitting on Baby, right? And did they come in when they were little ponies, or you bought them when they were grown?
Yeah, we bought them when they were old.
Oh, okay. And where did you get them from?
Oh, from Ghana here.
I see.
From northern part.
Okay. How do you feed these horses? How do you maintain them?
Yeah, they eat this normal grass. Every grass you see around, they eat.
Oh, okay.
Then we have some
then they are sorted, because there's a lot of grass around.
There's a lot of grass, but we still do the normal feed.
Oh.
Yeah, the wheat ground.
Okay. Okay, so if you are going to take someone through horse riding, this one is slow because obviously I'm scared. So how do you ride the horse? Like you pull the girdle a bit?
Yeah.
Pull it a bit.
Yes.
And then the horse moves. So at which point do you know you're hurting it?
You won't hurt it. The way they are being positioned, there's no way or there's no point, they will get hit.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they are being arranged in a way that when you pull it this way, it will be going this way. This way, it will be going this way.
Oh,
so if
okay.
I want to turn around, I need to just do this.
10. Oh, okay. Okay. And is it possible to get the horse?
Yeah, when I want to stop it, I need to pull 2 at once.
Okay.
It means brake.
Is it possible to get the horse angry? Like, is it possible that unintentionally you do something that will make the horse? What will make this horse angry?
For example, when they are unaware and then you pull something like a stick or a stone, that one makes them a little bit frightened. So they intend throwing their legs back or jumping or, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. So what are some of the things tourists are supposed to do and not to do if they come for horse riding?
Yeah, they are supposed to follow the instructions of the guide from the one who is in charge of the horse. Yes, follow every instruction because they are well trained and then they are trained to help people.
I'm getting off now. Baby, yeah, was fun. And that was me doing some horse riding here. How much is it typically when anyone wants to ride a horse?
As an adult is 10 cedis and then kids are 5 cedis.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's great. So we are done with another activity. This was new to me, obviously, horse riding. But with the help of Mr. Sari, I was able to do it. We are going to do our very last activity, which is the zip line. This is it for me because I'm high up in the sky and it's just me and my God. But I'm going to try it because we said we were going to have fun and an adventure, right? So let's do. I have my helmet too. This is supposed to help me in case I fall off. So Richard is going to help me get onto the zip line. And then Mr. Asari will be waiting for me at the other end to catch me when I get close. Woo! Am I sure I want to do this?
You can do it.
Should I do this? Woo! So I'm going to hold with both hands.
Are you just climbing?
With both hands.
Yeah. Now drop down.
Wait. No, wait.
Drop down.
Here.
Yeah.
I should hold this
Yeah.
with both hands. With both hands.
Yeah.
With my 2 hands.
Yes.
So I'm going to do this. Wish me more.
Good. You've done very well. Come to. Stand this. Good. How was it? Feeling? How was it?
It was scary, but it was fun.
Okay.
But I can't do it again. I have to psych myself
Wow.
over and over again. But you should try it. It's a lot of fun. You just need a lot of vim.
So that's the harness.
Okay.
So it's very simple. You just hang the harness on it and then you come.
Okay, but how sure are you that it would never come off? Because
it's called safety harness. It will never bring
it would
down.
never come off.
Yes.
So you've never had any such instance?
No.
Oh, I see. I'm sure you have a lot of screaming from the canopy walk to to the zip line. So guys, that's it. That's the zip line experience. It was fun, but it was scary, trust me. And I think I enjoyed myself. You should come here to have a bit of an experience of the place. It's a really packed place. It's full of fun. And Mr. Asari here and his team have been really helpful. They are in charge of the place and they are doing a really good job at keeping and helping tourists with the place. So thank you for making time with us. I promised you fun and I'm sure you had a lot of that. Thank you, Mr. Asari, for hosting us.
Welcome.
You were really great and I had a lot of fun doing this with you. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
So we'll see you next time. Make time with us on the next episode of People and Places, and I'm sure you would enjoy yourself as much as you did this time round. The name is Wanda Amihagan. Stay safe.
Even if you've been married to somebody for 60 years, you would wake up one morning and the person would exhibit something and you go like, damn.
I would have drank from your fountain for 30 years. For 30 years, I would have suckled your breast. You must be someone when I sleep and wake and I look and say, God damn.
Any man that has ghosted the woman, any man that has walked out of a relationship without telling the woman that he's no longer interested is a coward.
So you present a version of yourself to your mom when you realize that she's of a certain stock. You still wouldn't want to give her a shocker. You wouldn't want her to know that her darling daughter is a master of giving BJs.
Women understand only 3 languages. The first language is money. The second language is money. The third language is money.
If you find a man and on your initial text drive, you find that this man is heavy bonded. This is Juan Lu. This is a man who can dip through, who can slice through your well and you'll be leaking and all that.
First and foremost, I want to date a man who has a big dick. Police Abba.
Why, swapping G-Stem?
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
A day in 2015, while on my way to work, I saw a police officer arrest a number of motor riders at the Legon bus stop, and so I decided to film and use for a story. I was subsequently arrested, sent to the Legon police station, detained and intimidated for some 6 hours before I was let go. Now, today, Caleb Kuda, a colleague, remember, we all started from Radio Universe. He has been allegedly being tortured by some personnel of the national security for filming installation, but the journalist says he rather filmed some cars that had been left to rot at the premises. Captain Smart faces a month suspension for allegedly slandering President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and the IGP, but the journalist has denied any wrongdoing. Call it occupational hazard, but we ask, is free press in Ghana a facade? We table this for a riveting discussion. Later on, we'll focus on NSO Owusu Bempeh's apology after that episode that angered a number of showbiz personalities. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum. I am Abrantipa. Abdul Karim Ibrahim, it's a columnist. He joins us for this episode. Karim, welcome.
Thank you very much, Abrantipa.
And Baraka de Salah.
Baraka Kadi.
Mabdunad Nanaya Asari, aka Romeo, is a columnist and the assemblyman for Medina Social Welfare. Romeo, welcome.
Thank you.
So is in order to say Baraka de Salah
on the streets.
And Medina, dear. I didn't
know Romeo is an assemblyman. No.
Oh, he is.
He's a big man. No.
Romeo, dear. You know, back then on the University of Ghana campus, he's always been a leader. Oh. He's been JCR president of the Kwafu Hall. Yeah. What's the idea of your craft? Now we're there with School of Performing Arts.
Oh, now we're in charge of the younger maybe I started today 3 months ago.
Yeah. Because you were part of the executive council of the SRC anyway. All right. So, Amma Bruni is on standby with Nkomo Hall. Let's join her. We'll be back shortly.
Aha. Obebisa so na atare kokoye ya ni braba violence ankasa celebrate say wo krom ha na watwi mudin sem bi tudwa mo anka ni yin mo amahu attack na akoso wo jatwa to the dending amabroni komo akoso entertainment industry na maboa no amede ba besom maye ntwa ye ho ne embracesia se wuti ubebi na wudwe hu na so obi kofa asem be for ya wankasa ye nua actress Efia Odo na wakwakoye interview BBC News Pidgin Efia na wo bisa no questions say ni say dey na ekos wa onim say fix the country we dey no cha Ghana ha ye boy economy ni mu ye dey che say wo ye adwuma ska ketu Efia bi na obenya na wa aka so mo fix the country say wa onim say Efia Odo ye convey na odi ani mankasa na Efia dey nsem bia betujo otwema me a wo krom ha say one nkwafo kununum say ye politicians so say ye movie directors one nkwafo edida say na be ye o metumi survive nti dwuma wo mu okrom ha na mafo say Efia ma enye sa se wonim say wo na adwuma bia wo nya nya nti na wo nkwafo ka say wo na men ka say me a wo krom ha one nkwafo da for survivor mo amu be kaya 2018 na actress Moisha Budon okọ CNN on the Christiana Mampo koye interview bi no de tuma amanfo e wo krom kankan ne me nkwafo kununum na one wonder say na be oba high apartments ka kakra bi na wonya na wodem ebe ye de anu tuma say oh ho ade na muguye ni masesa na Efia Odo chire ma o se me anu wa na wode won bodi nti so be man nkwafo adwudwam sa na wa ma won ska nde ye ono a nti ye ono anybody nti ne wo ye bia say o be survive say wode na obi kunu be da o politician no enfo bia ho Ghana fo say ye fix the country in command wodi no nyanja ayo wo ko Twitter other social media platforms and ye how e koso Ghana ye bad news ni ade wo tro ana wode ashase ho baby fix the country hashtag na trendy ankasa na ekoso na a female musician your friend Amare wa unim na fancy wa unim say she has a different vibe oba bet tweeting on so din sem bia betu jo twemo politicians there mo betumi akase o nema nkoso ya ase wo betie won fa anye hwe but ubo modern na ko kidnap won baba ko bia honum na wadwen bebe fie ena mafuka se ade de wan boss Ghana ha se ana se but se na nkomo yi koi de wa unze Ghana se se de protest koso politicians wanti mafu se na ye Ghana ha sem no ka na se ye general na boss wo Chrome had an answer the eye wild do walk cancel be one can here was an national security. Aha, one by no one best wow. It was a marriage in a you. Yet to us. Then I watch a muna a year fix the country. One would you know do better just so. Or besank away demonstration ka crabby. Now what my bank who say near what can a social media a hashtag campaign away fix the country and you're good. Now, I send me concern workers obey them when a Ghana police for 10 was sa and ye besh America where fast what just a walk court can Okoji injunction what they told so court Jema one himself coronavirus into ban on public gathering into moon to mean yes are protesting and I also sana mobile mobile most stop paying and I was answer trust now what the year virtual demo and then could be fix the country will post here and the asher who fix the country and some be break also now na man for say hey aye demonstrators here walk it a placards a canteen and makwa sa amokas mako dina Independence Square and then kan to course you had and woni na obey you man for chemo na mu ye nya na hu nia once sell cars they say one ka so ko Independence Square was ka wo be hu nsem e koso na man for so face the country they wonye njai wo be koso akosi say Chrome ha say nsem na koso mo be solve ama mo na mo hwenim say eye sa akode e dina no beto eye fix the country nsem say no finally wakasa ochwema eye aban eto eye na do dan kwekufado wo betumi aye mo afemu na mo de abo amafo betumi affect your more attitude all right but the system ni adwuma enye nya ye ho be twe nti ochwema mo na mo kaso politics ni aden ono na yekoso no de nani hwe but asen Chrome ha say wan kwa kebia na wan tag you say we eye wo support government of the day oti akode achwema ye aban eto mo betumi aye ne chensa mo ye adwuma na so mo nka mu hwe kakra na so ochwema ye so ye wo Chrome ha sen so ye afemu de nti government bo ne ho modern na ye so ye bo ye ho modern some mama who say ye fix the country campaign ye koso social media celebrities say we Chrome ha do ho agye mankasa na ye kan ye ke ya na eye NS Owusu Bempa of Ghana Gas ordinance na anu abetu nsemi ochema celebrities say we Chrome ha say mo nya mo hu ni papa asem yi ba ye mo bo eye na adodran kwa chi mo bo na echi sa so ombo ne ho modern na fan kosia mo kasa mo trotro tweet na fix the country mo kasa se ne bia manu mo nsa mo say NS Owusu Bempa asem aba na ye kan na wo ba ka say mo kasa kasa na ye kasa ben ne le jawo tutu bi man na kasa je say one power na kasa wo chemo one kasa yi ope hint na senye sa na ohun ze na nkomo no kɔ na ono ankasa ba no so opa mo chow ewo mu sensem na okan e bia na ye hash kakranti mumu bia amfa ne bɔkɔ sa na motutu bia man nti opa mo chow mo fa mo ne enche no I am music producer Morris Babyface and odin se bia betudwa ochema kan na no worry asen oh eye emi a wo se won won koda in a day onua tiema ti asem ya mabeke in a day otumi famia mako nan 4 otumi no wonder asem betu de na say eh Morris wo ye sure no chema ono ankasa o how bia no fem tam wo wiase no ono ankasa say on wonder on ti ase otumi kasa wedi ewejai wa ma ne nsaso obeye fasting yes wa ya akomchi onya ye so bebreki ana gesi afre na na eja wa aba na wa be say nti Morris na offer how mu pa ko sise na da bi ede ne koma ni sofu bi na eja empaibo kakra wo break ade na afede efi no so nti Morris Babyface chema kan na no nkofo da ne de am utumi famia for no sankanya kopo enje na ka by this time koguso so abrem na ka be se ka 20 ne over so won say do election time celebrities some endorse political parties and no candidates wa hu 2020 ba ku ya yekoye ne Samini MPP or endorse one fine campaign ma won kama amafo chema bi be di ne side just scan wo twia na nkasa ye de ye ni mu na moka na Links Entertainment omo former sign 20 Dub Nation what dem say bia betudwa wo se won pa say political party bi on be endorse one de anka common de won wo se won nya saade ni bida ko efi say wo endorse won wo ma won kakra fe de wo ba na se won bo won homodin a na fe de ese wo kasa untumi nkasa ye because as won sa hyenwanum into one day one will follow one will pay one what feel all over the world into one to mean by no one castle or more endorse party here and I say party B into pass or be endorse there and common the one Mix Master Gazi wow the music producer we're producing no baby will come I D crime no Coco Sakura or no producing Stoneboy album ya Gloga Junction no mni fakesia or no producing na oba talk entertainment with Elsie Lama GhanaWeb TV Mix Master Gazi trema odwuma no say royalties in Bassa but kakra be kona no deal dey bi okomon de no kra Man for the main kind my rebel. Mubeka a Bishop Bernard Nako, I come wood actor. Last year 2020 oh we. Na kupo ankasa na tunsa friend. Na new year chi na nsem bebre pie. Eye ni colleague back Christian Awuni ochema oh. We are be ya man for tete se wo so onu no kum. No so onu Christian Awuni. O afa ifa ko kum onipa. Mwa na musande betu just say na Bishop Teati na eye nempno ne twempe. O se ni nyina wati. Oba ye interviews with Zion Felix no chema ni nyina nyampa onyi Bishop an twempe bia ono ana osi. But asema muka so oni ninya akasa bi no bia bi huntu ekobo ni duan. O se ni nyina nyampa. Bishop we oni ni asem bia kosisi besi ne ebusuan no won ye okay otimi kosra won ne ade. Nti sa asem na muka no opamocho Munjaik. Nana grada, me pamucho, Evangelist, Patricia, Odro Cranting, no chema, NCA. Muka so close down need to TV stations. And now, as some that were caught, you go so come asem. Now they are to just so. NCA. Car now the one was operate illegally. No any license, no operate. Also, we cheer sakani na times all you so a year when we training na to the extent say 2 years advance kwa we cheer and of course okay. So what can yati? You walk with name who say a yampana. And I got they don't say now what change there. What is our trend here? Or comfort be also say do them women so evangelist. Na in some na a year or suffer back over kruma a year prophet kum chacha. I wawati ase. Ochema time bio beba no bebeka agrada ho nsem ese so onu do so ye 419 dwurum no du bunkrofo okroma obeka ne ho asem bia na agrada se so ye evangelist no wasoma new young boys bi no aba no be pacho kosi se o discover brand wo se na ko person bribe so be ye din kom chacha so no sa 2000 5000 enye no hwio asem na o kan se wo ye fake to be expose you kom chacha so be expose ni de ene abrantepa Ye na watching for my course na maboni mabuano amede abrem. That's ene ebeshia.
We are back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guest Abdul Karim Ibrahim is a columnist. Romeo McDonald Nanaya Asare is also a columnist. Next on the table, express freedom in Ghana, whether it is a facade or there are some things that the journalists and the media houses are not doing. Are we being educated enough? Are we overstepping our boundaries? And in instances where we overstep, what is supposed to be done? Karim, you have been in the journalism business for close to a decade. Yeah. You have a story to tell?
I don't do quite as great the job that some of you do. And so, fortunately or unfortunately, I do not have such a magnificent story to tell like you have, like we've seen with Kellen, like Manasseh, like Anas, like Edward Snowden, like Julian Assange. I don't have any such, except that I remember something. It pales in comparison to some of these other stories. But back on campus, so there was this period during this SRC election thing, the famous Phoebe McDad for Legon people. And some of us were quite vociferous on radio at the time. And I remember receiving a call one day in my room, and there were two guys on the other end. They said, "You carry me now? Oh, sorry, who did a candidate not now? You did Charlie." So, I know it was a very, at that level, it was not a big deal really for me. But I got scared briefly because like Charlie, because I don't know who. And nothing happened to me. Nobody did anything to me. But that's just my own little story in that regard. But that's also because for people who get those sorts of attacks and all of that, there are people who usually are challenging the norm. They're challenging power. And so that's where it comes from. So, some of us are not doing so great in journalism. So,
with all these things that have happened, do you sometimes get scared in carrying out your duties?
Well, yes, I guess. But for me, that is not necessarily because of recent developments. I think that I live my life knowing that at any point in time where someone feels threatened by what you do, that person could harm you. So for me, it is not necessarily because, say, I work as a journalist. I believe that if I was any other person and I, say, for instance, go on Facebook and write something critical of somebody, the person could harm me. So that's how I see it. Notwithstanding that, I think that there are, some examples, evidence to suggest that the people also who have dedicated their lives to do this work of journalism and do it well get attacked because of the work that they are doing. So that's also there. So obviously you always have it at the back of your mind to worry a bit. But if you ask my personal story, it is not because of journalism for me, even though I'm sure that it could be some time to come in the future maybe.
Okay, now let's get into the discussion proper. With all that has happened in the last couple of weeks, what's your own assessments of the issues?
So let me start from Captain Smart and then segue into the Kelakuda situation. So you see, when the question is asked whether or not media freedom in Ghana is under threat, that question is a very ambiguous one. And so the answer to that question is often also quite complex. It is pretty similar to fix Ghana now. And the question, if you say fix Ghana now, what do you mean? Because, if you want roads, government is doing roads somewhere. If you want employment, government can point to someone who has been employed. Does that mean that your claim or demand for fix Ghana now is invalid? So that's how this media freedom thing is. Is media freedom under attack in Ghana? Well, we're here, we're talking. We can say anything that we want today and it will be published. But it is also true that some people have done work as journalists and have been attacked by one person or the other. So I like to answer that question this way, that there are accounts, evidence, symptoms of media oppression in this country. As to whether or not that is commissioned by, say, the state, that's a different thing altogether. But what is clear is that the countenance of the state also more or less embolden some of these acts at one point or the other. So in some instances, you, for instance, have, say, the chief spokesperson for the government, Kujo Ponkroma, would make claims that don't, just as bad, let us not do this, in support of media freedom. The president will say one of such in his speech and all of that. You get government people or the state saying things in support of the media. But other times, you will get the likes of Mr. Kennedy Japan and many others also say other things to inflame passions and create chaos. So you can find evidence everywhere. But I leave a lot of this to our conscience and what we see. So then if you look at Captain Smart, it is clearly a case of suppression. Because if the account that he has provided is anything to go by or to use, and especially also mindful of the fact that I have not heard the person that he is charged here coming to provide a counter position on the matter. So it appears quite clear that he is taken off because he has said something that is against the establishment. And so that is a problem. You see, if you go to Australia today, the government of Australia is doing so much to deal with the monopoly that Rupert Murdoch holds on Australian media. It literally covers more than 70% or something. That sort of power that is created by media conglomeration and all of that is something that we need to have conversations about. So Dr. Kokutin, who is the owner of the group, has so many platforms across. I'm someone who endorses free speech without any reservations. But that does not also mean that we cannot be wary of control and power. So that at any point in time, because you have access to all of these, you can just pick your phone and say, right, I don't like that you said A, B, C to this person and that person, under the guise of maybe it's doing damage to our business. So, we'll stay somewhere briefly. Because when you do that, you're essentially cowering that person and leaving some memory for him that this is a frame of reference. Be careful tomorrow not to cross this line. And I think that's problematic. But if I could just talk also about Caleb Kuda. You see, it is most unfortunate, the sort of things that we're hearing people say and all of that. Don't forget that this is a country that we all live in. There's enough evidence that the state security apparatus have always behaved very irresponsibly and very unprofessionally. So let it not necessarily be, say, a journalist. At every point in time that they have come into contact with people that they disagreed with on anything, they have showed little respect for the rule of law. So when there's an encounter like that, our reaction should not quickly be to go and defend the state. I know this Caleb story very, very, very well. And so the moment I heard that Caleb had been arrested, and I heard the location, Blue Gate, I knew what it was about. Because he and I had conversation about that work that he was doing. And you see, the reason I also believe that he didn't tell his superiors when he was going there is something that we do all the time. He was only fact-checking to get some prima facie evidence to then follow up on the story. So you have already given the preamble to that. He posted something in the period of Let's Fix Ghana conversation of cars that have been bought for a certain purpose, left somewhere, growing with weeds all right. So when he posted it, someone said that, well, those cars have been dispersed. So what you are doing is disingenuous. He felt that was, okay, a fair comment for anybody to make. He pulls that post down and apologizes. In that post where he apologizes, people come under that and say, don't take those people's word for it. Why don't you go and verify for yourself? And there are people who are lambasting as journalists, not just people tell you something and you have come to apologize, you say it's okay. So I remember when I was chatting with him personally on that, I was asking, but these cars that you posted, where are they? And then he said, oh, I've heard they are at some national security place called Blue Gate. So the moment I heard that he had been arrested and that was the place, it just dawned on me that, oh, okay, this boy probably wanted to verify that these cars were not there. And then he got himself into all of this trouble and all of that. And so if you look at that and every detail that he has provided so far, I have no doubt in my mind that this was clearly premeditated, and maybe unfortunately for him, he walked right into the trap there and they did all that they did with him. And for anybody who's watching, for anybody who is commenting on this particular matter, you must ask yourself one quick question, that if it is true that the state has bought cars for muscular redistribution and all of that, to, in essence, to help people who don't have jobs to use those cars to do business and all of that, and those cars were sitting somewhere, wasting away, is that good grounds for someone, even if there's a law that says that that building you can't enter, you can't also go and film and do all of that, even if all of that is true, do you reasonably believe that if Caleb walked in there and say, I'm looking for the boss here, DSP Azugu, my name is Caleb Kuda, I work with CT, I've heard that the people are keeping some cars here that is supposed to be used for ABCD. Get one of your boys to take me around to go and investigate whether it is true or not. He would have been slapped. So you would be very silly to think that, well, it's national security, you don't have to go there, without due recourse to why he was there. And I think that is a very important thing that is missing in this conversation about Spark.
Okay. Romeo, let me hear your analysis of it. Do you also think that with all that has happened, journalism is under attack?
Press freedom is undoubtedly the cornerstone of any serious democracy. And it's spelled out within our constitution. Article 162, Chapter 12, 162, clauses 1 to 6. It spells out what is expected of the media and what we are not supposed to do, especially with the clause 6, which talks about the restrictions, like in a moment where, but if you look at clause 1, where press freedom is guaranteed.
Yeah.
The word, see, they knew that people would try to suppressed.
Yeah.
And there are, even when you go further to clause 3, if you can do as the Anna by reading clause 3 to the hearing of viewers, you realize that the Constitution was tailored to protect and guide the media, being the fourth arm, like we always say, the fourth estate realm. You get it? To be able to put whoever is in power into check. And also not just to spew out words. That's where, when you go to, I think, clause 4, there is an avenue for rejoinder. When you say something and the person feels that it goes against his person or entity, you have that chance to retract, to also render an apology. Because image, they say, is expensive. Destroying it takes a long while to build. But then again, if you assess the happenings in this country, Abrantepa, in November 1994, that's where people pushed, and some first radio stations were, in terms of a private radio station, were pushed that people need to have that freedom to operate. To the extent that by the year 1995, people had the liberty to be able to set up private TV stations in this country. It was meant to open up the system, not to break that monopoly GBC those days was enjoying, that government used those avenues as a measure of controlling what we say, what to be put out and what not to be put out. Now, this is a new dispensation. There's been a paradigm shift from the 1992, before the pre-1992, and even within 1992, people felt people were being suppressed, and that was what people pushed for. And the likes of Nana Akufo-Addo, recently our president, who was a champion in terms of fighting for free speech, freedom and independence of the media. That was what he's been touted for in terms of human rights activists, especially when it has to do with demonstration, the right to say what you have to say to put the government on the toe without fear or favor. So at this point, we've come too far to be experiencing things that we experienced in the past. It's retrogressing. And let me pan into this Captain Smart issue. You see, if tolerating something gives the avenue for correction, Captain Smart, I listened to the show on that day. He hits hard. He's been hitting previous systems, he's been hitting previous leaders, and he's not being attacked. But one will also say, there was a point where Standobe crashed someone's recorder. These things are not supposed to happen. And if it happened in the past, it has no business in the present. I don't know if you get the clear-cut picture. Now, if someone is telling you that cement was selling at 30 cedis, but it's now selling at 52 Ghana cedis, and dollar was X amount and Y amount now, so do something about it because you are the leader, you elect the people. I don't see where the insult is. But you see, we've also created a caveat for politicians to use the media to the extent that they want every one of us to kowtow to the whims and caprices of whoever is in power. So once you start hating, they see you as the enemy of the group. But that is not supposed to be the case. But because some leaders, in terms of some prima donors, in terms of the media business in Ghana, have sold their conscience to politicians.
Or they are politicians themselves.
And they are politicians themselves, exactly. Being a politician yourself, it's your personal business. But if you are a media person or a journalist, non-journalist, you have no business skewing facts to favor a political party, knowing that you owe it a duty to the people than to the politicians. So at the end of the day, once they keep using you, they expect that everyone should be in line. So once you fall out of line and your leader or your owner has some kind of affiliations with them in whatever terms, you would be used as a scapegoat, just as Captain Smart was used. Now, panning in further to Caleb's issue, journalism does not just end on reporting. It has its investigative aspect. And you don't expect me to announce to the general public that today I'm going to Blue Gate to see if those cars are there. What if they do their damage control? What if they don't even allow me access? You get it? How would we have ascertained some corrupt practices that happened in terms of this customs thing, DVLA, these Galamsey issues, even the GFA
child
issues?
trafficking.
If
Child trafficking
the journalist had announced that this is what I'm going to do, do you think someone will fall for it? You don't expect the person to tell you. It's investigative journalism. And the person did what he has to do. When you got wind of this and realized this was happening, use the right channel. In 2016, the High Court passed a judgment that no police officer can confiscate anybody's phone or gadget until there's been a warrant or a court order from the court. Before you can take my phone to check what is on my phone. And at the end of the day, people will just say, hey, you are taking pictures. We are supposed to take pictures of happenings. I'm telling you that in Eastern region, a whole week, police officers who were supposed to man or mount barriers within an enclave failed to appear even for once. And within the same week, armed robbers mounted a barrier and robbed everybody. Assuming Abrantipa, as an onlooker, if I take video of what is happening, and then today, it happened that those on duty were not policemen, they were criminals. The records of my video would have saved the police service to ascertain who were behind those crimes. But if you tell me I need permission for you to take a picture or video of, and if you want something to be done in the secret, it shouldn't be within the public domain. But once it's outside, I have the liberty to film it. But this is the level of intimidation some people are putting some journalists through and are denying them that kind of liberty to do our work.
Okay, so both of you think that Caleb's approach was spot on.
Exactly.
But here is the case: the GJA president, Afromoni, is saying that Caleb erred as far as our ethics is concerned. He clearly breached the ethics relative to Article 13 of our own code of ethics, which specifies journalists should take pictures through fair, straightforward, and honest means unless tempered by national interest. His interest here is not so clear. From the face of it, we believe he erred. He goes on to say Caleb shouldn't have filmed without permission, and Caleb should have realized that place is a security zone, and in every security zone, the security law applies. It is no-go area as far as photography is concerned, and his violation of regulation might have triggered the overreaction from the security operatives. He goes on to, condemn the act and then express their, solidarity with Caleb and then Zoe.
No.
I'm not asking my question yet, but Karim is shaking his head. Karim, why are you shaking your head?
No, because that logic is so poor. It's counterintuitive. So you say that unless it is in the interest of the public or some good measure in there.
Yeah.
So that means that the blanket idea that you must film it, so visibly without any whatever, go do or take permission, all of that, can be excused under certain circumstances. The DJ president says that Caleb's intention
is not clear.
It's not clear. Who's making that judgment? Who the hell is he to make that judgment? Because
yes, someone makes a story and goes further to want to substantiate or to prove the fact.
Mr. Afromoni spoken to Caleb Kuda to take him through why he was there, what the underlying goal was, to then make this determination? Or is it the case that Mr. Afromoni can unilaterally and so arbitrarily pronounce judgment on a matter like this, because clearly this is a matter that divides opinion, and then say that as the grand author of the codes and ethics of journalism in Ghana, the Kim Jong-un of media practice, ethical media practice in Ghana, I have looked at Caleb Kuda's action. I'm not so sure of his intent, even though I've not spoken to him, and I'm concluding that he has violated something. That's completely nonsensical. And you see, I'm angry because there's this respectability politics around some of the things that we do. And you see, especially when actions like this have consequences for the future. You heard Caleb Kuda in that interview, that very bland interview with Bernard Avile, another very poor job that somebody like him has done in this period. That shocks all of us. That his dad called him and was like, put the family first. You see, he was worried. Tomorrow, if Caleb Kuda sees something and he gets the slightest inclination that this thing, even though it's a good story, but if I attempt something may happen, he's not going to do that. And you see, that is a dent forever on him and for many who are watching. And maybe finally, Mr. Filmoni, in that judgment that he made there, to say that, well, he should have known that this is a security installation, blah, 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 so he could be arrested and all. You see, that arrest element is something that is quite okay and understandable. Because the fact that that's some security element in there is not in doubt. So if he were only arrested and then the due process happened, that's fair enough. But when he was arrested, when he says that which are warranted or something caused the overreaction. Yeah. I don't know if you could read that part for me. He talks something about overreaction. Okay.
So he says it is no go area for as far as photography is concerned. And this violation of regulation might have triggered the overreaction from the security operations.
See the attempt to justify. Yes, and to play down, you see, might have influenced the overreaction. That nonsense clearly downplays the veracity of what has been done. And you don't forget also that there are equally, Mr. Afimoni, I believe, is not a lawyer. There are lawyers of some good repute in this country who have argued vociferously that no law was breached. So again, if we were all going to pontificate about journalistic ethics and all of that, he's clearly falling short here because he himself, with the proper appreciation of the facts of law, is making a judgment that somebody's conduct may have breached the law. And then goes ahead to say that may have influenced the overreaction. And then we'll go and then say that this thing that they did was bad.
How would you assess the GJA whenever issues of such nature happens? Do you think the GJA has done enough to educate the journalists or protect their interest?
You see, especially when the challenge is clear like this and very strong like this, they have failed. Because you see, the problem is from GJA to wherever, leadership has oftentimes here in this country been very conservative and very timorous in terms of the approach to things. They lack the modern, the contemporary progressiveness and fiery attitude when it comes to making advocacy and fighting things. So I've interviewed Mr. Afimoni before. He's a fine gentleman. No disrespect whatsoever here. But these are people of a certain caliber who like things to be moderate, who like things to go through a certain known standards and norms. So anything that is so revolutionary like that shocks them. So they will be okay. They have criticized Manasseh Azuri, for instance, and intimated to an extent when he did those work on Zoomline and all of that, that somehow maybe his work may be destroying Ghanaian business. So all of those things, and I think that they need to be very careful the position that they take. And that is also precisely the problem that we have collectively as journalists. Because when this whole matter came, Mr. Benadavle, who is the boss of Caleb Kuda, who is also the journalist of the year, when he was telling this story, told it in a manner that suggested that here was an independent, objective, neutral journalist of the year, Mr. Benadavle, that everybody likes, and engaged the story like a third party. You see, when you are part of a pack and it gets abused in that respect, the idea of some objectivity, some neutrality becomes nonsense within that particular context. And here, I'm not even advocating that he should say, take the side of Caleb Kuda, even if he doesn't believe his story. I am saying that the attempt to be some neutral guy sent from, say, BBC, that something has happened in Ghana, so he's coming and do a conversation without appreciation of the context doesn't help. And that is what GG does a lot of these times, trying to stay in the middle and interrogate the issues and ask questions, because as journalists, we ask questions. What's questions for what?
Romeo, on the GGA thing,
I think Mr. Money is not a fountain of knowledge, and in this regard, an experienced person with good intentions would have even engaged the journalists in question before even putting out any comment, knowing that there wouldn't have been nothing behind Caleb going to that extent. Definitely, there was a rationale behind his movement, and there's been sort of a platform that he had made a publication earlier in that regard. Someone came in to refute it. Then, as a journalist, you need to redeem your image. Otherwise, people will tag you as publishing fake or false informations, and it affects your brand. Now he goes beyond the mouse, and then digs to find out or to ascertain that this thing I highlighted, you people came to rebut it, but here lies the case. It's here. So he was digging for it, which is part of journalism. So I don't get the angle from which I feel money was coming from. If you remember, Kwachi Afreniama, he's been silenced now. Not even a word on Facebook ever for a very long time. Why? Because he was constantly on the neck of the sanitation minister and I feel money. And he leading the pack. For me, honestly speaking, I don't trust him. So I don't trust his judgments. Because any good leader, for instance, if I happen to be the president of Ghana, and an appointee goes to do something, before even releasing a statement to the public, I'll call my appointee and query him and ask him what happened. And then you'll be able to know the nitty-gritties of the happenings. Yeah. So when you're putting out a statement, you say for a fact, not just mere assumption. He was just assuming that the young man. Meanwhile, you have, aside your code of ethics, the Constitution is supreme. He should take the Constitution and open to chapter 12 from Article 162 to clause 1 to 6 and tell us which of the two, compared to the journalism code, is more supreme. So he should give us a break. Honestly speaking, he didn't speak like a father. Okay. And it saddens my heart that same people will go out to make him retain his position.
So how should media houses handle issues of such nature when your employer, when your staff is being abused for what, I mean, in the course of their duties? How should they be handled?
Good. Abrante, apart from the Caleb incident, there are some media houses who are also not doing the right things.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not doing the right things in the light that they are not even paying their workers well, they are not paying their social securities. People are quiet in this country because of lack of jobs. They are scared to be shown the exit.
I've heard people say journalists are the only people who speak for others, but there's no one to speak for them.
Yeah. Exactly, because once you try to be loud, those who are very loud are those who are well established, that they have something working for them. So you can't tell them what to say. A typical classical example, Captain Smart. He had his foot on the pedal, and knowing that he has a setup, he's free to do whatever he likes. Like Kennedy Japan, he's rich, so he can speak his mind even against his government. But you be in that party and be poor and be employed by government and be poor and speak against government and see if you will not be shown the exit. But because the man Kennedy Japan is what to do, he feels comfortable telling people the truth. So now, if you do the whole analysis, it tells you that truth in this country is dependent on your stomach. And most media houses are doing the wrong thing, like I said earlier. They are not paying the right salaries to the workers. They are also not paying their social security. And in terms of even taxes, most are not doing the right thing. So they feel that once they allow their outfit to hit the government in power, when they start coming after them, it will affect them. I'm not using Captain Smart per se, but there are myriad of them in this system operating in the same way. But remember, it was this social security issue that sent someone like Agude to jail. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. But it's as if the law is softened when Mr. A is concerned. It's better harder when Mr. B is concerned. These are the injustices we are talking about in the system. That the system must be fixed.
Yeah, so see, and I hate to be dwelling so much on the Caleb Kuda story. I mean, it is the latest. It is good to use that. But everything I'm saying here, I would hope that people understand it to be about the broader perspective. Because remove Caleb Kuda and put someone in there, or remove 2021 and push it to 2050, these principles must apply the same way. So you ask, what must general media houses do? I'm happy that Senior Rubio here has talked about, the fact that, conceded to the fact that there may be some other things that are done wrongly. But in the specific instance of when journalists have been under attack in this manner, we have failed to seize the moment to let those who have power realize that we can fight back. So of all the things that Mr. Samuel Atamensa said in that interview, which had Caleb in there yesterday, the only part for me that resonated quite well was what he said. He told one of the operatives when they, invaded their premises, that don't forget that we are media personnel and that today you are doing your work. We're telling you to calm down and do it professionally. You are not listening. When you are done with your work today and you go,
you also do our
tomorrow
work.
And forever, we have the field day to also do our work. Except that seems to me plainly rhetorical. He's not added the work to it for me so far. This is what I would have expected in this case. That yesterday when they did that interview with Caleb Kuda, the last 5 minutes they said, so what have you decided to do? And I was waiting for something revolutionary. I didn't hear that. Yesterday, Bernard Avle had declared, and if they thought, for instance, that was huge enough what had happened, to say that Bernard Avle, today is going to cross the line that he has always been on, the moderate that he has been, and said that today, in solidarity with Caleb Kuda, he is hitting the streets, and that any journalist in this country who is minded to once and for all do something should walk and come join him. You have absolutely no idea how that would be. You see, we need to seize moments and take very drastic action. I appreciate that people are different and they look at things differently. Maybe he is, or generally may not be as radical as I am attempting to be. Or that maybe I've probably been seeing it, we're not seeing the bigger picture, whatever it is. The point is that there could be many other things that you can do. Seize the moment and not sit within the issue at the height of it and play nice guy.
You expected a protest?
I expected that. There could be other things that they could explore, but I'm saying that within the context of what is happening, I would expect that. And you see, it is also because you need to send a statement. Here in this country, everything comes down to political leadership, because our politics is one that revolves around a certain bureaucracy and leadership. That means that they have so much power to do anything that they want, especially in instances where those things threaten their political fortunes. So if you want them to act, then you go there. But when you let it go like that, as we have always done, then clearly what you do is, because these national security guys and all of that, the reason why they actually have so much impunity is because of the people who appointed them. And they know that as it happened at Ayawaso, they will stand behind them. You see, this is DSP Azugu. We saw the work that he led at Ayawaso. It was completely chaotic. It was very unprofessional according to the, you can infer from the report of the commission, among many other things. And then the next time that we see him out there in the public, he sends 3 armed officers, about 7 armed officers in 3 pickups to go grab a lady. They were even fraudulently using Caleb Kuda's phone to draw her. How are you Boko Haram? You take the person's phone, Just say, where you dey? We could go chop. So meet God, you meet them outside so that they would abduct her. And then when you go into the building, you are applying force to drag this lady out. I mean, what is wrong with us? And you see, they are doing that because they know that as Budo, or what is the name of that guy who slapped some judge, nothing happened to him. They know that nothing will happen to them because the people who have put them there need them there. And that is why...
So they do it with impunity.
Yeah, so that's why the journalists in this moment needs to act and not call on God that in the next 4 years when you retire or something. Come on, God.
The problem we have is that, you see, when it's happening on the other side of the bank of the river, people feel, oh, it will take a while to cross to my end. When a politician experiences such, some journalists made mockery of it. Yeah. But by and by, it's crossing the line. And it's high time we tell people in the face, it doesn't matter who is in power. Once it has to do with abuse, especially journalists, people doing their professional works, and then it crosses the line, you tell the person, you make sure. It's either because it has happened to Asada before. It happened to Oslewusu. It has happened to Kwame Nabatels.
That's not what the
it has happened to a lot of people. But at the end of the day, we say nothing, and we are the same people who empower these people with so much impunity. But if you, as a leader, watches on, tomorrow if you're not in power, the same people will be unleashed on you. But once we set a reasonable standard, even if you're in opposition, you would have that relaxation and comfort and believe in the system that even if you pour yourself out on the street, people cannot indiscriminately attack you because you hold a contrary view to a happening in the country. But once we watch on, if Party A leaves power and Party A B comes, they also recruit and they also target others, and we will be in a cycle.
Okay.
So it's high time journalists in this country should stop aligning themselves to political parties so that they can do their work without fear or favor.
Okay. Right. So there's a post I chanced on yesterday. The man I call my manager, Rabiu Al-Hassan, is a senior colleague. And he says, thugs stormed the courts to release someone under trial. An investigative journalist killed, and it remains a cold case to date. A journalist has allegedly been tortured by state security, and no one has been held to account. 5 citizens killed during elections. Masked state security officials stormed a polling station, fire gunshots during a by-election. Guess where all these things happened? Ghana. Look, we are emboldening wrongdoers, feigning rule of law, and continuing in our partisan defense of the status quo. But know that when it blows up, it will consume all of us. And on this note, we take a break. When we return, we do an Osowusu Bempes apology to celebrities for the write-up that he put on social media with respect to the Fix the Country protests. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. Romeo and Abdul Karim Ibrahim are my guests for this episode. Next is Ernest Owusu-Bempah, the head of communication at Ghana Gas. Now, remember, last week we had a conversation on his epistle on social media, but before that, he had granted an interview with Peace FM. Let's take a listen to the interview. We'll be back to read his apology.
Fixing the illiteracy problem, which has become part and parcel of us. I'm on my way, I go backward. Obide, JSS, I know a social media, I know or twerk, just to become a celebrity. That thing will stop. The ordinary Ghanaian can read in between the lines and know the difference between intellectual discourse and propaganda. Obibe Transwa, Oma Ghana, that sumu 4 years. Am I a problem? He is fixing it. Obi to me corner culture in the clean book muse. Yes, quine ewo Coco Road. Over corner quine in one year cockroach the jump. A kufuado son a leader. On Fesica mass celebrities and Kodi. Normal me chatron Ghana for. He will fix the problems. And Ghanaians should help him fix the mess. And this in John Dramani Mahama. Ejato. This is what we are talking about. And yes, celebrity or two on they say they are no criticize. Oh, we are almost celebrities or more Ghana. I've been some actors and actresses and whatever. Have they been able to even put themselves together? Say yeah, common force fighting to win an award. Cry simple award like Mobo, and I say simple award like Grammy. What is object me we need you are? They should go and fix themselves up. If they want to fix the country, they should go back and fix themselves up. I dare them, if they can even win one international award for us in the movie industry, I will say yes. They have fixed themselves up before they have that shenanigans to come and tell the president or the government that they should fix themselves up.
So after this interview and the epistle that he put on social media, a number of celebrities, Omo Bashin, Romeo Kralase, Otutu Bimano. Now, Ernest Owusu-Bempah goes on social media again, and this time around it's an apology. He says, while some agreed with the piece, it wasn't all hearts and flowers. Let me state that my motivation to write that piece was not to slander all celebrities in general, nor persons involved in the campaign, but to bring to the fore some salient indicators with regards to where we are as a country, and to correct some serious negative phenomenon within the Ghanaian celebrity front. I have taken a second look at the write-up, and although nothing that I wrote is an untruth, I admit that perhaps I was too harsh in some of my conclusions and the choice of words. This shouldn't have been the case, and I apologize to all those who may have been hurt by the piece. I'm sorry. I therefore retract the strong and uncomplimentary language used in the write-up. Maybe the issues that I was so much concerned about would not have been glossed over had I not engaged in some early conclusions. Romeo, apology, no, who accept you, patch, but apology accepted.
The best apology in this regard would have been for him to resign. But because in this country, what we call integrity is a scarce commodity. So people feel they can easily eat their cakes and have it. On many occasions have we heard people in such positions spew unwarranted words, spew, excuse my language, gibberish, and then come back and tell us, upon further reflections, I realized my utterances were, you resign. Because you are in a capacity as a PR communicator. So whatever you say, before you churn it out, you understand how it travels. We had a PRO of thought some years back, Miss Abaloko. You won't hear her double in this, excuse my language, this gata deliveries like Owusu-Bempah did. But you see, if leadership, when we talk about fixing a system, we are talking about leadership taking responsibility, leadership showing the way. That me, as a young person, I have no business in insulting people. Insulting people in the sense that when you look down upon people's profession and use words in which intend to poo-poo whatever efforts they've put out in terms of nation building, then it becomes unfortunate. People like Socrates Safo should have been the ones leading the front to call for his resignation, because they have been the committed people in that regard in terms of creative arts people who were on the forefront working for this government. And then someone who, through their sweat, wins power for you to get such a juicy appointment, you sit back and then you diss them. And then people watch on. He comes back and spew a few things and he says he's sorry. Like seriously, so in my capacity as who? And then I insult the president and I say I'm sorry. I should be dealt with. People should be made to face sanctions once they cross the lines. So you, as Abrantepa, you are the entertainment head, right? The entertainment head of GhanaWeb. In your capacity as a leader, if you see something that transcends a barrier or a boundary that you're not supposed to say, leadership should sanction you. So that whoever takes over, or when you come back, you will know how to relate or put things out there.
But in this case, is resignation the only means?
Abrantepa, there was this chief of staff lady who made a comment on Facebook. When people complained about over 1,000 chief of staff and they are there, some are photographers and they are being paid. You remember, even our own Sandra Ebu, whose name came up, and there was this lady who was also part. When it came up, people called for their resignation because they insulted the conscience and the intelligence of Ghanaians, and also insulted those who are genuinely also qualified but have not been employed and still remain unemployed. At the end of the day, what happened? Nothing happened. It was glossed over. So because that standard have not been set by the APEX leadership. So when those at the bottom commit it, no one calls them to order. So also Bempa would say this, and tomorrow he will release another epistle, lambasting another arm of a society, and then you come back and tell you that he's sorry. And that is how the system has been molded to be.
Abdul Karim Ibrahim. Apology, no.
I know we don't have much time. I know we don't have much time.
Yeah, but I mean,
apology. Oh, I'm for the record, I don't have in principle any problem with insults. I think insults are good. They communicate the true feeling in any situation. So many issues come.
Okay.
So, but insults can also be hurtful. So in instances where based on your own judgment you think that you have hurt somebody, you want to retract and all of that, then that's cool. But here's the issue for me. I want to just read quickly some of the things that he said, and that's where my challenge is. So it says, why do these entertainers think anybody really gives a crap about what they think? Of course, this is the downside to social media, where below average intelligent folks who can't read and understand English want to teach the president how to govern. And then goes on to say that the politics of attrition and patronage isn't going to help these misfits and their backers. Do you know Mr. Osubempa? I mean, he belongs to the NDP or something, the former president's, former first lady's party. Yes. And then, with problem with the NDC, does a lot of PR work for the NPP. If you come get a job, we will give you some. That is politics of attrition and patronage. He's the biggest beneficiary of that. But you see, the problem is the contempt in describing and insulting people who are equally citizens. They just so happen to be entertainers, celebrities, whatever. That for them, somehow, they are not qualified to complain. They are not qualified to contribute to the political discourse. And so, because those people's businesses oftentimes rely on the mass appeal of people, we try to get them to be silent because we will remind them that you are saying Sarkodie, you are this, you are that. If you venture into this space, we will make our people maybe stop listening to your music and all of that. Those are some of the things that get them to be quiet. What I don't like, I don't mind if you disagree with someone and insult them till heavens. I couldn't be bothered. What I don't like is for people like him who are only benefiting today because of their political affiliation, to tell other people to shut up. And that when those people are not happy with what is going on, because he is happy in whichever petroleum, wherever business, lucrative enterprise that he is in working, other people cannot complain. That is where the problem is for me. And so I don't take people like that very seriously. And I think that if he is, for instance, minded at all, because we are discussing his apology, if he's minded at all to take that thing that he has done very seriously, going forward, he would know and recognize that it is a function of this democracy that we have, that all and everybody can make inputs, can criticize, however rambunctiously, in this whole arena. And that when they do that, he can disagree with them, but he has absolutely no right to call them names and categorize them in a certain way as though they have no entitlement like he does because he's in politics. That we cannot countenance at all.
All right, that's our time will allow us. Thank you for watching. Thank you guys for coming. Abdul Karim Ibrahim is a columnist. He's a broadcast journalist. He's an international debater. In fact, this is a gentleman who exposed Dr. UN. Yeah, Dr. UN. Then support the
but you are the one who did the Dr. UN interview.
Don't listen to him.
The only interview that somebody did with Dr. UN was Abrante First.
So he exposed Dr. UN, and yeah, I mean, after that one, I said, Tonto Dickens Sukoji play TV. They had to take, this man I've forgotten, he works with the UN.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the name has escaped me. He was the one who pointed out to them that, Masa, what do they say? Yes, Luchi. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, they had to take him to correct them. So, Karim, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
McDonald Nanaya Asari, aka Romeo, he's a columnist, 1, assemblyman for Madina Social Welfare, 2. Number 3, he's a voice coach. Miss Ghana for Nina, our coach will be on how to talk, speech. Have I said you're an actor? Romeo is an actor. He's been JCR president before, Legon. The other post they was I shouldn't mention, so I'll pause here.
Big man.
Yeah, he's a big man. Media, I just came to host the show. Thank you for watching. We are still celebrating our 22nd anniversary. It's hashtag GhanaWeb22. The theme is GhanaWeb then, now, and later. And one of our projects is the road safety campaign. We want to reduce the number of accidents on our roads, film anything that you see on the roads that poses as a danger to the lives of persons. Send them to us via email, newswires at ghanaweb.com, newswires at ghanaweb.com. We are on social media. Let's get interactive. Is at the GhanaWeb on all social media platforms. Thank you for watching Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Wabin Abrantipa.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Even if you've been married to somebody for 60 years, you would wake up one morning and the person would exhibit something and you go like, damn.
I would have drank from your fountain for 30 years. For 30 years, I would have suckled your breast. You must be someone when I sleep and wake and I look and I say, God damn.
Any man that has ghosted the woman, any man that has walked out of a relationship without telling the woman that he's no longer interested is a coward.
So you present a version of yourself to your mom when you realize that she's of a certain stock. You still wouldn't want to give her a shocker. You wouldn't want her to know that her darling daughter is a master of giving BJs.
Women understand only 3 languages. The first language is money. The second language is money. The third language is money.
If you find a man and on your initial text drive, you find that this man is heavy bonded. This is Juan Lu. This is a man who can dip through, who can slice through your well and you'll be leaking and all that.
First and foremost, I want to date a man who has a big dick. Police are bad.
Right, traffic chase.
GhanaWeb in fear edunumienu na fino ye ho efa etiri sema eda so GhanaWeb then now and later na ye de niema pi na egugu akwan mu se de be ya ye mfi nhyiade ebedi mu didi mu akote na emu baako ene road safety campaign e de asi enu se kan kwanhia ekoso wo mamu no ye bobo ho dawro se ne ye be ya eso ebete ene ye ne opanyin baako a waje din pa e wo nwumtuo mu gospel musician ya sapon ene be twetwe nkomo ofa akwaba
ya eja
na pomti sen
yeho adom pomuye
enanu nya nkwanhia esi da ben na ekwan ben na fa so e bae
last year October na me free Accra High Kokumasi nti etra Sankara barrier no in fact na previous day no na makoye program kakra nti na mabre nti na mada but me team ni me hu se car no a call left na barrage na unexpected a try a koto amene bi mu in fact a try say a someone sort to me hu ya na se car no da amene ni mu street e wo road na kwa ni ncho na accident this year nkofo bibiri di make ba car no na omo try say won yi Africa ni ame me nana me first born wa akola be 2 years na sapon no ono so te car ni omo be yi ni bi na omo te say akola bi obu eda bushi ho esu ata ye de na ye nim be bi ayinam omo ko fa no nyame da oma ono we mpra but maami tiwa me singa no ne wisdom teeth na etui na be hihye ne kon wantie ma ne kon no eswele is serious na me third born Jordan ono so koto car na se ma car no to no so be 15 minutes anza mo fe mangofo abitima ba be yi no na idru ya na your hospital ambulance rush no de no call Kofanochi hospital na omo admit omo nyina egu ho me na me ho odin kakra nti me de omo ma me kofi na ye ma me tiwa me ba no Jordan na Joyce lady o kan ye group no omo nyina de omo eda hospital wo check kakra sana yi omo be fi nti up to now me no kase nyina tiwa ne me ba nya omo gusu a omo no mu chese akatiwa akode akaseji ba kwa enzo mko omo yen ba ko omo ze asan ka ba ko nti sana eko happen very terrible accident
na ose na wote echire na wote front na we need to and say yes na nipa na no twika no ose denesi
in fact omo na omo because o tekru ni kakra ben dine nipa gina timi de na mtie en se driver no ene yes ha mistake omo ne driver ba ko na oba as so we driver no ayi overtaking indine je se yes ya kwa ko yes omo be crash nti we no hu sa na wo yi car na fa nchen ene ade nti wo ti wo yi ye wo si ya na gravels no bi ho si so according to omo na omu gina ho no na car na start say someone to because onim say obi betima yo overtaking ati IHC nti na one de wonam ne kwae na wo ko nti omo che say we a driver ba ko na wo free say yi ba no na o ko so accident we nyina nso
I see. Ebra akwanhia ne si ye no omo a ebeto so no say na ahokeka no ACF isan say ni say kan kwanhia sisi ya ebi mu ha mo beboa say ye befa mo akọ hospital ebi nso afi no mo ba betwa sini no mo dey ascend say dey sini o say na ahokeka no ti.
In fact, to be frank, Kofono ya dey my surprise me because nipa dimrika ba mache se utimu se nipa ba ho no na omunya sympathy my pa je se omu ye adwuma to be frank omu ye adwuma papa especially me ba na talk car na se no aka no to no so no omu frefre we di mika no kukuru mu na ko ho no ben krum we di mika no ko within a short time na nipa bo nipa no doso ansa na omu ti push car ne free me ba no so because tundra mood
tundra to akra no so
tundra just utim say American spec ni bi wa outim say enye agro fa omo nti de bia me ko indi ba me da kru mo fo ase pa say omo boy enye agro omo boy omo boy ejina car say nam kwa nso be nyina bi egu car ma car no kwa ye kokwa ba ko omo gina no chance yesterday ebi no tutu cars ni di echi nti ba ko no ese wo kwan so de eko na di odi echi na fast no mu yie va omo ya de omo ya de
minim se we ni ebredi kan a BBC ato a we ni bredi kan
we ni bredi
na we pie bi so da na wo hu bi
medical bi echi a unexpected ni ya ni say start ekobush na me di echi me kuku na me driver ma car no ko hwi dua bi mu ma omo prepare ni pa omo ye fo omo nyina opia serious ba ko kwa de ne minim bia na but obi enwu obenim nti me driver na me ne nam e friend so jama me ni minu ne ko ba bia car no bushi we wu aye no ko sisa omo nyina de omo be gu me car no mu ni car bi so gina ya de omo ko hospital me pie bi so da
se yehwe nipa dudu a enya kan kwanhia na omo efri mu ana so omo hwere omo nkwa ekọ animu pa wo hwa nansen akra wo de toto covid yi ho a nipa na ewu esan kan kwanhia no edoso sene covid-19 udu ani eto forma den na ususu se edi we se nyina eba den na yenye niye
one thing is a drivers no na say omunya hwie kasa kire omu because most of the drivers ni bibiri en tempe ase wo pre no wo pentem se wo ena baby a wo kono say even car no wo kono man speed no kwa udura anyone na wakwa na de ono no wo ko anyone na wakwa na de kono man speed na ba beto eho efa no efri drivers no omo ahwe ya omunye okwa no so ena ebinum nso drive na omo drive no wa bokra na o de kaka ena car nso yenyina yenim se they were car city just twinkle of an eye na accident eba ena ebinum nso so dia omo ema accident ne ba se nani kumukra na o drive because minimum kophobia me no mo di nkomo mo kaso na me dey see ani me da kra metimi kaka ene no kure oh and nkofo bi wo suban bi wo mu a eno na ese omutimi jai na accident no so ti because accident bi ebisi bia na the cause enye car na 15 ya na da entisa
o sha ya bo kan kwanhia ho dewro sene esese ye bokodru
kan kwanhia ho dewro no dia me ni kura ni isha enya dia ye se de isha aya dia ebi na wo kan say this year omo ye covid no kura no accident ekum so enso se wunye obi owo ho na omo wunmi ngo bi sori a nka obetime hu se driver we ya ene ne na mo no ma so problem me ba drivers no attitude e no mo cause accident enye car no keke cause accident bi e bisi bia obo overtaking obo wrong overtaking obi beye no na obi susu nam ne kwaso no akwiti se ye die so o trust enti kasa chire ne de isua ese omuma intimi amanfo pa ti say in fact road accident ho campaign na say able drivers kokopa de ese ye so common ti say bibi ti say sort say the nchene ye common fa baby a obi a hu say ese ye because drivers na so serious ebinum just the car now go to mu kra no afekwa na bi a waje lances afei na wo enti esa road accident no ho campaign na mo ye no one the esa kra bi o minya accident ena mi hu say ye wo ade ese ye pa anya sa omo kunkrofo keke me se senye nyankopon ena gina mechi a bibia because the car na ye over repairs we are in the way I see here, you know.
I'm one
say, you know, the car is almost from BBB. I'm saying, no, no, you're can. I'm saying, me, no, they always say, you know, Muntimi and street in Vanya car. A tutu can on him. So it's like, say, that is in here because I more. I will radio, so papers, television, so what you say, and no one always say, come on,
mu nyina no aban asudi eda aban so anything na wodi wani eto forma aban ye ne fam de na wo ye ekosi empempenso a ye yesusu senka wo yana
de me hu ni say government de kra no de o ye ni isa imagine say ye beto aba hwe kwan a wo fa so ye campaign kasa mo ma ubia bibia ko nipa so mu yi I think say road safety campaign no it deserve a lot of attention because say unya accident da hu the way it so but any effort e kwan no susa drivers no hu say kwan ni susa baby a obi hye obi any crano who take him go speed will be sound. Because on American highway, American road, the minimum cars in the Bico 8, the Bico 6, a quite so soon. Who say, why you quite so? And now, boom, unexpected, no good peak, this will be put as I say, see, one can be the Akoshasi. Just say, I said, government in the money ni call road accident we too much too much
yeah say udi wofutu etwa to okra ma den na ususu den potin ena ubenya ananka ye de egu akwan mu na ma kan kwanhia na so ati
me de me feel nka government no enye na said say all the stations in your license is free omo and so no ultima operate think omo van kan omo measures ho say this year obeye road accident ho obema amanfo hu hia say eni say esi enka omo measures omo de be ma omo oba anopa first thing can once because cars na enam sa 24 hours na radio stations e wa kra hankwa I say almost about a book 100 kuma say 100 takwa de almost about be 20 just the whole Ghana baby nti omo manyu mo say any TV stations omo beje lines a ade we de omo nye ne te say de e beto aba o e a omo ye no na enko ni because abofo e ka omo say e say no omo life ti ade omo hu say be ha omo no they make sure say omo ye a whole serious campaign man ko fu na drivers no so omo stations na omo tete the proto no many different stations Omunko omo. Na omu nyina ehu ze nipa na okuku omo ne yepe omo 4 years de omo atoaba. Na enye restrictions bi mremu both side na drivers ni hu passengers obi okotna kemo obe argument is a couple no driver na tension e wo kasa no so na fe omo enye straight say omo ni nkofanga so obi ti uti obi kam no hu se okono no monsa binum timi gina no makotwa bi omo twa bi ya no bia ni nyina no enye sa ne mo we se government mo na ni bre ho na the government be ye no because o kasa ye na ye beda kafi we timi we kafi obi ansi abonte obi ansi a bar critical say ya rebuy meshes a beginning editor kasa for first time one e buy yes ye nyina ngo de obi akọ dem upia o problem I say a road accident in some meshes we never because the way akasi e kum nipa no Jesus
ofa ebeda se on twetwen komo e GhanaWeb TV so abusia aha na brebe my kwan amede ye interview with gospel musician ya Saponu ABC ya kai wo say ye di en 22nd anniversary say unhu bibi e wo wakwan so na ususu say sadi we say betimi de kan kwanhia ba yimpanyifo asutre anya sanso a say o filmi o video now they send the newswires@ghanaweb.com email newswires@ghanaweb.com and our social media, we are on all social media platforms. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram is at the GhanaWeb. Otagenya, yebedi hu juma. Ye nyina yensom na kan kwanhia eso emrase e wo man Ghana mu. Midin e de Benefo Boabin Abrantepa.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
if you've been married to somebody for 60 years, you would wake up one morning and the person would exhibit something and you go like, damn.
I would have drank from your fountain for 30 years. For 30 years, I would have suckled your breast. You must be someone when I sleep and wake and I look, I say, God damn.
Any man that has ghosted the woman, any man that has walked out of a relationship without telling the woman that he's no longer interested is a coward.
So you present a version of yourself to your mom when you realize that she's of a certain stock. You still wouldn't want to give her a shocker. You wouldn't want her to know that her darling daughter is a master of giving BJs.
Women understand only 3 languages. The first language is money. The second language is money. The third language is money.
If you find a man and on your initial text drive, you find that this man is heavy bonded. This is Juan Lu. This is a man who can dip through, who can slice through your well and you'll be leaking and all that.
First and foremost, I want to date a man who has a big dick. Police are bad.
Right, coffee gisting.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience and I don't want you to go through the same. So please follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing and save a life.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Central region and River Pra, the Western region. Indeed, the feedback and what we observed was quite heartbreaking. But there is some glimmer of hope and there's some good news, which is that clearly, whilst we're flying over all of these places, it became very evident that the military's work, Operation Halt, is making a lot of impact. You would tell clearly that a lot of the mining activities have ceased, and even in some places, the rivers were beginning to have some improvement, and therefore that gave me a lot of encouragement. The Minister for Defense has mentioned it. We've been discussing this. The mining activities in the night, they call it all night in the communities we actually went to visit. I think it's important that we deal with that. We deal with this all-night phenomenon of mining activities. We have to necessarily be able to do that. We are the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is very satisfied with the work of the Ghana Armed Forces, and we continue to be grateful for the work they are doing. At every opportunity I get, I like to emphasize that we are not against mining, we are not against small-scale mining. Indeed, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is concurrently working on the enforcement mechanism, the enforcement regime, switching the leadership of Small-Scale Miners Association in the ministry, and we engage in extensive discussions. The plan is to meet them once a month. So I want to make it very clear that President Akufo-Addo and his government are not against small-scale mining. What we are vehemently against is the destruction of the environment. In the forest reserves, we are fiercely determined to protect them, and we have to do that for the sake of the future of this country. We are going to sustain this effort. There's no two ways about it. The Minister for Defense has explained the issue of the meters within which you can mine. It's a matter that we have put together a small team at the ministry, which team is looking at it carefully. Because my understanding is that in the past, you couldn't mine within 2 kilometers or so, which also had its own issues. And then they reviewed it and made it 100 meters. So I want us to take informed position on it, which is why I put together a team of experts to advise us appropriately. And whatever step we have to take, we have to do that. But it's important that we emphasize that you can be mining 100 kilometers away. If you are destroying the water bodies, you are still flouting the law. And therefore, what the military are doing is very lawful. Let me conclude by making the point that there's been some discussion in the media about the renewal of licenses and the grant of leases to mining companies. First of all, the law vests the authority to renew or extend or grant mining rights in the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Since I became minister, I have not granted a single mining license or lease. I haven't done so. And I'm not aware that a mining license or lease have been granted or extended by any outfits under the ministry. Certainly not at the level of the minister or the ministry. There are processes of application, I'm told, and when the applications are made in the interim, the Minerals Commission is supposed to have the mandate under Section 14 of Act 703 to give temporary permits or so. It's a matter that we are looking into at the level of the ministry, but I want to assure the Ghanaian people that we have not granted any mining license or lease. We've not extended any mining license or lease. It's not as if it would be wrong to do so, but if we have to do so, it's a discretion we have to exercise responsibly, and we haven't done that. The honorable ministers, members of the press, it's absolutely important that we all appreciate that no law enforcement regime will work if it doesn't occupy the moral high ground. That one is as simple as it. The soldiers will tell you, if the military people begin to discriminate, they will be chased out. Their authority is not so much their guns. The authority is their moral authority, that these are fair, just people who are enforcing the law. And so I want to reiterate the fact that when we said we are waging this crusade dispassionately and honestly, we meant so. And when the president said this will have no regard for political correlation, status in society, it will not be discriminatory, the president meant it. And we as his ministers are required, are duty bound to follow the instructions of the president. And everybody should be rest assured that the law should be enforced and enforced without fear or favor and without any discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, my brother and friend, the Honorable Samuel Abu-Jinapor. Colleagues, it's time to take your questions. You can just stay where you are. Just give me a wave. I'll direct the microphone to you. You can ask your question, and then I would invite our colleagues to respond to them. Just to be clear, there's a red zone. Water bodies 100 meters away from the water bodies are out of bounds. The policy has been set clearly under the direction of the President by the Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources. The Ghana Armed Forces under the Ministry of Defense is moved into enforcement mode. We are providing you with a regular update so that you can get answers to your questions, so that also when people come to you with alternative facts, you have the full detail and you can examine accordingly. Ghanaian Times, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take this first 6, and then we'll come for a second batch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's the microphone, please? Yes, sir. Let's start with you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm John Awuni, Kesben. The presentation has actually revealed some heart-wrenching scenarios regarding the destruction of the water bodies. I want to ask, companies that had genuine license doing the wrong thing, is there a way government will sanction them or take actions against their destruction of the water bodies, or it's going to be like their machines have been burnt and that is the end of it? Are there sanctions waiting for those companies?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Honorable Minister. My name is Nanapoku from the Searchlight. Those who are flouting the laws, I don't know what the laws say about my media commission, I don't know, but can't they terminate their contract or revoke their contracts if indeed they are, as it were, breaking the laws concerning responsible mining? My second question, Honorable Minister, can't we name and shame those who engage in these illegal activities? Because a lot of these people, we are trying to cover up. Like the scientist said, we know some of these people, yet we just close our eyes over them, and then overnight they are doing these things, and then they find their wealth in society, and they get all the big names. Can't we name and shame them? Thirdly, if we, for instance, if people engage in narcotic activities, we imprison them when we catch them, and then we confiscate their properties and their wealth. Can this tend to be extended to these people? Because this is a nation-working activity. And I think that people must suffer dearly so that it will serve as a deterrent for others in that edition. Thank you very much.
Ghanaian Times.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I would want to find out.
Please try not to hold the microphone. Okay, that's why we're bringing it to you. Yes, go ahead.
The Honorable Minister of Defense spoke about PR. One of the tactics we have noticed is people engaged in some of these illegal activities very often use the media, throw out dirt on people leading the charge. And then sometimes you don't get any response from the people. Once that battle comes in, the morale of the people goes down. So I would want to find out what mechanisms are they putting in place to ensure that such PR activities are managed very well. And then secondly, very often you hear people in government are behind some of these activities, and yet persons mentioned do not come out to deny some of these allegations. So I would want to find out if, as part of their strategy, there are mechanisms to ensure that regularly people who are alleged or are mentioned to be involved in some of these activities will come to deny so.
I think two more, yes, and then
I'm Franklin, Home-Based TV, and I want to ask the
Home-Based TV, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
The Honorable Defense Minister alluded to the fact that a Chinese has been arrested.
Yeah.
Preceding that, two were arrested in the first operations, and I want to ask, how far has
what's the status of prosecution?
Yes, how far has investigations and prosecutions gone? And is it going to be the same issue on as we had earlier, Aisha Wan's myth?
Very well. Final one from GNA. So I'll deal with the questions of prosecution, PR and damping spirits, whether people who are named should be compelled to deny. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable. My name is Ataminsa, GNA.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Don't worry. We can hear you.
Yeah. My first question. The Minister of Defense rightly said that the large mining companies are rather doing the wrong things by mining and failing to recover the mined
said
area.
In the case of the eastern region,
okay,
the evidence is that the properly licensed mining companies are the ones that are doing the wrong thing and using the fact that they are licensed as an excuse. I think we should get the context
okay,
right.
So I know before the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources issues a license to a mining company to operate, they are supposed to sign a bond to contribute a percentage of their profit towards reclamation of the mine area. I want to find out over the years how much or the quantum of money that has been contributed towards that fund and how the government enforce the mining companies to do the right thing. Then two, a number of critics who have openly criticized the burning of excavators seized by the Operation Hot Task Force, said there's no law backing the burning of excavators. And I want to find out from the Honorable Minister of Lands that if he can quote a specific provision in the Minerals and Mining Act 703 of 2006, categorically stating that when an excavator is seized in those red zones, they're supposed to burn it, so that at the end of the day, Ghana will not suffer judgment debt. Because I've heard some people who are threatened to go to court.
Can he quote a specific legal provision that supports
the burning of excavators?
Very simple question.
Thank you.
Okay. And by the way, this is just a side comment. I hear people saying that once something is not written in section something of some act, it's not law and it's not applicable. In the UK, they don't even have a constitution. They don't even have a constitution. Yeah, as in like a written constitution. They don't have it. There's something called the common law even in Ghana. There's customary law. So this newfound argument that once you can't say section 3 of act something, it is not law, is a very dangerous argument that we've been making in this country. Honorable Ministers, I would invite you shortly to respond. I just want to deal with about 3 things. First of all, I think we must also recognize that we are in a democracy. And the same principles of free thought, free expression, free media that you have, the next person also has it. And a person or a company who is involved in any of these acts can also actually employ some PR methods to attempt to obfuscate or change the narrative or confuse the public. And nobody can stop them from doing that. Let's be clear on that. The same way that you can have a particular position that you express, others can have counter views, people can tell lies and do all sort of funny things in a democracy, and you can't stop them necessarily from doing that. What our obligation is to ensure that, like I mentioned earlier, in the spirit of transparency, the facts are made available to you, and you, our colleagues in the media, also, with the greatest of respect to you, do not just become a conveyor belt for conveying anything that anybody puts out to you, but you have an opportunity to go out there and test and do some basic investigation or research and validate. For example, if a company says, we have a license, and therefore we are not caught by this, and the government officials, the military, saying that you may have a license, but you've connected pumps to the water body and you are polluting as such. So what do you as a journalist do? We can't compel, for example, the company that is also being accused, or an individual who's been mentioned, we can't compel him to necessarily put out a denial. And we can't make a rule in this country that silence means consent per se. There are those who may choose to ignore such allegations about them, etc. But we have an obligation. We are fulfilling our part of it. This is like the 3rd brief on this matter. Ministers are going out there bringing you materials, Ghana Armed Forces, PR bringing you material. So if somebody is also trying to obfuscate or change the narrative, you also, with the greatest of respect, have an obligation to do some validation, some investigation, so that you can tell the public. It's not about, I think that, my opinion is that, I feel that. No, do that investigation and let the public know what you are discovering between, for example, what those who've been accused are saying and what the officials who are doing it are also saying about it. The Attorney General, I know, has prepared a brief on those who've been arraigned before court so far, including the Chinese, as you mentioned. Honorable Ministers, with your leave, I would ask that he be given an opportunity to provide that information on his own, because they have done their part. Prosecution is now at the behest of the Attorney General. So before the end of this week, we'll get that one page out that spells out the status of prosecutions of all of these persons for you. Key question: are there sanctions beyond the destruction of equipment? Can these sanctions include termination or revocation of licenses, even publishing a list of companies that are involved in this, or can they even extend to the seizure or the forfeiture of wealth, assuming you want to do a tracing of assets that have been acquired from illegal conduct? So I think is the actual definition of money laundering or so. Honorable Minister, you may want to take the podium and then respond to that. And then there are questions about, is it true that there's a bond for reclamation? Is it being enforced? can we speak to outcomes so far? So the Honorable Ministers will respond to those, and then I'll come to the final batch of ladies. So the ladies, if you give me a wave, I'll divert the course of the questions, and then I'll come to you directly.
First of all, the small-scale mining industry, you don't post a bond. The bond is posted by large-scale mining. The law simply says that when you excavate within a month, you have to reclaim, which is that you have to fill the pit. You don't have to leave it the way it is. Yeah, this is footage which was actually shot as recently as yesterday. You have to cover the pit. You have to revegetate. In other words, you have to plant. But what I really want to say is that media people, Ghanaian people, we are looking at all these matters. We've been at this thing for just about a month or so. And the issues of whether or not small-scale mining companies should post bonds is something that we are examining carefully. How we even, as the minister said, how we trace wealth, how we sanction the sanction regime. And the laws are, if you want, largely sufficient in terms of the enforcement regime. But this is a very complex industry. And my senior fellow who talked about you can check chassis number and follow. When people engage in this, they don't use their names. They have all kinds of layers of companies upon companies. So there are genuine complications. But like the minister said, that the Attorney General, the Ghana Police Service, and the Ministry of Interior are having to look at how within the circumstances and the difficulties we have to ensure that the enforcement is far-reaching enough. The part of reform, the Minerals Commission, and I keep making the point, and since I became Minister for Lands and Nature, I cannot for the rest of my life imagine the licensing regime for small-scale mining, where anybody who wants to be involved in small-scale mining, whether he's from Boko or from Hamle or from Obuasi, has to find his way, to find his application to get on the decks of the minister, one minister. Quite clearly, that will not work. And where the permitting regime is not flexible enough or is not reasonable, the tendency for people to engage in illegality becomes high. So we're looking at all of that. And in a matter of weeks, we will be in a position to go before the cabinet with a set of proposals for amendments, for reforms, and so on and so forth. So all of those are matters that we are looking at carefully. Is there any other question I missed? Okay, thank you.
Second batch of questions. Yes, sir. Minister, you want to make a comment? Very well. I see Bloomberg. Is that despite media? Okay. Then I see Omni. Multimedia, put your questions together.
I just want to make a comment. I want the people of Ghana, all of you, to watch this video carefully. It was shot yesterday. Because of the propaganda of 2 days ago and yesterday, I instructed the armed forces to go on the Ekropon area on River Brim and shoot this video for the people of Ghana to see where the armed forces have gone wrong. Just watch this video. That's the Brim River as you navigate the Brim River going. Just watch it carefully. You will see the river as you move. So this is what they have left. And this is what some of them call ponds. Watch carefully. If you are a big company or a small company and you do this and leave and you don't reclaim, what are you doing to the people who are just by you? You can see a town. As you move, you see a huge Tekropon town by it. You see a town by it. Watch. That's the river. That's the river line you see like that. That's what they've done to this river. Watch very well as you stream. So the people of Ghana should watch this river line very well. That's the danger we are faced with. That's the problem we are faced with. And these are the areas the armed forces have to move, because you can clearly see that they've cleared more than 1 kilometer of the river line. And these soldiers are supposed to move 100 meters in these ponds
to go and catch people. You can see the river line. So it goes like that, and that's what they've done. So you watch it very carefully. I just wanted the people of Ghana to take their time. Because of the propaganda of yesterday, all these things going around, I said, go to the river line and shoot along the river. So they took along the river line, and they are shooting around the river line as they go. That's the river line you see. You can see the river line very well. See what people have done to the river line. The number of years this river will take to be able to reclaim itself. Just watch. That is what we are fighting. And it surprises to know that a lot of these companies at the end may not even declare and pay any huge taxes to the government. I would rather leave my minerals in the land than do this to our people. Kojo, thank you.
Minister, thank you. Let's start with Despite, then we'll go to Bloomberg. Okay, I have a couple here, but I had already notified Omnimedia and then Multimedia at the back. Yes, Despite.
Right. Thank you. Your friend Daniel Dudako, Peace FM. Me busa say ebetimi aba say ye per solution to the problem. Ebetimi aba say enka for the next 2 years there should be no mining. Because see ebehu ebahye mra no foforo ma ebia 200 kilometers say ebia emma mobi nkomine na be our license na so be wie kire na asakogu nso no asa politician no. So the next 2 years no na nke the CC bibia na nke nso ni ate say the be yanka ho beto ebetimi aba sa na.
Yes. Bloomberg, Echo.
Thank you, Honorable. My name is Echo from Bloomberg. Quick questions. Where are our drones? And if we really did have drones, did we need some institutions such as the national security to help us? So that if we had drones and the national security and we still can have such damage to our society, is it fair to say they have failed us? And regarding the minister said something that they are withdrawing their equipment from the sites and encourage us to count them. Why do we allow them to take them away? Couldn't we put them to good use? He also said that there are some districts that need excavators to help fix a few roads here and there and what have you. Can't these be seized and put into proper use? Some could be auctioned or recycled to use other things that could even help the reclamation, among others. What are we doing in that regard?
And your final question, or there were two questions. Okay, Omnimedia, yeah. Oh no, there's a lady here. We are biased towards ladies. Yes, madam. I'll come to you.
Okay, my name is Nancy Vukania from TV3. I'd like to know, looking at the videos, I'd like to know if we're still going to allow mining companies to still mine in these same areas, even if we start doing reclamation of the areas. Are we shifting the focus to other areas, or we're still going to allow them to continue their work in these areas?
Very well, very well. Yes, I'll come to you.
Judgment from City News. We have done some work regarding the contribution of the community mining concept to what we are seeing now. Remember, in 2020, the Minerals Commission and government gave permission to some groups, indigenous of some mining areas, to form community mining. That is what we are seeing now. What has the Minerals Commission and other agencies done to scrutinize the activities of these community miners?
So do we have any data on a correlation between the community mining program?
It's an observation we've made.
No, I'm trying to understand your question. The question you're asking is, do we have any data that connects the community mining concessions or program to these levels of devastation?
Yes.
Okay, right, understood. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My question is specifically to the lands minister, and he said that since he was sworn as a minister, he's not issued any license.
Yep.
But we know for a fact that the Extra Gold Mining Company Limited has put out a renewal license dated 24th March 2021. And the minister can correct me. I know he was sworn in on the 5th of March. So how does he explain that bit? of the renewal license from the Extra Gold Mining Company. That's
Let
one.
me see if I understand you.
Okay.
Extra Gold Company Limited has put out a document that says that their license was renewed
On the 24th March.
On the 24th of March.
March 2021.
Okay.
Yes.
And the
minister was sworn in on the 5th of March. That's correct.
They put this out where? On their website?
They sent it to us. I mean.
Okay. The company itself.
The company sent it to us.
Well. Minister, I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Okay. And then secondly, the Member of Parliament, I mean, of course, he's an MPP member, Kennedy Japan, consistently has been making the claim that they are top official members of government who are into illegal mining. He says that the president will fail if he doesn't deal with them. I am asking if the minister is interested in this information and would want to invite Mr. Kennedy Japan to assist with the people who are doing that. And again, a question about government playing the ostrich, and they want government to target the action towards the people or individuals who are dealing with who are engaging in illegal mining. And
any specifics?
No.
He says the Honorable Kennedy Japan says that there are top government officials involved. Will you be interested in inviting him to name those specific persons?
Exactly, because they want government to narrow the whole issue about illegal mining.
Has he put out any names, by the way?
Not yet.
He's just made the argument that they are top government officials.
Yes, of course.
Very well.
Of course.
Well.
And then finally, Yao Graham of Third World Network yesterday on our show said that this approach by government, sending troops to the field, is not sustainable.
Okay.
And we are wasting resources. And then again, legal small-scale miners are treated unfairly. How does the minister respond to him on that? Thank you.
Okay. So what's the minister's response to Mr. Yao Graham's opinions? Abednego, final.
Good morning, Honorable.
Yes, sir.
If I'm Abednego, Asante Asiru.
That's my body.
May I do my FM? Ghana's number one radio station. I was a project TV station. Very important. Yeah. Honorable, my question 3 in 1, but my boss papa. You can honorable need to say some excavators we will park along the forest area, year free bush at the back one. I didn't know more moon free ho. And from Enkobabia or parking instead of some beja and I see roadside there at night they can easily go back. I'm betting outside a quiet mining. Send a worker say if you more engaging in night mining from 9 to 4 a.m. We know so that Extra Gold Mining Limited on Adome for burning issues. Yane Yaokumi, the 2020 parliamentary candidate for Akwitia, Ekasaya, on a spokesperson for MPP National Women's Organizer, Madam Kitty Jemfua. Okase, woman and a call, Honorable Lance Minister, on the meeting. A man catching say where they are mining, or more munka operation, and as one more illegal mining. Nti me person me bisa minister say but I say oba ho ne be meeting e man clarity and I say go ahead say omunkonkoye mining and I say they have the required document to engage in mining and I say omukoye na engaging in illegalities and I say ne running show some be no na moye and I say documentation but no more engaging otherwise
But I think said they've explained clearly, say, about who license and I say who need license. But I'll give him an opportunity to respond to it. Say, there's somebody also a spokesperson for Extra Gold.
Yeah.
Now, or say, or Michelle, there's no back call. Minister, no,
sector minister,
say, or they are legal.
They are legal to operate.
Open find out say one, no cry now, and two. Is it because omo find out say omo ye bibia legal and I say omo need license
and also need license cry and lastly omo shareholder na MPP National Women's Organizer per mo investigation no creating a company no and our company bia omo ye illegal mining or mabem ko distractions na me da say
okay. All right, I will come for responses. Yeah. So there's a question about whether or not we are considering, it's in chief from Despite, whether or not we are considering a total ban on mining, just so that we can clean up at this stage and move forward. I'll tie that to Nancy's question about, so do we intend to allow people to, people who even have licenses to mine in some of these areas when things are cleaned up. I think that'll be one issue. Bloomberg has a question, Echo. Did the drone program fail? For which reason we did not catch these things in good time, and it's had to go to this extent. I think it's a fair question. But I think you misunderstood withdrawing of equipment or seizures. I think the point that was made was that since the operation started, you notice that there are a lot of excavators that are finding their ways to excavator parks, and the suspicion is that these were excavators being used in places, and the operators know they will be affected by it. That's why they've moved them to those places. It's different from what else can you do with excavators that you find in water bodies, etc. And I think that one, clearly, it's been announced that the instruction to the military is to remove all logistics, and they have their own way of defining what removal entails and how they go about that removal. So, Honorable Minister, if you may want to join me, Minister for Lands, please join us. And then, do we have any data on a correlation between the community mining program and some of the, can I say, atrocities that we are observing? Then there's a question about no renewals. There's a claim of a March 24th renewal and how we reconcile that with your earlier position. Are you interested in engaging Mr. Kennedy Japan to name the so-called top government officials who may be involved? And do you have a view on Mr. Yao Graham's opinions? Do you have a view on his opinions? We're in your hands, sir.
Okay. Thank you. On polluting the water resources. So the issue of community mining resulting in these kinds of devastation will not even arise in the first place. So that would be the answer for that. The Honorable Kennedy Japan is a senior colleague of mine whom I engage with many times. We speak quite often. I will speak to him. I mean, if he knows of any government officials who are involved, I'll be very happy to find out, and we will deal with it according to law. The question about the permits. Well, I found out about this, the issue of extra gold and their permits, just as you probably also found out when the allegations were made. This was the first time I also found out about extra gold and their permits. But just so that we set the facts straight, the permits, they've shown to me at least what I have seen from the officials, and which is the basis for which we are being questioned. One is the mining operating permit. That is not a mining lease. That is not a mining license. That is not a grant of a mining license. It's not the extension of a mining license. That can only be done by the minister. The grant of a lease or extension of a lease can be done by the minister. One is also a permit for exploration. That also is not a mining lease, it's not a mining license. My understanding is that, and I've looked at the law, Section 14 of Act 703 says, when a company has a mining lease and before the expiration of the lease, the company makes an application. When the lease expires, the Minerals Commission has a mandate to grant a temporary mining operating permit pending the determination of the application for the extension by the minister. But I must also be very quick to add that these are decisions taken by the Minerals Commission and its officials. These are discretion exercised by the Minerals Commission and its officials, which on the face of it will seem to be within the four corners of the law and the four corners of their mandate. They didn't have to consult me on that because that's not how it works. The circumstances under which the permits were issued and whether or not the discretion was exercised reasonably, justifiably, correctly, so on and so forth. As I said, the ministry is investigating that. The outcome of it will be made to all of us, will be made known to all of us. So this is it. And my response to that will be the same about whether or not an official of Extra Gold came to see me. Without sounding populist, it's open books. There's nothing to hide. So no difficulty. And people come to my office every now and again. There's a huge number of people who come into my office on a daily basis. Small-scale miners, medium-scale miners, large-scale. That's my work. There are supposed to be people that we are to supervise and so on and so forth. And so it's reasonable for an official of a mining company to come into my office. And You can check it out. You can come in as a spy, and you will find out that my hymn sheet is always 1. I will ask you 3 questions. Do you have a permit? If you say you have the permit, are you mining responsibly? If you say so, when you excavate, do you cover the pit? Do you revegetate? If you say yes, you are my very good friend. You are my best friend if you do those things. But if you don't do those things, you can come and misrepresent facts to me. That will be your cup of tea. When the enforcement catches up with you, you will have to deal with it. So people coming to see me in my office is inconsequential. People come in, I'm a public officer. My office, the doors are opened. But the bottom line is that we work in the spirit of transparency and integrity. And there's nothing to hide. So my answer to whether somebody from Extra Gold came to see me or not, that will be the answer I'll give you. Yes. And the final one, the ban, which was asked in Twi, perhaps I should answer in Twi as well. And because a lot of our people out there who are involved in this mining and are listening to us as Twi-speaking people, Maka and Prebibri, Messas with Tim Subi, or Mampenny and Kuntia mining. A good dinner you to know on cars and more beer and 2, nor see any no quite papa so. Ya ban nibida, and then ye seen suo, any a quiet, and near Bohobine. Until yes, we bit my boamo. Now a good dinner you to know beer in your home for so. Na the Puntu Abba and put him Abba, yes, we are brabom. Now mo bois a bino, na ye soon dear, young cohon, ye quiet no sono, young cosena. Mine are more yen, any minerals commission for Betnasi. I don't have an appetite for an outright ban. I don't have that appetite. I think the strategy we have deployed now is one that I have faith in, I have confidence in, and I believe if we sustain it and we continue with the broad-based engagement, tomorrow, God willing, we are meeting the National House of Chiefs. The chiefs have a very important role to play. Wherever we visit, we meet the regional houses of chiefs, and we are calling upon them to assist and to partner government. If all of us work together, I believe we'll be able to resolve this matter. And we do so with a sense of courage, and the issues of blackmail and people throwing mud at us and the rest, I don't have a problem with that. Everybody who does his work and do it to the best of his ability, there are consequences about it. So we will move on. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an occupational hazard. So I hear the new expression on social media these days is we move. Minister, I will take the final word from you.
Minister, thank you very much. First of all, it will be very difficult to go on the road from Kumasi to Accra arresting excavators just because they are parked there. They may not have been parked there 2-3 days ago. They may have been moved there maybe just yesterday. But it will be very, very difficult to justify why someone has parked his excavator by the roadside and you go and seize it. I think that we'll be going too far. The red zones have been established. The forest reserves and the water bodies. Clearly now we are dealing with the water bodies. Any excavator found within the water bodies, as the armed forces have been told, must be made never to work again. It's as simple as that. And that is what we are doing now. We are not going beyond that mandate for now. We'll get to the forest reserves and do same to them. But clearly now the armed forces are targeting the water bodies to ensure that we clean them up. If you take your excavator and go and park it in Nkoko or by the roadside, we don't have that mandate to go and seize that excavator. So those who think that we should have gone ahead to seize it, I'm sorry, we may disappoint you a little. That's why we are not seizing them. It is very important to understand what the government is doing. The armed forces are doing a surgical operation from day one. I use that word. That the armed forces have been sent to do a surgical operation. They are not there forever. And they will not be there forever. In fact, the longest they have stayed there is 4 days, which is the 564 troops that were sent in the last operation. Every other operation has been 3 days, and then they move out. So they are doing a surgical operation and making sure that they move hundreds of kilometers or tens of kilometers to do what they need to do. So it is important that they go there and do what they are doing. I would disagree with anybody who says that, it's not a sustainable thing. Of course, we know it's not sustainable. That's why we're not keeping them forever. It's not even wise to keep soldiers in the bush forever. It's not a wise thing. That's how come the Operation Vanguard, we have to pull the soldiers out. You don't want the soldiers to become civilians. So you won't keep them forever. So we agree with that. But we are saying they are doing a surgical operation. And you must judge this operation in the context of the fact that it is a surgical operation. And once that is achieved, we'll move on. In the 3 operations they have done, they've done virtually 70% of the major river bodies. They've covered 70% of the major river bodies. And they keep monitoring it through plain clothes, through helicopter movement, and through drones. And for the armed forces, yes, they use drones to also track people and get to them and target where they need to move. And that is there. As for top government officials, listen, any Ghanaian or anybody within Ghana or even outside Ghana who has evidence that this top government official is doing mining, don't leave it. You are doing harm to the people of Ghana. It's not about Kennedy Japan. I'm not talking about just Kennedy Japan or any other person. You will do harm to the people of Ghana if you have such information and you are keeping it. Take it to the appropriate authorities. That's your civic duty. Let us know. I have said, and I use myself as an example, twice. I've mentioned that if me, who the soldiers are operating under, I'm engaged in this kind of thing, the president will fire me in a minute and prosecute me as well. So we are saying that if you are a Ghanaian and you know somebody who is engaged in illegal mining, whether it's a government official or not, let us know, and then we'll deal with it from there. Kate Jemfo, I understand, is the managing director, but it's a CEO of that company. And I hear he's a Canadian or something like that. And I know that there's a CEO of that company. But I guess people want to use her name to talk because she is, let's say, a politician or something. There's a CEO of the company. The chief executive officer, I believe he's a founder. And she is a managing director, maybe a worker for the company. But I'm saying to you that the president did not say that people should not mine. That's not what the president said, as he has always said. You will mine, but you will mine responsibly. No, the president is not taking businesses from people. You will mine, but you'll be mining responsibly. So for the small-scale mining people, they are not being targeted, as Graham says. Nobody is targeting them. The law says that if you are a small-scale mining company, you will not post a bond. But the moment you clear a place, you are expected to cover the place, what we call reclamation, and plant a tree. Plant the trees you have cut out. That is their job. So if they are not doing it, all of us should expose them. We should not help them be the victims. We, the people of Ghana, have become the victims of their activities. They should not be the victims. So the media should help the people of Ghana so that the people of Ghana can reclaim their rights. The law is very clear. If you know Nitiwu Mining Company is a small-scale mining company, we will not post a bond. But when we clear the place and mine, we are supposed to cover the place up within a month or two and plant trees. If you know as a journalist that they are not doing that, ask them when they come crying. Can you just imagine this video? Look at it properly. These are some of the big companies that are doing this. Then they'll come on air and say, oh, government is targeting us. Government is burning our equipment. Can you imagine what is being done to a place? The river. Look at the river. So I just wanted to touch these particular places and say that it's not true. Community mining, as I said, hasn't failed us. If there is corroboration, if there is any evidence, as City FM has said, please, I'll be willing, and the minister will be willing for us to go and have a look and be sure that it's community mining that has caused it. I can say for a fact there's no community mining that has caused this. Because I sent my men there, and they have gone, and they know it's not community mining. We have not even done community mining in the Kropon area of Eastern Region. So I don't want the public to say that we are seeing this as community mining. They have not yet. There are 20 sites of the community mining, and the minister can give you the various sites. I don't know whether you have gone to the ministry. There are just 20 areas, and they are increasing them so far. The minister can give you this area, a few in Takwa area, a few in other areas. They're doing community mining. They trained them for 2 weeks at Newmart. Before, they trained them on responsible mining for 2 weeks before they deployed them to the field. So if you take the areas that are doing the community mining, go and see what they are doing. But if you say that it's a community man that is creating this, it will leave a bad imprint in the minds of the people. Because in the Ekropon area of Eastern region where this was shot yesterday, Pahabim Ekropon Jana area, we don't have community mining concept there yet. So I just wanted you to know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Colleagues, this is what time will allow us for. I want to say thank you to Brigadier General Eisiamwa, General Officer Commanding Southern Command, Brigadier General Mahama Abdullahi, Director General Joint Operations. We also want to say thank you to the Honorable George Mekuduka, Deputy Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Benito Usubiu, Deputy Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Fatima Abubakar, Deputy Minister Designate for Information, the Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo, Member of Parliament for Damongo, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, and the Honorable Dominic Nitiwu, Member of Parliament for Bimbila, and Minister responsible for Defense. We thank you, our colleagues in the media, for carrying us.
Even if you've been married to somebody for 60 years, you would wake up one morning and the person would exhibit something and you go like, damn.
I would have drank from your fountain for 30 years. For 30 years, I would have suckled your breast. You must be someone when I sleep and wake and I look, I say, God damn.
Any man that has ghosted the woman, any man that has walked out of a relationship without telling the woman that he's no longer interested is a coward.
So you present a version of yourself to your mom when you realize that she's of a certain stock. You still wouldn't want to give her a shocker. You wouldn't want her to know that her darling daughter is a master of giving BJs.
Women understand only 3 languages. The first language is money. The second language is money. The third language is money.
If you find a man and on your initial text drive, you find that this man is heavy bonded. This is Juan Lu. This is a man who can dip through, who can slice through your well and you'll be leaking and all that.
First and foremost, I want to date a man who has a big dick. Police are bad.
Right,
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you deny funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.